Hey दलोज कैसे हो दलोज? व्हाट इज अप? आ गए हम वापस अपनी गाफ उठा के फॉर द फाइनल्स 10 वर्सेस G2। मुझे लगा सो गया, कद्दू सोया मेरा कद्दू। हेलो एवरीबॉडी, कैसे क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा, कौन लेगा ट्रॉफी, कौन लेगा, कौन जीतेगा?
Upper bracket run, G2 Esports!
प्रो लोग आ गए अपर ब्रैकेट से।
G2 Esports coming through, and look, this is a
Jonah
squad
people
that has had so much hype coming into the season because of that man right there.
पूरा गेम जोगोमो पे भाई।
Jogomo was like the
जोगोमो अगर ऑन हो गया लास्ट टाइम जैसे तो लग गए।
And now here they are, Wyatt, and they are absolute
सोया था कि नहीं?
What's crazy as well is that in the first two matches, Jaw was kind of chilling. He didn't need to be the star for the team. They're so well-rounded. Leaf is just effortlessly, getting 20+ kills, map after map. And then
this is the last NA watch party, guys. Upper bracket finals. इसके बाद NA खत्म।
And now, it's time to bring out their opponents in this best-of-5 series. Last year's Kickoff champions, Sentinel!
क्राउड बोलते।
And you heard Riv say it, last year's Kickoff champions looking to defend their crown here at the Kickoff Grand Finals again. And I gotta say, quite impressive of Sentinels to be able to make 2 Grand Finals in a row for the Kickoff.
G2, they had such a dominant run to get here.
Good morning. Binks कुछ गोल लगाओ for foreign supporters.
It took some time, but in that lower bracket game against MIBR, it was the best we've seen from SEN thus far this year. Zealous has stepped up big time. Narrate coming alive back on the fade as well, and they're in a position now to try and upset G2 and get their revenge.
टूर्नामेंट वाले नहीं रहते।
uphill battle going up against the team that hasn't lost a
pad,
map yet. Hasn't had to reveal their entire map pool. Yeah, and you already
PCs और monitor टूर्नामेंट वाले देते।
Okay, well we got Split, Pearl, Abyss, and if necessary, we'll finally see some Fracture and then Haven to close it out.
So we're starting off with something new for G2. They've not shown their split yet. Sen have shown it 3 times, most recently beating MIBR. So clearly seeing some gap there and having the opportunity to put Sen into this game.
Technically G2 को ही जीतना चाहिए। Technically अगर देखा जाए तो।
To all 5 maps, we're going to see everything in G2
Sen ऐसा
hasn't
टीम है
played yet,
कि
which is pretty cool.
अगर as a team खेल लिया
pick that split
तो मेरे को नहीं लगता
first. They
G2 आ
have
रहा
the tape on Sen, and Sen have literally no idea what they're going
G2
to
में
do.
थोड़ा
Right?
explosive
Maybe they're
players
putting in
हैं
the
heavy.
chamber like we saw EG have with Ye on this map.
Yeah.
Maybe Leaf continues to play that
They have
role.
so many options.
Or he's on the Viper. They have options like you said.
Yeah, the flexibility of the players, Leaf especially, is huge.
मेरा
but
prediction, I
also,
think,
I think G2 has
3-1
been the
Sen.
defining team in the meta. When we talked to Valen, he said he felt like other teams were behind them, taking their ideas, stealing the scrims and implementing it. They've truly been the innovators in VCT.
Both are confident by
These are the two teams
final
that by far have
advantage.
been
Who
the
wins?
most experimental.
Advantage
pushing the
number
meta
1
forward, trying to
trophy.
be ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
Fame, name,
Correlation doesn't equal
and
causation,
prize
but
money
it's
जो भी है।
interesting that they're both in the finals.
Advantage
and that's
number 2
a common
bracket
theme
का
for
जो
the
भी
two
है।
of them.
There were such big changes coming into
Bracket
Kickoff.
for Masters.
2 new maps in the pool. Tejo being released. Honestly, just a few weeks before we even started, teams had very little time to put it all
तुम्हारी
together.
आवाज थोड़ा कम करो,
Well,
धीरे
Sharp and
बोलता हूँ यार,
Junkie
एनर्जी
wanted
क्या
to
हो
just
गया?
go full investment on the
But
table.
I loved that idea from Sentinels and G2 as well. They don't want to be stuck in the past, playing the same stuff they have been
Trophy,
before.
huh?
They want to find the read on the meta that is going to put them ahead of other teams. And I think
Also
that's
3
the kind of stuff
championship
that's gonna
point. I
win
think 3
games
championship
at
point
international
Master
events.
जीतेगा तो मिलता है।
Americas has been
अभी
the
नहीं
most
मिलता।
Teo-pilled region. We've been playing so much Teo, so much Vise, and I think that'll be a big upgrade going into Bangkok.
And in the case of these two squads, so much Yoru. They have relied on that duelist to make a lot of space to nullify the Teo on the opposite side by drawing out util, being able to teleport away. Jaw on that again, no surprise.
हाँ?
And
So-
Sen, Yoru as well.
Yeah, it's nearly a mirror mode matchup here.
Wow.
The only difference, bang locking
Race
in
क्यों
the
नहीं?
instead the Astra. The biggest strength there is the line control from the Paranoia. G2 are going to have a lot of tools in trap plays with
कितने
all
घंटे
of the
सोया
great
आज? I
util,
think
the Astra
2
util, the
घंटा?
Teo util. I'm so excited to see what they have.
Riot
yeah,
Games
team
Arena, it's now time for the grand finals here at Kickoff. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. A couple of fellow esports geriatrics, my good friends. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, feeling like it.
Somebody
Point,
said,
honestly,
yes, sir.
Just aged and jaded with time is what apparently happens to you at esports. It's the grand finals of the Americas.
Thank you,
Kickoff,
bye.
Sentinels and G2. And for one team, they are looking for that title that's constantly eluded them. It's been 2 chances for G2 last year, and this is another 3rd chance now for Sentinels. Revenge is on the cards. It's there for the taking, but they have a hell of an uphill battle if they want to grab it.
Everything is stacked
वरना बहुत
against
ज़्यादा
them.
जाएगा।
They have to go up against G2 without any idea of
Water
how
pillow.
they're going to
क्या
play
है water
this
pillow?
mirror
मेरे पास नहीं।
composition on split. Although probably there's some level of knowledge from scrims. So it's time
क्या
for the
लगता है?
Samsung match start. You can load up fast with those
भाई, अगर
Samsung
जॉगो में मारना चालू
SSDs,
किया तो
and we
लग गया
are
भाई,
into
simple
it
है।
with our grand final, a trophy on
भी
the
मारते हो
line.
कभी-कभी।
And as you said, that is going to mean so much to G2.
Early start, that's a rapid approach. Fault line, salvos, all going to be combined, and it gets Jorgo that space deep up mid. Pushed him up in that forward spot, but it's slow going for now.
And we
ये
haven't
जो
seen
टीपी
this
मारा है वो
composition
एक्चुअल
have
में
a mirror
टीपी मारा
match.
है कि नहीं वो भी नहीं मालूम
G2
यार।
have not shown it. But when other teams have tried to defend against this comp, when Sen are on the attack side, it is tough to hold space. There's so much utility pressure coming towards you. And Leaf gets tucked up, inserted really deep. Do they go for a re-clear?
Looks like they want to, but there's a gap in the wall, and Leaf already ahead of it.
Lot
Flash
of
primed and ready
space.
into the hands of Zekken, but he's none the wiser. It's going to be just avoiding him completely. And Leaf, potential to do the damage with the backstab occurring. They're putting the squeeze now onto those players. Ram control earned and theirs, and out of sight is next for the taking. John QT.
उसने पिंक किया।
Hell of a task.
उसने
He's
पिंक
going to
किया
anchor
वॉल
this
में
one. He's
गैप
going to be
पे।
tested
वहाँ पे छुपा था
momentarily.
वो।
Pushed up onto the corner. Shots are landing for him though,
ये
but
क्या हैकर शॉट था?
his allies being whittled away in the background. The reposition around into the smoke. So in that chaos, but G2 are very
अरे
aware
बाबा,
of it,
अच्छा मारा।
waiting for that smoke to fade.
Crazy
They're gonna
मारा।
fight together, leaving it into that 2v1. Quick tap. Snake bite forces it forward. Zelsis earns himself that 1v1. It's clever positioning, but now it's about the timing. Swinging around, Jorgamo holding his ground. A tap as well.
ओ बाप रे।
To earn Sentinels that pistol.
It's individual play from Sen that gets the job done. Masterpiece. John Cutie comes out with genuine cinema in the pistol round. Landing ghost shots to be able to make it
और
somewhat
winning the
winnable for
tournament
Zelsis,
was
but it
next
was still
order.
so
After
tough.
this there is Masters
The
जो
G2
20 तारीख
players
से
at all
चालू
times
होगा
are trying to double up
and
and
दो
offer
Masters
Sen
के
no
बाद
opportunities
Champs
to take
होएगा जो
1v1s.
one of the biggest
John
event
still
in
managed to get a
Valorant है।
couple, and Zelsis separates them with a
भाई ये form
perfect
में भी
snake-like
Celsius।
placement. That's a Red Bull clutch that carries on the momentum and the excellent gameplay that we saw in the last match from Zelsis. He was untouchable at the beginning of the series against MIBR.
Thank you author।
Gets him on his feet early, pumped up, and that energy is going to help Sen. Because
Need
it's
to
an
keep it
uphill
going.
climb. It is an
Exactly.
uphill climb.
It's so damn difficult. Best of fives in this fashion when G2 have that top seed advantage. They were
G2 अच्छा
almost
mid ले
perfect
रहे हैं
coming
लेकिन।
through the uppers. I mean, they didn't drop them out. Got to be careful though with his composition. That's a judge at that kind of range. And the salvos gonna add some necessary defense. Bit more firepower. The spikes drop down into the middle of nowhere. Flash and a TP committal by Jorgmo, but risks needed to be taken. But still,
तीन मारे
only
Zelsius
dropping
ने।
one player in the midst of all of that. It'll be healthy going into the third.
It's almost impossible to hold B Heaven against this composition. Again, we haven't seen it with G2 on the attack side, but when Sen are attacking,
Zelsius
you're running
mode
into
में
Breach,
भी।
Omen Paranoia. I mean, it's going to be Astra stuns on the other side here, but you see how Zelsis had, what, like one tiny area that he could play, and he still got stunned? It looked so uncomfortable. And yet he got the job done, arguably because G2 were only on the pistols. But it doesn't matter. It'll get the job done.
मैच
He's up to
MVP
5
मतलब
and
कुछ
0.
तो गड़बड़ है भाई। Vibe Merchant match
Bit
MVP।
of spam. Jorg taking a chip damage. Almost taking him out, but he's alive and kicking with that ramp control. Pushed up, narrate, jump spot. He's hoping and hunting for a bit of information to know if G2 have actually taken it.
And this is very similar to pistol round macro.
Refight?
Jorg has to get out. That was the same position that Leaf tucked himself into on the pistol round and got rewarded after Sen went for a reclear. This time, Sen not putting bodies on the line in the reclear, but using util instead.
Narrate अच्छा
and
चलता है,
regaining
मस्त है वो support.
presence information in a ramp. This is a spot
Problem
where
ये है
G2
कि
often
side
like to
खाली है.
move to the opposite side.
I think
Whereas
retake
instead
खेलना
here,
पड़ेगा
they're
उनको.
grouping up for a hit onto A.
Just going to go for it now. Going to be sending forward to that util. That's a good drone. Suppression across the board. A bit of spam into the smokes. That's just
unlucky.
Valen. Yeah, unlucky for narrate, but
ये heaven
defensive,
से मार रहा
understanding
था
that the
उसे.
flood could come through.
Great positioning already though from G2. They didn't commit too many people to the site. They realized because of the Tejo drone from Trent that it was completely empty, playing for the retake, and now they have Jonapi with Leaf ready to stop this ramp retake. Sen actually split up, trying to go from both sides at once.
Makes it awkward. Splash that's about to occur. Zekken was opening himself up wide there, but a beautiful one to win out. Clone's going to be tagging and taking a couple of the bullets here. G2 just trying to force and fight their way out of this tricky spot.
Hey,
They were under
G2B.
that pressure, as you mentioned, straight through main, but Jonah P being that backup policy and John QT,
Guns
see what
गिराना
he can
सर.
do. It's a 1v3 with time ticking against him. Players are offering themselves up, but at this point, a little bit too late to go for the play. Just trying to play for those exit
Not
kills.
bad.
G2 though,
I think
survived.
not bad.
2 rifles in their hands, and a couple of ults as well being close to earned.
It's a great bonus for Sen.
Close to back बचा
You know,
देखा.
zoom out. Yeah, G2 take the round and get on the board, but Sentinels are still in a great spot here.
Round में दोनों टीम
They're
के
going
फैंस
to be able to
हैं.
apply pressure to the economy. Jorgamo's picking up a stinger into this next round.
Wow, good stun. Good stun.
G2 are excited to play today as well. Jorg, stinger, with the Yoru ult though. So definitely
मेरे को लग रहा है
potential for him
लेकिन
to
G2
come
जीतेगा
out
यार.
of the dimensional drift and get a free pick with that light weaponry.
Gone for a B split.
Did he clear Zekken? I'm not sure Zekken even knows.
Might have missed it, but he's going to be pumping in that chaos destruction, raining down from above. Meant to supplement the action. And Zelsis, he has stepped up to that challenge. Regardless, still, it's too much for him to overcome. Double faced up there by the G2 players, and side controllers garnered.
Picture
Slow
perfect.
down.
Picture perfect entry from G2 though. That's how you're supposed to use the Yoru ult. All the pressure's on Sen now.
Tap, looking for the second wave of things here. Senna gonna bite that.
Oh भाई ये ज़्यादा हो गया.
And speaking of biting it down,
ये ज़्यादा हो गया भाई.
he's offloaded it into him, leaving it to the 1v1 though. Spike out into the open, and
भाई ये ज़्यादा हो गया.
he was primed, he was ready onto that angle.
वो ज़्यादा हो गया.
Delivers Sentinels a third.
There is no
Dude,
way
this is
he
different
gets
from
to.
Sen today. You see Sentinels on this stage prior to their match against MIBR, like the early games from Sen, they are not hitting shots
ऐसा
like this.
gameplay चाहिए
Not
life
all of
में.
them, all at the same time. Zekken
Physics
just
भी देख लो
flies
ऐसा,
Trent and
Celsius
Valen on the
जैसा.
entry, and John has been
हाँ?
playing great ever since the pistol. Those ghost kills he got.
Body देख लो
He's
Celsius
also
का.
winning clutches like that.
ये देखो सबका body
In
देखो.
order to beat G2 today, Sen need to be
दिख रहा है?
firing on all cylinders, and they've certainly started that way. The form they're bringing to the game is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's not like that was a bad round from G2. They had all the util followed up off Jorg's ultimate perfectly. Here's that util pressure into
Airline
the
देख.
heaven. Makes it difficult for
शादी
Celsius
हो
to
गया
hold there.
भाई.
He's forced backed away. It puts the pressure up onto Heaven. Jump spot. Sees the heads. There's an Outlaw going to be waiting for them, though. If they choose to take the fight towards it. Pushing forward. Zekken has already grabbed the one with Valen being dropped, but now putting a bit of a squeeze onto the side. Still, Heaven needs to be regained, and it's weaker weaponry. More util where that came from as well. Coverage on every
कितना मान
single
रहा.
avenue.
Sen mood में भी. एक सेकंड कॉल आ रहा है.
Cleanly dealt with. The G2
Hello?
eco finds no results.
हाँ. Yes, hot लड़की.
Zekken's got his ult to be
Ah.
able to play some kind of retake style here. Zelsis, we saw him ult
ठीक
a
है.
lot in mid.
ठीक है मैं
Previous
बोलता हूँ.
matches where he's played on split.
ठीक है. नहीं वो पॉसिबल नहीं हो
No
पाएगा.
Yoru ult on the other side to try to apply
नहीं
pressure
अपने पास
through.
लड़का तो है लेकिन उसके 100 के नहीं हुआ है. हाँ.
It's possible that throwing out a Viper
रास्ते पे गिर रहा है, ब्लॉक कर रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है.
trap. Let's have a look at what he goes for early on here.
ठीक है. कैंसिल, शादी
Yeah,
कैंसिल.
he goes for the pit.
ठीक है,
All
जाओ
right,
फोन
do
रखो.
they have a good game plan for taking space.
Shadi.com.
Stun.
Yep. They're throwing the kitchen sink at him at this point, and he's going to try and dominate that position once
Model
more.
type
Steps into the
model
pit.
type.
And it's a blight onto the map, but not for Zelsis.
It was only Jonah P that actually scaled through mid.
Losing that though, it's a bit whiffy straight through the wall.
Kal
Armageddon's going to be
wapis aayega,
offloaded anyway. On top of that with a Cosmic Divide, why not use everything at your disposal? G2 will gain access to the
और
site,
जाओ
gain
Ireland
access to the
पे
plan,
पर्सनल
renew
जाओगे
into the round
बैंक
in terms of
पर्सनल
that
जाओगे
time.
But this is going to be a very tough post plan. You're holding on against Yoruworld. Second sees everybody, and John has his ult. They need to rely on Jorg finding a good timing through the pit in mid, and Zelsis has got the watch on.
Decade is being watched for, and Jorgamo somehow wins that
How
fight
did
out.
Jorg win that?
And with that, Thorn into their sides with a TP reposition once more, but the Armageddon is a problem. TP against him. Once Jorg has dealt with him. He was a pesky problem, Jorg. One less thing to worry about still. This is where it gets tight. Thick and heavy in terms of what's being laid down onto this side. Second side step, Happy Feet in the process. Snap to the side. A stun connects and Trent
शॉर्ट बैक
is firing
रेजिस्टेंस
off.
A 1v2
Axel चलते
required
मेरे को
from
100 के बोल
G2,
दिया
and Trent just keeps the
Same.
rifle towards the end. The
Hellman
economy is
वाले jokes
constantly
मुझे भी नहीं
pressured though.
चलते
For
Facts
this
से
side
मुझे
that came
चलता
through
है
the upper bracket and has yet to drop a map. It's a Red Bull clutch with an amazing stun lineup. I mean, look at that, knowing exactly that that is going to catch on to anybody that's tapping or diffusing.
भाई पहला हिस्सा
But at the same time,
थियो देगा जो बराबर स्टन
I
मारता
feel
है बे
pretty comfortable, but this becomes a super important round. G2 need to win it. They're on mostly light armor, but they have the ults to work around.
The money's a bit rough on either side as well.
You can run a fast
इसका
hit
लोएगा
here for
फिर
G2.
इसका अगर नहीं हुआ
Yoruworld
ना मैं
finds
नंगा ना
people.
दूंगा तेरे
Jonah
लाइव
P
स्ट्रीम पे
destroys them.
जब तक तेरे नहीं होते
No hard middle from the G2 players. They clear out most of the way towards the site, and Jorg is going to set himself up.
Welcome to my world.
Viper's Pit as well. That's going to make it that much more difficult for the retake to occur for SEN.
So now you're thinking, okay, the retake's going to come from ramp side now. And Valen's there. The Tejo drone did not clear.
Missed them.
And if you run
Right,
this
retake
retake, you're going to land
लेकिन
into the
उल्टी
Rolling
है।
Thunder. And SEN's
They're gonna
economy
commit
is not amazing.
This is very much all in. It's a back-breaking round for either of these teams. Rolling Thunder this time committed over to the left side of the site. A lot of players going to be collected, stunned up in the process. Second, in and through towards the back. Masterful shot, returning with the fire once more, but Narrator's dropped down to help them out. Reinforcements are arriving rapid. What is that from Jorgamo? Snaps to the side. Still alive. The pit causes chaos, causes confusion. Have onto the defuse, and it all comes down to Valen.
भाई क्या मारा जोकोमो ने
Waiting on the sidelines, but knows exactly when to strike.
That's what G2 needed to be able to get back into this game. The money's flipped. SEN and Al, the brokies on the defense side. What was this? What?
That's okay.
So is that how he won a trophy, was it? He's just been cheating all these years. Oh, that's crazy. But it was the ults that ended up winning it there for G2, and a great awareness of Valen's positioning. So now SEN, bad weaponry.
YouTube वालों ने भी
They are
दीदी
going
बुलाया
into
है
Bang though as the Guardian, and John's going to be baiting for it.
Holding it up and holding it down. Bang Guardian straight through the wall. Bullet's not going to be caring about that business.
नहीं पता
Trent
रे
took
गैप
damage
तो
from that.
था
Actually, Trent and Valen both took damage from that. It's a nice little trap play. SEN are cooking.
It's the opening that they were hoping for, especially when their money has been battered to this
साउंड
degree.
है उसको इतना बसड़ में
Guns
साउंड
all
आएगा
across the
ना
board here for G2.
मान जाऊंगा मैं
I mean, you could easily classic right click Valen or Trent to death at this point. So the damage is super important. SEN don't know it's happened though necessarily, because it was off the back of util damage, so they might not realize these players are as vulnerable as they are. Valen's calling a re-hit onto B, and SEN are still here,
चलो गलत कॉल
lurking, waiting.
Stacking.
This
Good
looks
guy.
really bad for G2.
The util being held.
5-3
Both of these teams. It's going to be a clash. The danger mainly here for G2. They can hear it starts being propped down. Fault line salvos clearing the way, but it's going to be used pound for pound. You can see it. It's a snake bite. And the salvos are their own. Senna willing to hold on to this one too for Nail. Not shying away from the fight and the action. Paranoia on top of it with the orb up into their face, but that is spam into the backline. Maybe just off the TP. Sound cue. Something being heard off the back of it. Still
15 seconds.
They're swiveling around all over the place here, and time is running short. Shy of the mark still. Wrapping around. Bullets are nailing.
भाई
And heads
पैसा
not
नहीं
quite
है बे
popped. But players are weak enough that the slightest of breeze is going to be bringing them down to their knees. A 2v2. Or back up. Popped up. And then he saw the positioning, and he saw these shots. John has just ripped it off the heads, and Zell sits alongside him.
The composure from G2 almost sailed them through those stormy waters. But SEN come out on top. Once more, the individual form has got to be praised. It's a 2v2 where the players...
It's a different Sentinels that have shown up to this game.
And G2 had just got themselves into a better spot. We were just talking about the fact that with that huge ult round that they got onto A, they broke the Sentinels' economy. What matters that if you lose them to the eco? Continuing that momentum from yesterday, 11-4. There was no world in which you could have convinced me a week ago that Zellsis would be out here diffing Leaf. Leaf looked like the best player in Americas, and kind of has been looking like that for longer than Zellsis has been having big impact games. We think of Zellsis as the glue guy that keeps Sentinels together.
Yeah. The emotional element that's going to be lifting the team out of tough times, but this is purely in the server in terms of his impact. I mean, he stepped up massively, and honestly, this time out, first time we've had to breathe. Yeah. As these compositions, I mean, listen, you look at these, I think it's going to be a slow game. Two teams testing, poking, prodding at each other. But there's been no wasted moments from either of them.
Anytime there's a Yoru ult online, the attacking team is sent. Even when they don't have the Yoru ult online, they have so much attacking initiator power that they can take space really quickly. Maybe.
कंपोजर देखो दोनों टीम में भाई मेरे बुढ़ से पसीना आ रहा है बस.
Trying to bait out the SEN reclears.
But clinching game हो रहा है.
Great reads. Like for example in that prior round, they kept the 4 players stacked over towards B with only Zekken watching A heaven. John has not just been firing; he's been reading the game very well.
Scrim मतलब practice होता है शिवा.
After the pistol, it should be said, it has been somewhat even in terms of the rounds, but G2 have been constantly under economic pressure, and now you see the result of that.
क्या भगा रहे बे? Huh?
Jorgamo was the one to take that contact up towards ramp, so he pulled out a lot of that util prize. Elsis, his spot, not clear by drone. It's a slight pocket though. The presence of mind just not quite there for G2. Still vulnerable up. Softens up the targets for Zelsis, still survives, still stands his ground.
That's a spot that you could argue is too high risk kind of war to play on an anti-eco.
G2 का bit defense strong है.
He's still going for it. The SEN players are still confident enough to make plays and not play scared in these spots.
Teammates मतलब हर बंदा एक kill जो मारा वो. देखा मैंने.
Applied a little bit of ramp pressure at the start of the round, but John is still watching it. They've got 2 players in mid where they last saw G2 and 2 players playing for information.
35 seconds, Jiggle. Lay it down, a stun. Like we've been talking, they're not shying away from the fight, even though they're against the eco. Willing to take risks, willing to take fights. G2 will be lucky to get a plant in this instance. Trent, barely alive, barely hanging on. The stun and the salvos might do the job, but it's a pick your poison situation. He's out into the open. He's honestly lucky to be grounded just that. Still, shut down. SEN now up to 6. It's astounding from them, this bounce back that is literally happening on our screens.
And so similar to last year. The low bracket run, kickoff, finding momentum, finding their form.
Yeah.
This SEN team went on a revival tour in 2024.
I think
and this organization was a bit more of just like the clout org kind of prior to 2024. And they were popular, but weren't really doing too much. People were harking back to the glory days of when, TENS was on Reyna. And then last year they proved that with the right squad, they could actually win trophies and bring them back to SEN City. Did a great job at the start of the year. Made top 4 at Champs as well, a second kind of peak. And now they're looking to run that back again in 2025.
6-3 अभी जीतना पड़ेगा G2 को.
G2 can't afford to let too much momentum build. They absolutely need this one.
They really do. You don't want echoes of the past as much as SEN
wants that. Position तो सीखना पड़ेगा रे आकाश.
Surgeons have formed through the lowers.
Aim के लिए there is that match.
Taking it all the way to Bangkok. For G2, they've been in this spot before. Making it to the finals, but never able to lift that trophy in Americas.
ये कौन सा गेम है ये लूडो
to work with, and a lot of util where that came with came from. 20 seconds
Fast look
into the
रहते हैं,
round,
अपना
slowly
dice लेके
taking back
भागते
control, but Sen have been so good with the reclays and the refights, and you're seeing it again, used out,
देखो,
primed
six
and ready
आया.
once more. It's flashes exchanged, a quick tap to the side. Jorgamo was able to at least return that kill.
दिना
Quite a
जी आपका हालत
trade, but
बहुत
it
खराब
turned
है.
it into the 4v4.
G2 still got quite a bit of space though.
Armageddon. Cosmic Divide on top of it. It's a
Bang
unique
goes forwards.
one. Yeah, it goes forwards, and the Bang is ahead of it. Oh my, timing to be caught. You can hear it. Boom's ricocheting behind him. Team's being bought and brought back into the fight and the fray. Plant online for G2. No pushback, and not playing anybody on site.
They're going to wait for the Euro ultimate.
भाई
They
100
go
टक्का
second
लड़का है
retake.
भाई.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift is
मान
going to
ही
give full
नहीं
information
सकता.
now for retake to occur. Spots
मैं
the
मान
one.
ही नहीं सकता भाई. 100
You're a
टक्का
player
लड़का
though.
और ये
Jorgamo
ट्रोलर है.
has potentially evacuation, but I'm not too sure how many TPs he's actually got inside the smoke to play around, weaving in and out, and it's about that timing. Missed it. Narrate finds it. Salvos pushing them back in a way. They've got the pull as well to play this one to the early hours of this. Narrate sticking. Half onto the defuse already. These are the Wingon's board, and it is
Oh.
perfection in motion.
हो गया. Bring them
Sentinels
in. वाह. आ रहे हैं वो लोग.
just dissecting with precision.
सारे मरने
all
के बाद
across the
bring them in.
sides.
आ
They know
गए वो देखो.
exactly what is going on.
Amazing protocols
कल
there
आना
from
बोल
Sen.
के कल
On the
भी आते हो आप.
retake,
Love you
they
brother.
take
Love
space,
you to
and
Ranjit
then they have
भाई.
2 players ready to catch the Heaven reflank. Bang goes with them. Bang is part of this retake and then teleports
with
back up
Manas.
to Heaven to be able to play with Zelsis. So you don't just put everything on Zelsis to stop the Heaven reflank. Valen was holding pull for way too long, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. That's 3 retakes in a row. Sen are running away with this
भाई ये
map.
लड़का है ना भाई. Confirm लड़का है भाई. मैं मान ही नहीं सकता
These
भाई.
echoes of their old split gameplays.
Confirm
One of the things they did
लड़का.
so well was that A retake protocols. It was missing at the beginning of this year, to be honest.
It's so similar to last year, isn't it?
Yeah.
They have changed a lot. You know, John has changed his role
Bang में बोला.
completely. They lost
Happy
2
birthday हुआ है
really
भाई, hello.
solid structural members.
नहीं नहीं. ऐसे सब नहीं कर सकता मैं. समझो.
Celsius an attempt to take the timing past that one. Fault line's good though. Slows down the potential pace that could be occurring on the backside of it. Celsius suppressed up though, and we'll have to respect that space is given up in through mid.
If Jorgamo manages to get a kill, he has the dimensional drift.
Single
and
or
that
मैं
could change the
बोला
texture
ना.
of this
मैं
fight a
बोला
lot.
ना ये लड़का है.
At the
हराम
moment, he's not being offered
ज़्यादा.
anything.
Bang is so far forward.
Another 9-3 curse loading.
To play himself inside.
I think
of
8-4. I think 8.
TP to get away from it.
They're doing this stuff constantly. I mean, again, it's on a situation where G2 have got a weaker buy, but they're so happy to take aggressive fights and find the timings. They're playing with 0 respect, and I
Yeah.
think that's really knocking G2.
It's definite key.
पिकाचू अकाउंट बना के हेट फैलाने वाला एक लाइव एग्जांपल मिल गया
Going
बे.
up forwards, the gun might just give away the plot. Bang takes the timing.
बड़का bang.
And takes their heads away.
भाई लोग का स्प्रे ट्रांसफर कितना क्लीन होता है
Spice dropped
ना.
down in the middle of nowhere here. G2 don't really have a chance in hell. Jorgamo rips it from behind. That's a dimensional drift. Considered but not ripped off. And the rate locking it all in. Down and out.
बाप रे.
So stepping over that boundary of heaven control. This is 8 rounds now for Sen.
It's too clean. It looks lovely. But at the same time, G2 are not the same squad that we've seen on this stage so far in Americas. They're getting caught. They're not double clearing smokes together. They're not aware of certain angles.
क्रेजी मारा
And
ना.
they're not anticipating these
That
clears,
3,700
which, to Sen's
दिख
credit,
रहे हैं जी टाइम पे.
are wonderfully timed. I know that G2 had
फट
talked
से
a
लाइक कर दो.
lot, joked
फिर
kind of
टॉक्सी भाई ये क्या कर रहे हो रात को.
painfully in the past about
Thank you for the
them
first
joking
super chat.
when it came to the
हाँ,
finish
तरफानी
line in
अपने
certain
पास ही रखें.
America's tournaments
कृपया.
before. They're going to have to turn this around.
Once more, no time to catch your breath. Jorgen was all the way in with a dimensional drift, then again back with the disrespect! Dominating the smoke positions. Out through the back as well as an Armageddon. Lay it down on top. Flash in your face, you're blinded up. And very little chance, very little opportunity for Jonah P to pave a way to victory. It's a 9-3 start to split.
Utter domination. If you listen to the analysts on this show, you'd be expecting domination in this match. Not this way around.
ऐसा लगता है हम भी जा
Both
पाएंगे
of these
लेकिन
squads have
गोल्ड
managed to
पर
battle
अटक जाते
against
हैं.
upsets in the
हाँ ना,
bracket
देख
so
के ऐसा
far to
लगता
be
है ना
able to
कितना
get
easy
their
है
way
ये फट
to
जाएगा.
Masters Bangkok, and now we're here fighting for a trophy. And Sen, they've brought their final form. G2 yet to show up.
Unreal confidence on display by Sentinels, and will they be able to keep that momentum going? That is the big question we're going to be finding out after this.
पहले से माउस यूज कर रहे हैं गेमिंग के लिए तो वाइड अच्छा होता है ना.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be.
कृष्णा जी एक बार है ना आपका क्वेश्चन देखना, क्वेश्चन में ही एक आंसर छुपा हुआ है. ये लोग वायरलेस माउस यूज कर रहे हैं तो वायर्ड माउस अच्छा होता रहेगा ना गेमिंग में, समझ रहे हो आप. अपना क्वेश्चन को एकदम ध्यान से, मतलब ध्यान से एक बार पढ़ो, आंसर उसी में छुपा हुआ है. इट्स देयर. फिर से 93 सन भी लाइक फन में चाय कर. हाँ सारा तो वो तोड़ दिया. यू नीड टू स्टॉप टेस्टिंग द कर्स. देख अपने ही मयंक के क्या यहाँ का लग रहा है मयंक. हाँ तारीख गया क्या? तारीख क्या होता है? हेलो तो फिर व्हाट इज दिस? म्यूजिक बंद कर दे. मेरा वो है एड्स ऑफ है मेरा. कोई से नहीं चिल्ला. Hey Binks, bye. Remember me? I asked you to go for studies or stay with family. I totally agree with you. Now I'm in America doing my masters, and it's too much struggle, but enjoy too. It's like a new life, new place, new people, everything new. But family हो बे. जब तू वहां पे सब पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करके घर पे जाएगा ना, या फिर काम करके 1-2 साल 5 साल बाद घर पे जाएगा, रोएगा तू दोस्त, खुशी के आंसू.
More time in that department. On top of it, Sen have just come off the back of playing a best of 5.
इस बार
At the
जाओगे
same time,
मास्टर.
it feels like Sen knew exactly what to expect in this game because they play almost exactly a mirror comp.
Yeah.
They
कौन सा
had
स्टोरी मोड
such
गेम खेलोगे?
amazing reads in
वो
the first half.
ये लोग लैपटॉप पे
Heavy
नहीं खेल
stack
सकते क्या?
Players from the G2 side. Salvos clearing out towards Ven. That's a fault
आपका
line.
डीपी
Up on
देख
top
के
of the
अच्छे से
angle.
आंसर
He's
करने का
trying
मन
to
कर
play
रहा
and
है.
defend his teammate.
खेल सकते हैं
Stun's gonna
लेकिन
be fading, but
इस
flash
चीज
into
में
the face of
अच्छा
the drone goes
FPS
down.
और
Still
वाइब
off
आता
to
है.
the round.
खेल सकते हैं
Okay,
लैपटॉप.
push forwards all the way.
प्रॉब्लम
Chunky
नहीं.
T. Leader
क्या
not
अभी वो
just
लोग
in
दे रहे हैं
name.
ना पीसी.
He's taking space and taking fight straight to them. They are cleaning up every possible angle where a player could be
माफ करो.
hiding tucked to the corner.
मैं
Loses
लैपटॉप पे
down to
निकल
Trent in that
इसी गेम है
1v4.
ना.
He's not anticipating the held position. John with 3.
John's been amazing in this match so far.
कौन सा स्टोरी
Both
मोड?
of the pistols.
Valorant,
He looked
Road to
fabulous with the
Radiant.
ghost in
Next
hand.
story.
13 and 5. And he's not at the top of the scoreboard. Like it's just Sen have turned up today.
I'm in Chicago.
Some
हाँ क्या?
spots where you'd expect G2, from what we've seen so far, to be getting big value, big individual moments.
जो एस मारता है
And
उसी
they're
को
not here.
लैपटॉप में पे खेलना अलाउड है, ऐसा
10 to
नहीं.
3.
ऑडियंस को मिलता है. अगर एस मारा तो एक
pure
लैपटॉप
eco
ऑडियंस
for
को
G2.
मिलता है. अगर उसके ज्यादा एस मारा पर
Sen
वीक
with a
का,
chance to charge up ults.
उसके बाद गिफ्ट
They've
कार्ड्स
been
और
actually really
कुछ तो
heavily
सब
focused
मिलता है.
on maximizing orb value.
Understanding the importance as well. Get your ult online, it just allows you to
भाई
disrespect
G2 के
defensive
मैप पे
util.
ऐसा मारामारी सोचा नहीं था रे.
Second can just run in, ping out the players' positions. The threat
Huh?
of that fault line salvo combo. Zekin can take liberties here, just trying to fight for this space. He's not going to give up a gun if he does go
लैपटॉप
down.
में
He's only
पीसी
got the
मिलता
ghost in
है,
hand.
कुछ तो मिलता है.
Rest
मेरे
of
को
his
तो
team going
आज
to be
तक
trying to
कुछ
split
मिला.
this one up and through. So he will fall. It's a refight by G2, doubled up together. And as I said, it only handed over to Ghost. And that is just unaware of the space that could be taken.
Valen with incredibly wrong read there on what was going on.
Timing from Jorg.
भाई पलटा.
And those
Ulta
Elsis falls
way.
on the flank. This is going to be Sentinels for sure taking this up to 11. It's a question of who they want to prioritize the ult orb onto at this point, I think, and John's going to want to fight for it.
G2 घर जा रहा है.
We're getting more useful.
घर का पता नहीं,
closer.
मास्टर्स तो जा रहे हैं वो लोग.
Certainly so. Don't want to give up the gun though as well.
It was actually quite a nice strat from
दोनों
Sen in
टीम
this
में
round as
मास्टर्स जा
well.
रहे हैं.
They send, as you were talking about, Zekin alone through B main. There's John getting the kill.
Sharp.
But the rest of them, they smoked B heaven to make it feel like it was a full B main hit. And then they actually flashed up through mid into B heaven.
first super into my favorite streamer. Love you and bye.
Stood around in that spot looking towards B main.
Up
That's
second.
why Valin had no idea that B heaven was taken. That smoke that was thrown from Bang disguised that play completely.
Holy shit, I'm...
He is.
Cut the end of that off, but he is frying.
Yeah, he is frying.
That's probably what he meant to say.
That's not the word that I think
SEN
that anyone has a problem with.
No, I can fill in the gaps.
भाई आज ट्विटर पे heavy banter होने वाला है, heavy.
Well, not SEN, I should say G2. That's going to be their util expended and an orb reclaimed.
Confirm.
Ball position by Trent just jiggling.
ये बहुत banter वाली team है.
As well for the trouble, but Drone sets it forward, an attempt to spam as well from Jonah. He's trying to be brave, and you have to be at this point. It's 11-3, but Sentinels are ones in full control of the situation.
A 3v4, and John just causing a bit of a, or calling, sorry, a bit of a pause in the round. Bang took pressure in mid, and there takes a fight. Okay. Head taken.
Mid मारता तो GG था.
Bang wins the smokes battle, takes out the lurker. And now they can focus heavily on A.
घर से ले आ सकते हैं.
Any space at all in the map right now. So things not looking great here.
PC monitor बस वो लोग देते हैं.
But a reminder that this is also pretty much a bonus.
By Astra
Only Zach and they ended up full buying into this one. I think he's fairly confident he can get his Euro online and go into the next with what, like a Bucky or something. He'll be fine.
का position OP in the chat है.
G2 need this and they need it cleanly, and Valen's going to have to come up with more than just the kill on Bang in mid.
One hell of a trial awaiting him, and the Salva's going to make it that much more difficult. Spraying them down is the only chance he has. At least it takes one down, two to grave. Heaven watchful onto the angle. Again, the util is just perfect. Buys that time and that space. Dimensional Drift is going to be committed that second. He's using it, getting the info. Double drop down. Backs to the possible position, but now they should know where these players might be still out in the open. It was Trent on an island and Jorg left to do it all. 1v2! Three-piece overall. Spray down into the body for just a bit of extra spice. It's Sentinels up to that 12th.
Every player on SEN is alive.
पहले तो बड़ा अच्छा 3-0 back and we've seen from them
this year. Second's entries have been fabulous. Narrate, who we've seen struggle with his own individual performance, and the emotional ramifications of that is electric. 15-7, and Zelsis, occasionally a weak point for SEN. In Kickoff so far, carries on that momentum, top of the scoreboard. This version of SEN is going to be almost impossible to stop.
Looks like they got the perfect read. It's a deep mid push by G2, but no players waiting for them towards that B site. G2 going to be having to play this in a 5v5 retake, safe plan. Tuck to the corner, a bit of spam. Aftershock committed, flank. Vital kill, and the rate drops.
Very exposed position for Narrate. Now Zelsis cleared as well.
Half clearance!
Should have been.
Punishing.
Zelsis
brought down at the end of the day. G2 finding these players and finding a couple of heads for their troubles. Second, too much to overcome into that spot.
13-3 नहीं है.
G2 get the fourth. But this would have to be the first of 9 rounds in a row to bring things to overtime. And I mean, if we're thinking back to SEN's ridiculous 19-21 game that we saw in the match against MIBR, they went up 9-3 in that one, and they did kind of toss a bit of a lead, but it wasn't a 12-3 lead. At some point, doesn't matter how well G2 are playing, they need SEN to unplug their monitors, I think, to lose this.
There's just no room for errors there from G2, despite winning it. Maybe call it that silver lining, but okay, still smiles on their faces, keeping cheery demeanor. Now ult offloaded nice and early. This is Jorgmo just tracking down these players. He sees the one.
Zelsis just running for his life.
Right in the coverage. Narrate there to help him out over the shoulder.
Oh, that's desperate play, I think.
It is.
Hoping against hope that Zelsis wouldn't get
what
any help.
What the fuck? Ye kya backup
I'd love to hear the comms in that moment too. They're 12-4 up. I'm sure they're getting a little silly, getting a bit excited.
Maybe screaming for help.
Here's the triple push.
And this is what's needed from G2, honestly. Triple
I
push
mean
from
बैंक
them.
क्या ट्रोलर है?
No kills found.
What did
Backs
he say?
himself up.
अबे माँ कसम में बोलो, मेरे को अभी तक नहीं समझ रहे तू क्या बोलना चाहता है, अभी तक। बैंग आया कहाँ
Played
से?
disadvantage. A lot of difficulties. 50-second mark into this round here. Sen not opting into it. Walking
हमने
away
सच्ची
here.
बोला,
Sounds
ऐसे
gonna be
40-40
towards
करके
Ben,
कम
but
से कम 40,000 जाएंगे तेरे
planted
मेरे को
themselves in
समझाने
the
के
mid.
लिए।
They're not taking firm
मेरे सर
control
के
of that
ऊपर से
area.
जा रहा है वो।
Little bit of info gathered towards mid, so they're not going to commit that rolling thunder. Gonna have
Hey
it for a
Bang, I
retake.
love you.
Lot on balance. Still Armageddon. Forced to respect it. TP forward. Zekken cuts up the angles, cuts up the gap, and a perfect flash at that.
So good.
Spam gives him that timing, and Sentinels, they can feel it. It's blood in the water, and they are hunting it down. Trent, slightly ajar there. Leaf tucks himself down to hell. Wait a
भाई
second.
ये OT ने
It's
please।
not too soon, but Zekken.
Lovely casting and
salvage this
funny
operation.
banter
And with it,
with us. Thank you and Matt
Really
for
finish
your
on a
amazing
big
dedication.
TP.
Love you, Rishik bhai.
It's a 13-4 start in this
Love
best of
you.
5 grand finals.
Not the way most of us expected this to begin, but my
आज
God,
मतलब
Sen
chat वाला
looked
आज, हाँ?
awesome.
और किधर banter भी
Every
करना मेरे
player
को डर
had
लगता
their
है।
moments. Bang, somebody that I didn't talk about too much, but the way that
Love
he's
you,
playing
Rishik
around
bhai.
those heaven spots and the timings that he's taking between teleporting up onto rafters and playing in outside of the
थोड़ा
smokes, it's
मेरा
just all
DP लगा
working.
देते तू।
Every timing hit, and all proactive from Sen. They took control of the game. They got the reads on
जो
what
जो ये सब नहीं
G2 were
लिखते
doing.
बाबा, अपना chat अच्छा
They
है।
were finding the timings, taking the risks, and reaping the rewards. G2 have squandered opportunities at trophies before because they haven't brought their A game in the biggest moment.
Yeah.
They
चलो मैं
played
चटक रहा हूँ
amazing at
बांग,
various points,
मोबाइल
but not when it
पे
mattered,
जा
and
रहा,
today
ठीक
it
है
matters
ठीक है।
right now.
They're going to need a stern
डिस्को
talking
के
to as well,
साथ
because
बढ़िया
that
वॉच
thought is gonna
पार्टी
be
चल रही है।
just rippling into the back of their minds over and over again. They cannot drop this opportunity in the finals once more, but Sen are just on top of the world right now with the way that they
अच्छा,
are
disco
playing.
इसको
We're
होना
gonna be finding
चाहिए
out more
life में।
either side of this.
Even up though in the post plant, Link stepping forward on the side, getting
अनवे मेरे को अभी तक नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि तू मेरे को कुछ समझाना चाह रहा है या तू खुद कुछ समझना चाह रहा है, मतलब कुछ तो सीन है। मुझे तो कुछ और पढ़ने में आया। नहीं 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 भाई, ये हेडसेट कौन सा यूज करते हो भाई? सच्ची कोई भी यूज करो यार, सारे हेडसेट्स अच्छे रहते हैं, पता है, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ। हेडसेट सर्च करके 10-12 हजार डालो प्राइस रेंज में, जो मांगता है ले। सारे स्टिकर्स तो गए मेरे। मेरी दुखती नस पे हाथ रखा इस दरिद्र ने। V2 डिस्को लैंग्वेज वैलो मोबाइल नहीं अपडेट नहीं, मेरा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा वैलो मोबाइल। डाउनलोड नहीं किया ना, अपडेट कहाँ से होगा? जो सुबह के 4 बजे बंस भाई, लड़की पटाने के लिए टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स भाई, आंखों में आंखें डाल के सिंगल और वॉट, यही बोलना है, और बाद में ऐसा एक आंख बंद करना, समझ रहे हो? अगर हंसी तो ठीक है, अगर नहीं तो बोलना कुछ गया था आंख, और तुम भी वैसे ही जाओ, सिंपल। यू आर फेसिंग अ डिफरेंट स्क्वाड टुडे, देख रहे हो? जीतने के बाद बचना कंफर्म है। अभी गलती से मैप 2 हारा ना सेन, प्लीज ब्रिंग बैक दैट स्क्वाड करके आएगा। मेरे साथ पूरी गैंग है। क्यूटीज आर सेइंग ही इज अ वेरी गुड स्ट्रीमर, ट्रस्ट मी ऑल ऑफ देम हैव नेवर प्लेड वैलोरेंट। सच्ची? मेरे को एक बात बताओ तिवारी जी, ऐसा आप लाइफ में क्या कर रहे हो कि 4-15 को आपके साथ क्यूटीज की पूरी गैंग है? पढ़ाई तो नहीं हो रहा, ये तो कंफर्म है, बराबर। कुछ तो इसने लाइफ का कोड क्रैक किया है बैंचू। हाँ, मैं समझ गया, मेरे को फोकस मत करो। आई लव योर स्ट्रीम्स, लव यू टू। Valid point. That's a good question, na chat. हाँ? इंटरनेशनल स्टडी नहीं है, रुपए में दिए उसने 200 रुपीज. कुछ तो है. बेस्ट मॉनिटर कौन सा? व्यू सोनिक के अदर्स? व्यू सोनिक एक्चुअल में अच्छा है. किडीज की गैंग के साथ 4-15 बिग्स की स्ट्रीम देख रहा है. एक्सक्यूज मी.
On the
पेट
map
सुपर चैट
hit
नहीं है
of
भाई.
G2 really coming down to the
मैं भी
prowess
चाय
that they
गरम
displayed
करके
on
आया.
the defensive
तुम भी
side.
अपना
Now
भी
getting
हाथ
into this, I
गरम
want to
करो
begin by
और
paying
लाइक का
attention to
बटन दबाओ,
G2 on
सब्सक्राइब का
attack.
बटन दबाओ.
This is
और
an
जो
important
भी
round
आपके
for them.
आसपास
Economy
है
is on the line, and in
उनको
addition to that,
शेयर
take note of
कराओ,
the two ultimates they
सब्सक्राइब
have,
कराओ.
the
ठीक
Cosmic
है.
Divide and
आनंद
that
भाई थैंक यू
Armageddon.
50.
They're posted up outside of A to start the round off the top. Some standard util coming through. You can see
मैच
here,
के
there's
टाइम
that
खाना
cloud thrown
खा
up
पी
by
सकते
Leaf to
हैं
obscure
और
any view
क्या
from the
खाना
lamps.
फ्री में
And pretty
मिलता है.
standard, you have Jonah here.
क्वेश्चन भाई, एक क्वेश्चन आपने मेरे से कम 4 क्वेश्चन पूछा रहेगा अभी तक. मेरे को एक क्वेश्चन आपको पूछना है. क्या आप वहां पे स्टेज में जाना वाले हो खेलने के लिए, जो आपको इतना डाउट्स आ रहा है कि वहां पे खाना खा सकते हैं क्या, सुसु कर सकते हैं क्या, माउस पैड लेके जा सकते हैं, आपको वहां पे स्लॉट मिला है? इसका आंसर दो, उसके बाद मैं आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर दूंगा. ठीक है? मैं पट से तब तक चाय लेके आया. पट से.
And any players retreating into screens. Cosmic Divide splits up the site, makes it free for them to get in.
अरे
You can
बिग्स
see
भाई
Bang there on
जर्मनी
the
में
map. He
भी
wants to try and catch
रह के
some
सिंगल हो.
sort of
शर्म
time
करो
to
ना
play
तो
around
फिर
the
मुझे क्या
wall.
बोल रहे हो?
Isn't able to do
शर्म करो
so.
तो फिर.
G2 right now scaling into the site. You can see that the plant
बट
is
कोड
coming
तो
in
मैं
for
भी
heaven. So
समझ
they're
गया
going to
तिवारी
want to
जी.
be able to get up ramp to get back
पढ़ाई
into that proper angle where they can easily spam the spike. Now this is a crucial moment.
हाय हाय हाय,
Zekyn
40 रुपए
dimensional
पूरा
jet
यूज कर रहे हैं.
gets
इस
in
बार भी नहीं डाला.
and realizes that on this minimap, it is only Jaw in the site. This is an opportunity for the rest of SEN to now scale in, and in the meantime, there's a rotation coming from Zelsis, where he's going to go back up into heaven with the team now realizing it's planted for heaven by G2. He's going to try to nullify that by picking up a good angle there. So here's SEN scaling it to site, and now they're getting on the spike early, getting the util out of the enemy Taeho. And this is the crucial moment. If you go back just slightly, while they're on the spike, notice Bang's positioning right now. He's going to teleport up into heaven to set up a crossfire with Zelsis. So when G2 tried to get in there to have the angle on the spike, they just get destroyed. It's Valen left in main. Nothing they can do. The pathing there from SEN to be able to shut down that plant for heaven was lovely. They win around breaking the economy of G2, and they get 2 big ultimates out of them.
Wow.
It was that defensive half that was just stellar from SEN.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that without a doubt, this is not what we had anticipated coming into this. Not to take anything away from Sentinels, but to see G2 really just feel out of place in that whole map was quite alarming.
Yeah, I had confidence in G2 having a good plan out the gate, but it's always a risk when you're picking a map that you haven't played yet into an official for the first time, especially in such a high-stakes map. The round you showed was excellent coordination from Sentinels, and that was the stuff that was missing in some of those earlier games. They hadn't seen G2 play this comp, but they play it themselves. They do such a good job at giving space, fighting back in together, and also just showing some incredible confidence, which is a continuation from their last game. And Zelsis, for me, really exemplified that, Wyatt.
Yeah, the utility from them has been so much more coordinated, and now, crucially though, they're not losing the fundamentals in the midst of having so much to do as a team with the utility. That went out the window against teams earlier in the bracket like Loud, who were just more focused on shooting them with crossfires. That was Sen's undoing, but not now. They are so much more refined.
But they're also having that confidence, Bang fighting into smoke, Zelsis playing forward in mid and taking the risks that they sometimes need to come out on top of these rounds. And for Zelsis, this is such a meteoric performance in the MIBR series and now. You can see his stats average across 2024 compared to that last BO5 in the lower bracket, and now this first map of our America's Kickoff Finals. He is on an absolute heater right now and is doing so much more than just being the emotional leader to keep his team in these games and win that first dominant map against G2.
Yeah, that and dominant it was. And if you were coming into this one expecting G2 to walk away with this one potentially 3-0, well, you are sorely mistaken. And folks, we got ourselves a series here because G2 Esports Sentinels, well, Sen is up 1-0. This can go either way. We'll see you on the other side, folks, for the continuation of this grand finals.
Map 2 is coming up here in our grand finals of America's Kickoff, and honestly, a chance as well for G2 to kind of shed as well that map 1 off their backs. It's they've had time to talk it through. They've had time to think about what exactly went wrong in that first map. A lot of it being just not quite hitting, confidence-driven, but the proactivity from Sentinels is off the charts. It's a different team that we're seeing here today.
It is, but G2 need to be anticipating those kind of plays. There were plenty of moments where Sen were going for something, and G2 should have anticipated it. They are clever enough, they understand the meta well enough to be able to know Sen are going to re-clear it this time. Sen are going to stop us from trying to take Heaven control. These kind of elements. And the G2 players were, first of all, not anticipating things as well as we've seen from them, and secondly, not winning their duels when it mattered too. So we're going to be seeing same kind of compositions. It's what you expect from these teams. But what's important, I think, when you take a look at the way that these are stacking up against each other, John on the Taeho has plenty of opportunities to deal with Leaf's chamber. Leaf is going to find it not only tough to keep his trip alive, keep his teleport alive, and be able to find value, but he must find value. He looked like the best player in Americas over the course of Kickoff. Even better than Aspas, who is breaking kill records, I would say. Leaf was still having more impact, reading the game perfectly, dominating opponents, and he needs it here if they want that trophy.
It's got to rear its head. It's all well and good. Listen, nobody's quite hitting for G2. We need to see that step up across the board, but on an individual basis as well.
Cheers.
I suppose the cope would be we hadn't seen them play Split,
Sen
so
का
maybe
मैं
they
पे
were
से
always
हारने
bad
वाला
at
मेरे को
Split.
पता
But we have seen them play Pearl, and we know that while both of these squads are good, Sen at times have found it quite difficult to hold on.
थोड़ा fast forward करके
admittedly,
9-3 कर
I would
सकते
say
हैं
mostly on their defense side.
The wall spotted out early just from that drone. Seconds up close. Clone to lead the charge. He's up and over as well. On top of it, there's going to be thorns. Tower stuns offloaded. Everything collapsing and colliding into these players. And there's a full separation onto the site. It's just Sentinels left to look in dismay as they were dismantled.
अभी कॉर्पोरेट में घुसा हूँ तो
Sen's
वीकेंड
attacking
पे आपके
rounds,
वॉच
when they
पार्टी
do
के
these
बिना
BXX, have a
वीकेंड नहीं
couple of different
निकलता है
options,
आपके
and a lot of
डेटिंग
it comes
टिप्स
down
की
to where
वजह
they
से
want to
इतना
put
रात में
Zekken.
टुडे
Do
साथ
they
में
want to
लव
flash
यू
through
बंक्स
the
भाई
smoking?
भाई ये टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स बेस्ट है भाई क्यूटीज के बीच में बैठ के ना मेरे को 1000 रुपीज सुपर चैट किया अभी शाउट आउट के लिए समझ रहे तो क्यूटीज आर इम्प्रेस्ड लेकिन इसको ये नहीं मालूम जिसको सुपर चैट कर रहा है इज वेरी हरामी अनवे भाई योर सिस्टर्स अराउंड यू विल बी वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू प्लीज बहनों उसकी मेरे भाई का ख्याल रखना अच्छा दिल है
Control on the eco for them over towards A main. As we mentioned prior on Split, a lot of priority being placed in just trying to earn up these ults, especially that dimensional drift.
Sorry, Vinith bhai, sorry,
ways you can break through and try and increase the
Vinith bhai,
tempo,
sorry.
play a bit faster.
गलत shout out हो गया
Trent's one of those players where he's going to be using
thank
the
you for the
drone to be
membership.
clear through A main a ton, and so it is important from a macro sense that Sen push him back at the start of the round and force
Vinith
out
bhai
that
के बाद
drone
में जितने भी
re-clear
क्यूटीज
early,
हैं भाई
where
का
they
ख्याल
could
रखो
still be re-hitting. I think so far so good from John's IGLing. And it looks like this B setup's going to be tested again. Once more, Valin in backside.
इसके बाद नहीं आने वाला
What's the
सुपर चैट
option with Zekken?
बाद में मैं सोचता घर क्यों नहीं आ रहा
The
करके
Halls dive. Yeah.
वैलिन भाई चट को
See
आया
it, it's a TP, it's a flash. Almost perfect, but anti-flash released the dodge from Valen. It's
तुम्हारी
quick.
मर्जी।
Jonah P is happy to add that
सबको तो मत
extra
मारो
level of
लेकिन।
reinforcements once more to spike. Drop down to the middle of nowhere. It's an impossibility for John at this point. And Jonah P's going to step up. He's the one who needs the kills, but he'll be happy as well, just dying. His team can make sure to salvage some of that weaponry.
क्या पता बुला ले भाई सेन गुलशन
P and Valen have
के
held on to the
नाम
B side
से अगर आपकी कृपा हो
admirably.
तो
And 6 kills for Jonah.
सेन
As you said, puts
गुलशन
him one away from that steel garden.
एक बार आपका रैंक भी
Bonus
बता
round
दो
for G2 coming up.
हमारी कृपा
Valen
से
did a great job of being able to hold on to this. Is he going to be able to do the same when Zekken has a rifle in hand?
Spike down B. One.
भाई मैं
John's
कभी
called
कभी
for some
नींद से
aiming
उठकर
control at the start of this as we
पिंकी
get
को
back
देख
into the
के
third round
ऐसा
here. This is the
लगता है कि
anti-bonus for
कैसे सेट हो गए
Sentinels.
पहली
Looking to
बात
try to
बहुत
push
सही
Trent
के
back.
अकेले
And the vice setup has
नींद से
swapped.
उठकर पिंकी को काहे देख रहे हो
Hell amount of damage early off the rip.
लेकिन that was my heart I have very pure heart यार मैं
Out of minds of these SEN
दिल
players.
से हरामी हूँ
Oh, they're going to be full speed ahead. Second TP'd already. In that
गुलशन
default
भाई
spot.
ज्यादा एक्साइटेड मत होना
There's
दिल
something
से
his way
बोला
in through the back. This is a nice play indeed. Still
हरामी हूँ
down
पे
on a
फोकस
single.
करो
They're just
ठीक
going
है
to regen and back up unalive. G2 trying to opt into the retake, making sure that they hold on to control towards the back and Art. To be able to put the squeeze down onto these Sentinels players.
अरे
Super second this low flash through and around.
Peekaboo.
Cuts up to the corner. Narray not expecting it. Still off to the
Ahila.
side. The players are lining
अंदर के
themselves
मार
up
रहा है
now. Ready for the taking. It's a 2v2 at that. Slipping around.
प्लास्टिक
to the
रैंक
corners,
जाएगा
1v1.
जाएगा अगले साल तक जाएगा
Bang
मेरे साथ
versus Leaf. Sees his players, the position's
Bang
noted.
मारेगा
Bang out wide.
Bang मारेगा
Missing.
Bang मारेगा
Rattling. The leg fired off. And it's the right click that does it.
Leaf on the board and G2 with the round win. It's not pretty at the end there. But Leaf is using his movement quite well to bait out shots from Bang and secure the damage. Not necessarily the clean head on.
सच्ची बोलूं यही पावर से पिंकी पटी है मेरे हिसाब से हाँ क्योंकि जब भी मैं पहला उसको देखा था ना मैंने भी यही बोला था मेरे से नहीं पट सकती अब रियलाइज हो रहा है वेरी मच पॉसिबल हाँ
More the economy.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a bonus round from. Sorry, of course, it's a bonus
तभी
round
क्या
from
नॉलेज
G2.
नहीं था ना
It's
गलती
broken the
से
SEN
यूज
economy
हुआ
though
पावर
completely, hasn't it?
It's going to be flourishing in terms of that money, but so that ult earned all that prior work that was being put down by Sentinel. So Zekken cleared away, earned a bit of a path potentially for a win and a threat to get there. Oh, and he's going for it, man. I mean, that's just a clone into the face as well. Leaf was knife out there. I think Zekken just expected that he could potentially get that timing with the Bucky, but
It's one of those awkward situations where you turn around a corner and bump into somebody and you've thrown their handbag all over the floor.
योरू को
He
देखो
wasn't expecting to see someone.
I
मत
respect the
देखो योरू
play.
को मर गया
Really do at that. Hold on. Jorgamo's gone down.
ए मैं स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ यार
He was all the way into their
पहन
spawn.
चुद मैं पागल हो जाऊंगा
1 second, excuse me, but
माफ करो
Yeah, I
जाओ
don't-
मोबाइल
I mean, well, same for Jorg. I'm looking at the crosses on the map, and I'm like, wait a second.
The Yorus have swapped positions and died in enemy
I've got
spawns.
X-ray. My
Plus
brain's been
Messi
turned into a
लगता
pretzel.
वो।
It's like, well, how do these players feel?
Well, we're going to end up seeing Sentinels group up to try to make something happen on B.
वॉइस बैक कंफर्म जॉब लगेगा टेंशन मत
John was loving calling these splits through B
Membership भी
link
नहीं लिया
before,
आपने,
sending 3-4
confirm लगेगा।
players in.
My
Wow,
goodness!
completely catching Trent. Trent not normally going to go for that mid rotate. That was dangerous.
And the deep wall as well, critically. Peace of mind in terms of no one stepping over the line, but Jonah P goes up and over the top of it because time was
भाई
really
क्या
getting
हो
quite
गया
short.
दिल
Zelta's
से उसको
doing
भाई आज
his job and doing it well. Full defense across the board, making sure that every position is accounted for and the gun's being picked up as well. Inside the smoke, there's no stepping forwards into that. The domain of Bang. A thrifty win, exactly what the doctor ordered.
G2 got
प्रॉफिट
completely
ने अच्छी नहीं
flummoxed
लगी
there.
व्हाट्स योर
And I've got to
ओपिनियन
admit, so
मुझे
did
तो नहीं
I.
मिल रही
I
कैसे भी
mean,
लगती
look
थी
at-
आपने को क्या
This is how we open the
हम तो
round.
उठाने वाले
Then Jorgamo throws his life away in a 5v4 advantage situation.
What happened with Jorg?
नहीं अपना रीजन है
And G2
गेम देखने का मस्त
getting caught on the rotate.
Good job.
Maybe trying to deny info away from the vice wall. They just got completely caught out by giving
चाय
the whole
बनाने में
middle
क्या
of the
क्या
map
डालते
to
हो अच्छी
Sen.
चाय बनाने को कोई टिप्स दो कैप्सिकम
And you think that, wouldn't really be
Ada
as much of a
panda.
problem for G2 running this double Sentinel comp.
और
Around information that they can have to work
लवड़ा
with here,
लहसुन
but
में से सिर्फ लहसुन
Thing is in the hands of a few of these G2 players. They've got a lot to try and push back now. There's a ton of util waiting, but an Armageddon time being taken. Knives out, just trying to evacuate and clears the way. SEN.
और थोड़ा coffee confuse करने के लिए.
Percolate.
Wow.
Slows down the approach.
This is a big investment from Jorgamo.
He's committing it.
भाई वो ही मेरे को लग रहा है. कौन है वो रेड वाला? एमआर करके जाता था. क्वेश्चन पूछने पे.
Not enough to spray it down. Just collapsing onto players. The attempt by G2 with that retake. And Leaf is late to the party. Late to the party in the second round now. Earned up.
मेरी मेंबरशिप मिस हुई
Really
किधर?
questionable
मानस बताएंगे
decision
वो
by
तो मेंबरशिप
G2
मेरी
to
जान
even
के
be
टोटे.
investing the ult in the first place. And then Jorg throwing good money after bad feels like because he's popped the ult, he's got to find a pick out the
ये
back
का
of
मैच
it.
कभी है
I was
अगले साल
hoping that he could find the timing
अभी.
as the plant was going down and it looked like there wasn't too much support on site.
आज गया मैं देखो आखिरी एनएस स्ट्रीम में
Weird
तूफानी.
one, a wild one. But G2 are now going to have weapons back.
Good morning दर्शन भाई.
And technically, G2 are still in the lead, but these last couple of rounds are not looking good. Leaf now with an operator. Looking to take a
लेट
pick
नाइट
through
स्ट्रीम
mid.
कैसे होती है? ये होता है जब इंसान 2 दिन में पूरा मिला के 48 आवर्स में 5 घंटे सोता है ना, यही हालत होती है.
The expectation is there, not quite. SEN.
चल एटलीस्ट वो लोग को मालूम पड़ा ऑफ है.
Walk straight back into that line of side angle. Leaf reposted TP's back as well. There's a bit of a skirmish occurring here as well. Bullets fired off. A main being contested. A prowler just to make sure you can clear out that trip. It's been a problem. And they're going to play a slower game and a slower round. That's the Phantom in hands, and bang, doesn't push his way back and away from this angle. Anticipating the re-peek.
Double missed shots there from Leaf and a really difficult shot to hit the second one.
भाई बहुत फ्री फायर दे रहे हैं लोग.
This is G2's defense getting picked to pieces.
हाँ,
Tapestry just
jump
unraveling before our eyes and leaves it just to the three of them. Valin has to go re-exploring, but dangerous spot to do it as well.
3-3.
Three G2 players whiffing on defensive lines here
Precision
to
की
open up the map
किस्मत खराब है
completely
यहाँ
for
पे.
Sentinels.
तब से अपन सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कुछ गलत हो
There's
रहा
no
है.
polite way to say it, but listen, maybe Trent can be that savior.
Oh, he's got it.
इसको लगा एक और शॉट डट आएगा था ही नहीं. लॉल ड्यूड्स हो गया उसके साथ.
He's made it more winnable. It's a 2v2 now.
They saw Bang earlier on in A main, so
धीरज.
Jonah is being very thorough with the
Thank you for the
clearance here
membership.
through mid.
There's the potential for the timing as well.
दो स्लो है इसके
Not
पास.
wrong for Sentinels, but Jonah P onto that angle, bang, somehow wins that fight out. Steps it up. Cosmic Divide going to be hard committed, and Trent just can't get into the timing fast enough.
खेल तो रहा
Even
है.
when things start to go a little bit wrong, the clutch
Lead
potential
room
shows
operator
up maybe for G2.
लेना
Doesn't
वर्थ इट है.
matter.
पहले 150 का मेंबरशिप लो जो सबसे ज्यादा वर्थ इट है.
Zero hesitation from these SEN players, and a timeout has been forced out of G2.
Josh RT has got to get in the ear of the G2 players right now because they're
अच्छा
not playing up to scratch. If they want a chance of being able to lift a trophy, you've got to be seeing better stuff out of them than this. Trent does admirably in this spot. I mean,
सब लोग खेल
no
रहे
qualms with what he's
थे
doing here. But to lose Jorgamo and then Valin both taking those fights over towards B-Link without it being some big set take. I mean, it was just Narrate poking his nose in, wondering if he could get a free fight. And he did.
आपके वजह से
3
3:30 तक पढ़ाई किया
Leaf
ताकि
as well,
वॉच
in
पार्टी
spots
मिस
where
ना हो.
you're
लव
usually
यू अरे
dominating.
भाई.
Yes, he got the opener against Second.
देखो मैं क्या
Got
लैंग्वेज है.
shoved off the A line by, again, just a solo player of Bang.
It's insane.
Exploring.
I mean, listen, if there's one word to describe this series so far, it's just
मैं
disrespect.
कौन से सच मेरे रास्ते
SEN
पूछ रहा हूँ.
are taking liberties, man. Bang, like you mentioned, he solo lurks through A. Plenty of opportunities for G2 to coordinate a double peek together to clear it. Player back side, Leaf going for the never swing, but it's all individual.
It is. I mean, I think they were trying to hope that Bang would be focused on the player backside when Leaf
Binks
took
भाई
his
Atlas और
timing with the
Immortal
operator.
आ गया.
But
इसका
the
हेड दो.
Sentinels
मैं
players
कुछ
have
नहीं
got great
पहुंचा अभी.
awareness today and
देखो मैं आ रहा
confidence.
हूँ
They're not
1%.
getting scared
Yeah.
to take fights, and I think that helps when
भाई
you just
USA से
blasted
super chat
G2
नहीं हो रहा.
13-4 on map 1.
भाई कोई है मेरे यूएसए के फ्रेंड्स? प्लीज इसको बताओ कैसे करने का है. समझ रहे हो? एड रेवेन्यू ऑफ $1 तो आए पैच. यूएसए फ्रेंड्स, कम ऑन.
And that's what Kaplan's been looking for, waiting for.
Return to some of the top peaks in form that have been showcased. It's a blind, you hear the drone as well. Has to be respect on either side here. So G2, it was a very forward approach.
It's a nice idea actually from G2.
ये जीतने के बाद इन-गेम टाइटन
Focus
मिलेगा
on
नहीं.
Leaf. Leaf
I think
teleports away, and
मास्टर्स
then
या चैंप
actually
जीतने के बाद
he
मिलेगा.
was baiting all along for Jorgamo, but SEN cleared it with a flash and a drone.
Best mouse
really
recommend
good
करो.
awareness from Sen
चार
to
है मेरे पास.
defuse that trap.
3 spare पड़ा हुआ.
And now you look at the A side, it is theirs for the
जैसे
taking.
खराब होएगा यहाँ से बाहर फेंक
Well,
देंगे.
heavy
Spare ले
emphasis with
लेंगे.
bodies of G2, making sure that they can hold down B long. They've got
Sumak, thank you for the
very
$1
little
मेरी जान
in terms of
कर
the way
day.
of information.
Thank you for the $2.
In theory, coming into this
Thank you
game,
for 10 भाई.
G2
मैंने code
more
crack
time
कर
to
दिया.
prep, VODs to watch.
मैंने code crack कर दिया.
You think
Shankar, thank you for the $10 यार.
coming out with the answer,
Gerard,
but
thank you for
Sen
the
have had
$2.
such
मेरा
great
birthday
awareness
आज.
of
Come
what
on, let's
G2's
go.
tricks are.
Look at this from Sentinels, man. You're up against Stingers, and yet you're still opting in to the close quarters fight as well. Just ripping them to shreds! It's relentless! They're not stepping back.
Excuse me?
Not giving G2 even a chance for a weakness that they can potentially capitalize off, and an ace. Possibilities opened up. Second could go for it, flash into the face. They know that leaps up onto the site, and he's lurking, creeping, crawling behind. There's a Prowler to deal with. Every single angle.
They're giving it a
Slow.
second.
अरे ऐसा होता है. Thank you for the $2 अरे भाई.
Staring at each other.
बंक्स भाई मेरे से सुपर चैट हो रहा है लेकिन $10 के ऊपर वाला सुपर चैट नहीं हो रहा. शिट. ये प्रॉब्लम कैसे सॉल्व करना पता नहीं. यूएसए फ्रेंड्स कम आउट.
In fact,
Wins by
arguably a
late
bit
night
overconfident in these
WFH
spots.
with your
Every
stream
time they've been
fun
up
like
against a G2
WFH
eco,
क्या है?
they actually push forwards, take the aggro, take the risk. That can be dangerous.
अभी
It can
YouTube
cause you
खोलता हूँ
to
लाइव
get
दिख
eco
जाता है.
and
Love you
lose your
my
momentum,
bye.
but it is consistently catching G2 off guard because it's not what they're expecting.
No,
Work
the
from
expected
home
play is
आइचा
what
गावात.
G2 live and breathe.
भाई मैंने आज तक नहीं एक्सपीरियंस किया वर्क फ्रॉम होम.
High risk, high reward plays are just working out over and over and over again. And Sen
ट्रेन से
acting
जाता था
like
जॉब
this.
करने. 1
Tejo
घंटा
John
ट्रैवल
completely
आगे
cleared
1 घंटा
B-Long.
ट्रैवल
I
पीछे.
mean, utterly cleared B-Long.
सुबह
So they're not
5-6
worried about
बजे
the
पहुंचता
operator
था
being
जॉब
there.
के
They
लिए.
know
रात को
that
11 बजे
somewhere
निकलता था.
around mid, but
Okay.
Narray believes in his haunt maybe a little too much. Although that was going towards Art. Maybe just getting in position for a Prowler.
First kill for G2. It's been a while.
Apex, thank you for the
Potentially
continued
had
Australian
that first kill
$1.
advantage. It's a 5v4 now that they
Happy birthday,
don't
Bugs
want to
Bye.
let
Love you,
slip when the
Kev, bye.
momentum has been on the side of Sentinels the last few rounds. Here, Dimensional Drift now committed. Zeka
अभी क्या कर रहे हो?
himself
इसको
his
मैं
way
वर्क
towards
कैसा
it.
नहीं
He's picking out
समझता
these
ना.
players' positions, and he knows exactly where they are. Flash, just to make it awkward, just to make it tricky. Salvos,
Thank you,
again,
Nikonj.
pushed forwards. It's out of the frying pan into the fire.
1.5 घंटा
Triple
लगा.
attempt to return it.
भाई Zekken
Does
मूड
drop
में है.
second.
Bang
Flash,
is very
not
alone.
quite dodge. Bang
Very
is
dodge,
super
yeah.
alone right now. Sidestep towards it. Backup arriving. G2 doing damage. Weakened it up.
Oh.
He's having a sidestep this with a Hunter's
जब
Fury
लगने
up
पर
in his
चैट
face,
लाल होगा.
doesn't
डन सिन आरफ भाई.
T
डन
ahead of
सिन.
it. Thorns buying that space, buying that timing. Dart broken and dealt with. Cuts it up close here. It's going to come down to the gunfights. And the discipline of G2 needs to reign supreme. They can't take these individuality. They do it. It's a high-low setup and swinging right through and just not set up for that
Plant
refight.
भूल गया लगता
Not
है.
with the wall in your face, not with the thorns at your feet, just kind of
Plant
working
भूल
against
गया.
him there. So G2, they answer back, they get that fourth,
संस्कार
they're
thank you
gonna
for
make
the
it even in this
179 मेरी
map.
जान बंकू भगवान की कृपा से
better round.
me too not single now.
Sen
हाँ?
taking risks. Not quite managing to pay off.
Congratulations खुश
We're
रखना
looking
मेरी
for this
जान को.
aggression from Bang to deliver results. And instead, it's one where it flies back in their face and Sen end up looking a little separated.
बस भाई जी का ग्रुप देखा.
He picks up the operator
क्यों
again.
देखा वो प्रॉब्लम है.
Swapping things around, a deeper trademark placement. Normally sitting that one a
नहीं
little more
देखता थोड़े होप
passively.
रहते.
This time pushing it up so that Sen
BP
can't
में जॉब करता
explode
था
with
बट
Vice Ultimate and
मैं
A-Split.
एक शिपिंग कंपनी में काम करता था.
He's got a rendezvous
Back
just
end.
set in towards the back of Link.
He's looking for Narrate again, basically.
Yeah, potential to go for the P, but he did that last round, so he doesn't want to be too predictable. Needs to mix it up. Sen though, all eyes towards mid.
Epic Lloyd.
Taking our control. Fowler spots it out, so they know exactly where that operator is going to be lying.
Good
Good
tick,
tag,
Carlo,
Zekken.
first
So want to try and take this fight. Looks likely they're going to be using Util on top of it and leave. He's just cycling through the weaponry.
Yeah, he was worried about that split
Like,
coming
some
through,
fight there,
through
eh,
mid and
इसको
around
देखो.
behind him.
बॉक्सिंग मैच जैसा
Pushing
लग रहा
Trent
है.
completely out through water
हराम
there.
मेरे तेरे
Made
बस
Leaf's
love you यार,
position
तेरे
look
वजह से
bad.
face पे
Now Jorg is the
smile
last
आती है.
hope for
Love
G2.
you
He's
यार,
got a
Chris
weird
भाई.
spot here in A main.
He has to dominate this fight. If he wins this one out,
कनाडा का नहीं बोल
he's
रहा था
the
मैं
A-main, he's
यूएस
not
का
going to
बोल
be
रहा
safe for
था.
once. He does win it out, so bang, drop. No more
आप
smokes as well
कहाँ
to play
से
around
फुकट
with.
में पिल गए.
We'll see if Sen have the protocols to try and reclear this one, but Dimensional Drift has earned
Import
up, so
content
Jordan
वाला
can get
देंगे.
out back to safety, spots him out, 2 through main, doesn't know where the last is, but Zelsis is a common position to play indeed. They've been watching the VODs, they're going to know he's around Art. Time dwindling though. It's running short. The longer they take, the more stall that Sen are going to be operating off of. Jordan, he's left with his head on the swivel. He knows that there's that potential for the refight, but you can already hear it ticking away with the spike in hand. Gunplay in order. And shots need to be fired. Bodies need to topple. G2 need to really win this one out. Defend that defuse that's really coming through. And Valin, his confidence fully into the rest of his team. They stick it out. And take the lead.
Neck to neck. Love it, Chris.
G2 are starting to find their rhythm here. These rounds resemble much more what was happening in G2 SEN the first time we saw these two teams play. On Pearl as well. Jorgamo dominating A main. Sen struggling with it a little. For example, with Bang getting caught. And the positioning in the post plant is very predictable. As you said, Zelsis is always going to be over towards Art.
Bro, these kids are playing so scrimmy, bro.
That's actually such a great comment, though, from Leaf, because it shows what we're talking about. They are taking risks where you wouldn't normally expect them to. But that point of view from Leaf might be one of the reasons. And listen, no disrespect to Leaf, he's been amazing. But he has been on a lot of teams that have choked their opportunities before in the past. Not just with G2, but also in the past with his Cloud9 teams. They've been known to drop out of playoff moments. And I think maybe some of that is not necessarily because G2 frees up in important games, but because they're not willing to go for the play, to take the risk, to make the big moment in the spot where it matters most.
Yeah, expecting almost like a gentleman's agreement. Going to play a fair, honest game of Valorant.
Or maybe
no
just
funny business.
Expecting the opponent to be scared of losing.
Right.
Because that's what makes the difference between a match and a scrim. Who cares if you lose it? People are running it down.
If you're losing, you're learning.
Right, but in a match, it actually does have weight. It has
Samarth bhai, thank you
so
for the 100
don't normally take risks that are going to devastate you if they don't work. Sen here today throwing caution to the wind, realizing they gotta go and make the play and play together.
The experience of having the wins in the past, something to draw on from prior experience. I mean, Sentinels have it.
130 finally.
Most of these players, if not all of them, know what it's like to win. Leaf being defended here. A lot of the util needs to be committed. Okay. Clone's going to be taking a bullet for a second, not slowing down on the slightest. Wants to try and take these angles back and away from them, but TP backs. Trying to set themselves up into a potential art split. In through A.
Trent going for the drone.
Armageddon. It's going to clear out most of the way into pit, but it pours and it pushes the players in forwards into it. That's a deep flash. Jorgamo wanted to take to fight straight to them, but players are ready for it. Even that flash was just slightly off and ajar. Yeah. Didn't quite get the value he was looking for here. Still, it's going to be darts and util ricocheting outwards. Finally dropped and dealt with. TP's on top of it. Everybody playing back and away now. Just using the salvos here to start. Recall. John lucky to cross and lucky to keep his life intact. His bullets flying down on top of him. Oh, not quite. That's going to be the steel guard.
That's going to help with the retake. They need the guns.
Almost certainly. Pushed back, just a pull. It's going to be minus time for them. Still, fight needs to be 1 out second. He's the one with the rifle swinging wide and around. And Sentinels maintain control and that composure.
Spicy challenge incoming.
Happy to lay down that pressure.
Zekken dodged it too, didn't he? Managed to dip out in A main and came back still with the Phantom in hand. But composure's a great word because G2 lost it there. That's a solo play from Jorgamo. It wasn't synced with Trent. Whether that's a comms issue, whether that's Jorg being too aggro, Trent being too passive, hard to say from the outside. But the flash didn't catch properly, and it wasn't coordinated. G2 on another eco. 5-5, but Sen very likely to be the winners of this half.
Money just rolling for them.
Is it attack sided or defense sided?
Eco push from G2 out towards mid. They're not shying away, making it known that they're taking that control, just rattling off the bullets, which the rate's going to be able to hit.
Haven't really seen any classic huge impact from
Leaf
pushing out on defense.
Out towards the B side.
Vinay, tag was 5.99. Love it to me.
Not sure if that was just not commed in order, but still, Sen are going to get easy and open access to this B site. There's no one holding to try and anchor.
There is no way
up onto the high ground by Jonah P, but they don't have the weaponry even to try and go for it.
0.0000%.
Relying on their util, relying on the better spam. Not caring about the smokes that are available from Valen.
It's fast from G2. Regain control towards backside, back halls. They know that there's going to be players. Corral pushed up into the corner. Leaf's going to be spotting at least a few of them. And, oh no, revealed and spammed out.
That's a revenge.
Fox, not a sufficient defense. And the rifles, as we said, happy to play into it here for Sentinels. They know they've got the util. And with that firepower advantage, it's just inevitability.
Jinx takes.
That B execute is one that was allowing G2 a couple of rounds at the beginning of this half. We saw them run it in round 1 and round 3, I believe. Or maybe round 1 and 2. And G2 easily held it with Valen and Jonah P. This time, Sen choose an anti-eco round to run it, where G2 are more likely to be stacked over towards A, over towards mid. John using that conditioning to find a bit of a free round. G2 would need to win this one just to tie things up here.
Here's a fast take out towards A. There's no pushback from G2, just a few shock darts.
The reaction, though, from mid, Leaf, Jorg walking up.
Back spotted just onto the shoulder. He's going to have to B-hop his way to safety and leave. This is disrespect. Fighting fire with fire. It's been a thorn in the sides for G2 consistently, but look at the awareness.
Yeah, they got the read. I was just saying, we hadn't seen Leaf pushing on defense very much. And there, the one round he does it, hearing both Bang and Zelsis run towards the rest of the team in A main, gets caught. At the same time, though, G2 have full knowledge that everyone on Sen is in that position. So now you see John, Bang, very cautious, extremely diligent reclear through mid, through spawn. Wondering if there could be another nipping at their heels. And Jonah, he's thinking about it, but at the moment he's just playing to contain and playing for sound, hoping he can hear them if they rotate back to B. Yeah. And it's allowing G2 to keep this triple stack on the A site. Danger not fully averted here through John's calling.
Sen going to be setting themselves up. There's no time for a pivot either. We're down to 30 seconds, roughly, when his hit might come through, but they're calling for contact. It's quiet. All for Sentinels, and they're hoping that somebody just opens themselves up, but that's going to be the call made. Forwards pressing the advantage that potentially they've got, but it is chaos all across the site. And Jorgamo, make sure to step into that smoke.
Fight on the flank.
Yeah, and this is going to be still with 12 seconds remaining. Jonah P, he's taking out Bang. Zelsis left in that impossible scenario. He's jumping around, he's leaping around. Util out into his hands, wins out the fight. And so 6-6.
Plan to kar de.
Ending the half with a bit of a whimper, but G2 will be so much happier about their performance there. It's still not what we've seen from them thus far in Kickoff, but more resistance shown. More rounds of this after they got the whole of a Sen. The whole split, sorry. Sen is still looking sharp.
Absolutely.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Smiles on their faces, and G2 has got to be the long con when you're looking at the best of fives. Now, Riv is standing by currently with 2 struggling streamers in desperate need of some subs. Can we get any tier 3?
We are back here in the streamer booth, and I'm joined again by Tarek and this time Masayoshi. A little bit better of a game here, Masa. I'm going to come to you first. How are you feeling about the game? How's Sen looking so far? What do you think the outcome's going to be?
Dude, they're looking collective. They're like one unit right now. Honestly, I think we're going to have a great BO5 on our hands. Yeah.
All right, Tarek, talk to me about what Zelsis is kind of making you feel right now. This guy is just popping off.
Oh, he's giving me feelings that I haven't felt in a long time. Honestly, I'm proud of him more than anything. I don't know what he's changed up in his game or his routine, but he's just really sharp right now, and it's impressive because he always shows up when the pressure's on. So big shout out to Zelsis. He's that guy. So round of applause for him.
And Masa, maybe your first time, I'm not sure, I can't remember, but are you enjoying it? How is it?
Dude, it's been amazing. The energy's great. From both sides of the team, loving it. Yeah, it's a great time.
Heck yeah. Tarek, yesterday I talked to Rob for a moment, and I just want to kind of get some clearance on this. You also said you may not come today, but you still came today, and things seem to be going all right. You know, is that aura not there? Are the planets aligning for you now? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think I'm a jinx. That's the problem, and that might be the problem actually. No, but it's the grand finals, and we've already qualified for Bangkok, and I wanted to be here to support the team, so that's why I came out.
Your match
but I'm
prediction?
they can keep up this form, so let's see it.
Are you going to be going to Bangkok?
I will be at Bangkok. I will be. Yeah. So
he's going to be. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Masayoshi. Any last words?
Go Sen.
There it is. Go Sen. Let's go right back to the casters and see what they have to say about the game.
अरे के साइड
So
पर
tragic
के
what we're
व्यूअर्स
going to be
है
doing to Masayoshi
भाई
after this.
मेहनत है
Any
भाई
last words? Caught on
वो
camera
प्लेयर
there.
रह चुका है
Yeah.
उसके फ्रेंड्स
about to
सारे बड़े
execute him off
हैं
camera.
बंदा बढ़िया है
All right, 6-6 going into it here. I'm really glad that Tarek's brought up Zelsis as a focal point, because in the previous game that we were watching of G2 playing against San on Pearl, Zelsis was that weak point. He was actually getting abused playing this B-link position. But yeah, I don't know if he ate his Weetabix or if he's been taking the cold showers or whatever it is to get ready for this game. But we'll let Tarek do the investigative journalism on that, and for us, just witness the difference.
Stepping forwards, hold on. Only the one reveal. Shock darts to try and push these players back, but they are caught into the corner. G2, that's an emergency evacuation with the Thorns to try and help it.
The reaction over towards B, though. Realizing that A main is pushed, B should be weak.
Fast catches, that's information. Celsius setting that one off, but still the committal into the site. G2, you can hear it now, the rumble of the footsteps. John QT, get the salvos primed, but it's not something you can really use off just the sound cue to try and deny the plan. They're a bit too slow for that.
Activity in the post plan, good to see from G2. They got red last time by Sentinels on split.
It's all about catching that play right there, so Celsius taking out this lane position. A lot of control for G2, and the flashes are beautiful on that. They're meeting them pound for pound with these pistols in hand. Shock darts rebounding. Cacophony of util. And John is left to pick up those pieces, see if he can forge a path to victory into this pistol, but he knows he's got a lot to do. And a lot to account for. Leaf making sure that he holds down, lays claim to that angle. And G2 with a pistol, so up to 7. It's a narrow lead at that, but they're going to want to keep it going.
The early pressure from Sen through A main almost got a kill, I want to say. But Valen made the right call to try to react into B, and then that post-plant aggression. It's all about anticipating it. On split,
Nice, boys.
Sen had exactly the read on where G2 were going to go. They knew every time, okay, if they're going A, they're going to plant for heaven. We need to be stopping them from doing that. This time it looked like Zelsis got caught out a little bit in that spot. Not quite expecting G2 to go re-exploring B-Link.
G2 का है.
Salvos onto the ang. I mean, Leaf, only danger of losing the ghost here, but just looking to try and contain, because again, the game plan hasn't changed for Sentinels when they're on these ecos, but it does open up the entirety of the A site, so we're going to be looking at a pretty standard round.
It's very difficult to push mid against G2's composition. You can see Leaf
Leaf
playing around his own vice wall there, but he also puts the trademark on the opposite side too, so if you're pushing on defense through mid, you can't really go anywhere without giving away exactly what you're up to. So Sen, I think, are going to have to be playing really clean retake style, or early fighting towards A and B main.
Might be able to cook up a kill or two. These players are hyper pushed up and pressured into the corners here, but, well, with that many bodies and a weaponry differential, it's almost inevitable.
Usually, you're going to see teams trying to die to spike in that spot so that they don't feed the ults.
Celsius is desperate for one man.
And look, they have fed the ults. Jorg and Jonah P are getting pretty close, and those are probably your two best ultimates for winning attack side rounds. Jorg is only one away. So do Sentinels now want to fight for an ult orb? Do they think, all right, Jorg is probably going to be fighting for A main ult orb. Should we set up a trap play over there? You can't fight for them both. So there's a little bit of a risk, a gamble involved.
वो लेकिन एक्चुअल में पॉइंटलेस है
टीम करना
क्योंकि
DRX clean जितना
does look like they want to brawl in A main.
Clean threes.
The stars already laid down.
Jorgamo not necessarily with them.
Now they're going to see that early util being used. In fact, Jorg's making his way over towards Art and mid. Ping's being sent. It's going to be deep dart and a clone on top of it. Taking control of the middle of the map. That's going to be confusion. Adding some question marks to the backs of the minds of these SEN players, wondering where these players could be from G2. It's a deep TP. It's going straight into the side as well, and Jorgamo might be looking for a cheeky kill. So John is quite aware of it, but ran down in the end.
A main though.
Yeah, they're not having control of this one. Binks will cut to the corner, and this could be the difference. The playmaker, he's got to worry about being pressured on multiple fronts, but just backs himself, and if he plays his life, the longer and the more winnable it gets for Sentinels. G2, got to be really worried about this one, just missing these timings. 2 outlaw bullets, no fruition. And getting a move on, a tap and a plant, and they're backing away straight to mid, but Bang knows all at this point.
Can
Gets the
Zelsis
read.
get there in
These are
time?
like
If
position
Zelsis runs,
actually.
they'll hear him and they'll know where to anticipate him. So he's got to take the slower timing, which probably allows Val in the plant.
भाई बोला यार.
Zelsis is going to be deading those thorns, but all deaded. G2 not giving up the sight though. Everybody grouped up towards it. And that flash drops down, but G2, it's not quite made for the retake there. Bang's forced to just save, scurry away to rifle for a rainy day, which is going to be next round.
G2 baited out the wall in that position, and it kind of makes it think like G2 are trying to play off-site, and some of them might have been split up. And instead, all three of them are just crouched in front of the wall, waiting to punish Zelsis. This round definitely got tricky. G2 are leaving it completely up to Trent with his drone, with his recon, to try to clear A main alone, which means he has to play so safe. And this round, they actually ended up clearing A main by going through the site and then back into A main, backwards on themselves.
Yeah.
So, awkward, and it might give Sen the idea that fighting for A main actually is the right choice.
ये map पे defense NH के sense से रुको जरा उनका map है.
Not get much easier though for Sentinels at this point because bonus round conversion of G2.
Wait and watch.
Yeah, G2 are fully back into this.
बहुत हंस रहा
Dimensional
है.
drift for Jorgamo to play with.
You do not want to allow G2 an opportunity to feel like they're back in the game. You caught them off at the beginning. You hit them with a big punch. They were reeling. They didn't look like their mental was in it either. And now Sen have let off the pressure a little.
This respect being showcased. I mean, you can see it. Weaker weapons by Sen, but still offloaded towards these ultimates, and a lot of emphasis being placed. They've got to win out this A main fight as well. There's flashes at their feet, and the TP is forced out, so they've cleared out A main. No worries here for G2, but players getting a bit of a move on. Sentinels looking to try and see if they can shore up the defense over towards A, but it's pulled them away, and they've lost information across the map at the same time.
One of the things that John was doing so well on defense split was recognizing when G2 were going for fast hits and full gamble rotating.
good night बोल के आपकी stream देखता हूँ. Love you यार.
I think again here they were expecting Jorg's Yoruult to be the signal for a fast A execute. And now they're forced to go and re-explore and look for info.
I do like these moves being made.
Heaven में दोनों smoke करेगा तो City और Heaven दोनों smoke हो जाता. और एक Heaven smoke करेगा और एक Bleeding
towards A.
They've got a nice timing on Narrate. He just used a haunt to clear B long. G2 have heard that, seen that. Now they can just walk up, knowing that Sen are pretty much relying on Util to get info here rather than bodies and guns.
Now they can start the mass migration. Jorgamo's the one with the plan. Place down, salvos. Oh my goodness, he is in a very tight spot. Between a rock and a hard place. Some might say still his team is willing to bail him out. Make sure they've got that gunplay happening, working. There's only 12 seconds left, and you've got to try and stick this at some point here to seize. Hard committed, and the guns, they're just not there for Sen. They can't try and play fast and loose into this one, but maybe Zelsis from behind.
With the Sen bundle.
But they're aware of it. They spot him out as the rifles making sure they've got that swift dismissal. Full side control. I know exactly where John is and where he's going to be trying to play towards. It's 10-6. G2, more than a string of rounds.
If there were guns online in this round, I think Sen would have made that very dangerous if not been able to take it. But G2 were allowed the opportunity to play slow, play scrappy, because any of these long-range fights are just destined to go the way of G2 with their rifles. Kaplan's called a tactical timeout. He wants to reassess what's going on. They've lost 4 rounds at the beginning here of Pearl. It's actually quite early to go for a tac timeout. I know it's 10-6, and if G2 start getting more and more rounds on the board, it could almost be game over, but you haven't even really seen a rifle round here. So there's not too much tactically to discuss. There's a little bit, though. One of the things might be to focus pretty heavy on A main control. You could try to tuck Zekken into that spot. One of the things might be to avoid areas where Jonah P can get value out of the Vice ultimate, because that's something G2 are surely going to be using in round 17 here.
And I think as well, all the more likely as well. It's just that
G2 जीतेगा एक और tweet
they
आएगा
are
देखना.
scraping the bottom of the barrel with their buy, their money and economy is going to be plummeting if they end up losing this one, despite the loser's advantage or loser's bonus that they have just from losing the rounds. 4 so far. G2.
Yes sir.
If they win this one,
Guys,
they're going to be punching Sen down. It is that must win. Like you said, it's not too much in terms of
Next life
tactics.
में मैं esports player पे.
It's only been just really the
एक
one
चीज
rifle
तो मैं
round
सीख
being
लिया.
played, but Cap could call a little bit of a set play, maybe see if they can get an early advantage. It's one thing you can do on the backside of this.
I mean, I think the adjustment, just looking at the minimap here for Sentinels, is going to be to have Zekken set up early with Astra and Teho utility to lock down B long.
खेल के पता चलता
Look
है
here,
मानो.
he's got 30 seconds off the back of this gate crash to play aggressive B long, and then he's got another one, so a minute on the clock where he can lock down B alone.
G2 are making moves.
He's going to be under pressure here because this is a B split.
It is. No one's really going to try and watch his back in. Forced to go back into a defensive position. He's postured away from the angle. G2 have lane control through main. So Steel Gardner's going to be getting a ton of useful not just information. I mean, Zekken just pushed out into the open. Perfect timing with the peek from Leaf.
They knew it left a little gap there, and he covered it with the op. It's so good from G2.
God.
A plant down on top of it.
Halls is about to get annihilated with Teho util.
And here it is. Salvos. You've pushed G2 forwards, but they're backing away. They're saving.
They're saving! 4v5 on B, allowing G2 to get up to 11 in that spot. I mean, we very rarely see big saves like this. Yeah. The strat worked perfectly for G2 coming out of this. We've got enough time with the save to watch it all in slow-mo. G2 are not even thinking about going hunting for guns yet. They're like, all right, now surely the retake's coming through at some point, right?
It's a really hard spot the center have just been pushed into because of what we were talking about during the timeout. Because of how important the guns are.
Yeah, their economy is in tatters. It's, what, your chances of winning a 4v5 retake in a spot like that, probably about 20%, maybe less.
Yeah.
So...
Cute.
Yeah, probably less. Probably more like 15 if you're looking at the numbers. So...
starting it this match जीत गया तो best of 5 थोड़ी ना होगा फिर.
But this match so far has been defined by Sen taking those
पहला
risks
team
and being
जीता,
rewarded
वो जीता.
for it. And now you're giving the game to G2 a little. No room for error here.
It's 5 in a row for G2.
Upper bracket final, best of 3, lower bracket.
Looking to make it 6.
Excellent logic.
Stepping forwards.
ये कौन
It's a
बोला
flash
ये
in the
BO3
dark. It's
है?
going to clear the way over towards A main.
इसमें valorant आपको देख के खेलना और देख के सीखा मेरे हिसाब से
Making it feel like they're trying to go for an AX second. It's pulling players away from them, and it is essentially looking like a bang.
Love you, goodbye.
A bit of spam, making sure to lock down that spot position. It's just the one choke point to worry about. There's that late lurk from Leaf, which could be a bit of a problem, but now Sen are using a drone, just trying to clear this one out, and they just see Leaf, so they know
other team can talk during timeout.
Potential to catch these players. Valorant's just spraying down, committing into rifle play. Jonah P hard committing. He's going to be stepping up onto the site now. Wincon's needed for G2 here. Sees at the feet. He's going to be locking it down. On top of it, there's going to be smokes in the face. A cosmic divide. Pure chaos. And not a lot to play with. Trent still sticking. Nothing from Sentinels to push this one back, but they're happy to wait it out. Zekken, he's got a dimensional drift for this retake. He's going to be joining his team momentarily as soon as this cosmic divide dissipates.
This is going to be a late retake attempt because Zekken was so far away.
Time to turn up the tempo. Jonah P, did he make a sound cue here? He has to be potentially that knife in the back, but no. Reveals it early, just gets the one before the trade comes through. Leaf watching up and over the angle. Flash is not doing too much at all. Zekken, Shorty knocks him down. 4 bullets left. Unbelievable.
God.
Superstar performance from Zekken. Hits the Red Bull clutch in a spot that you should never see somebody win. They had to wait for him to go all the way, marching from B to A, rips the dimensional drift and somehow takes it. What was this? He used 3 different weapons for the 3 different kills. But the shot on Leaf is spectacular. It's a pre-fire, anticipating that peek through. What a hero. What a hero when Sen needed it. They would have been out of the game.
Truly. They truly would have. Let's put the op into Zekken's hands. Adds a bit of extra bite to the defense. Got to deal with that util though. That's going to be spotting it out. Flash up and over the top. Jorgamo, do you dare step over this? Sees, don't think that connected.
Love is
going to be spamming around to the corners. into the common positions in case there are some Sentinel players lurking around. John with the reclear now, getting the drone in, but this
Zekken fighting Trent over towards A main.
Yeah, fluidity from Sentinels, trying to make a go of it, just barely a shoulder to the jiggle. But a shot missed, nevertheless. Thorns at the feet of the G2 players, they're just going for a bit of a peek.
Bold, very bold.
Leaves it to the 4v4.
No util, no double swing.
That was the
Is Zelsis
timeout
gonna
for
go for a
the
jump
team.
up here?
40 seconds left.
लेकिन बात दोनों
Zelsis could be that playmaker, tucked to the corner into this spot.
He's in a tough position because
wall's
they've given
gonna
up
give
the whole of B-Link.
The wall's going to give him a gap to play in, though.
Advantage है
They
कि
trigger this.
team हार रहे थे तब
Put it
लेता
up.
है
It's
टाइम
going towards his side. Starts
जीतने वाला
down.
टीम क्या
Dodge
बोलेगा
the flash.
टीम के साथ भाई
Shots
क्या
flying
जीत रहा
forwards,
वन
but the
साइड
Thorn's
मजा आ
still
गया
dead anyway.
बड़ा मौका दे
That
चलो
dart is inside the smoke. They are unaware of this, and here's that corner! And the collapse from Sentinels. Put him in the
ये
vice
जाएगा
grip.
ओटी
Jorgamo left to do a lot from this
Jan.
spot. It's only 9 seconds remaining. The
कैट
tap,
मिस कौन सा वाला
but it's discipline now in from Sen, and they realise that they've won it. That was just bang securing the round.
There was a couple milliseconds there, honestly, where Jorg might have been able to get the spike down, but chooses to play for the attack side op instead.
लाइक करो वरना तुम लोग बॉट
11-8. G2 take a tactical timeout here. And Sen, they've got themselves back into it. It was looking absolutely dire, but with 2 big rounds. I mean, especially from Zekken, the one prior that we watched, the 1v3.
तो ते कब वो
They've
प्लीज
managed
बता
to
दो
cut the gap.
मैं फ्यूचर से
In that round as well, so one of the big adjustments coming out of the tactical timeout that Kaplan
मेरे को
took,
पता है
going
ये
into
game
round
close
17,
जाने वाला है
was that they wanted Zekken to fight for extremities more. They had 2 rounds where Zekken pushed up deep on B and had to teleport away to halls. And in this last one, Zekken was part of like the skirmish, let's say, over towards Art, and then went on a re-clear to try to fight Trent. And that means it's not so much that people are dying in A main for G2, but G2 are not controlling A main at any point. And that makes A splits really difficult. It almost takes them off the table. Good luck running an A split if you know, if you're going to be running into Zekken in that area. So that's one of the things that I think Josh RT will be assessing. Is it worth it
is Batman
to be trying to invest more resources over towards A, or should we just assume that Sen are leaving B quite weak and start trying to find Zelsis?
Technically, 2 round back to back जीत गया तो 11-11 वाला scene है
now. As you mentioned, just trying to piece together way to work around what Zekken has been doing, his adjustments himself. He's still got the operator in hand. He's probably not going to be meeting too many players, but you never know. Bit of presence from mid, but for G2 here and now, it's drone sent out, flying forwards towards B. The goal might be to try and spot the operator. Does clear it out close.
This to me looks like they're going to try to push back Zekken if he is over towards B, and then go for an A re-clear. I don't know if we're going to see them go straight into a B split though, perhaps. Malin and Jonah are drifting back towards the middle of the map. But it's a B-leaning default anyway, whereas usually they've been going towards Art or B-Link.
Yeah.
So Josh has adjusted something. Yeah, it is going to be that late round, mid-round kind of re-clear towards A main. And I think they'll be expecting to meet Zekken here. It would be most standard, but Naraid's just given away that it's the Fade covering this spot now.
It just needed the mid-round info with that Prowler.
Thank you, Gulshan.
He can't fight it as well as Zekken would be able to. Fade doesn't have the ability to teleport out.
Looks like he's still going to square up. Just jiggling. A few bullets laid off, and he does have the knife full as well to try and help him out. Decay kicking in, but not enough to stop those bullets. Trent, full speed ahead. Now he's getting a move on it. Quick tap, seeing if there is that response. Can't quite.
Long time after, good morning.
Holding down some of this ground.
Thank you for
it's
the
critical for the Sen retake occurring here, and for G2, they're looking to take it one step further. They've lurked their way all the way through, in through the back. There's a slight gap into the window, but it's been watched for. Shorties! My God, just finding the cranium, and Jorgamo just backs himself in through main. The 2v4 in the blink of an eye with the Hunter's Fury at that. Tail end of it, getting that damage, flash through into the smoke. There's no respite. It's 12 rounds out for G2. And 4 chances for
सबको
Sen
thank
to
you
try
बोलो
and
मुझे नहीं
claim
बोला
OT.
thank you pasta जी thank you
Lovely value coming out of the back of the tactical timeout from
वापस
Josh RT.
retirement हो जाना
I really like that
मैं नहीं
V-leaning default into the A main reclear. Don't quite understand what Narrate was thinking, holding his space there.
Time for map
Throwing out the
3.
nightfall is fine, but you got to play behind cover and wait for your teammates to play in. He just tried the wide swing.
It's okay.
G2 slow, controlled, getting their heads back into the game, making
Down
sure they
again,
prioritize those
yeah.
fundamentals. And now they're on that point.
This is where it's going to get just the utmost difficulty for Sentinels to try and hold this one back. Dimensional Drift, Jorgamo is going to grab that information once more. It's going to be using it to see if he can set the path and clear the way. They know the wall's not quite there. Jorgamo knives out, just trying to bait that fight out. Still Jorgamo, how is he getting the one before the trade comes through? Shorty's out, and the players are just flooding their way back in. This is desperation from Sentinels, but is it going to be enough? Not quite. G2, they even up that scoreline. It's 1-1 in the max. And Valen just testing the crowd, arms up in the sky. Got a long way yet to go with his best of 5.
In theory, Sentinels map pick, but in a series like this where G2 had double map elimination, not sure how much you can really play into that fact. G2 though look like they're back in terms of that team coordination and confidence in terms of the plays that they're taking too. Was it the cleanest map we've ever seen from them? Not necessarily, but it's a good bounce back based on what we saw on Split. 1-1 and anybody's game, I'm inclined to agree with Masayoshi. We've got a hell of a BO5.
Being treated here between these two teams as well. Massive step up. Revenge on the cards, a title potentially for G2. They're desperate to earn that themselves.
refund
No
होता
way
है
to go yet
मैंने
until we
तो
get
कभी
to that
किया
point
नहीं तो मेरे
still.
को पता
It's
नहीं
Abyss up. Coming up
ट्रैक्स
next for
होता
map
तो
number
उसका
3.
मतलब
Don't go
वही है करके
anywhere.
लोग बोलते हैं but I have no clue. I have zero idea. चलो मैं going have fun chat bye Jerry. स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो मैं लेके आया मेरी दूसरी कप चाय की.
So I've got a bunch of different mice.
And you find the one, you know it's the one. Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me. It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 doing enough to slow it down. Lee's timing is impeccable.
I am here with Josh RT before map number 3, really able to regroup there after a split. Talk to me about what you were chatting with the team before the game.
It's more of the same. I was preaching fighter mentality. Like, they came out swinging. They were hitting a lot of shots. They were making some unexpected plays. I just told them to, like, let's mentally regroup. Let's just realize, like, hey, it's better to take this loss right now. And then we go into our comfort maps. Let's just go into the plays that we know. Do not hesitate and just keep playing. Read the game as it is, and we'll come back.
Well, that comeback definitely happened. Best of luck in the rest of the series.
Now, if you're just joining us, tied 1-1 here at the Kickoff Grand Finals for VCT Americas. You got Golden Boy along with Mimi as well as Wyatt. We're going to break this all down. Something I wanted to talk about from that interview that Riv did with Josh RT was him talking about that first map. I remember him saying, you know, hey, we lost. It is what it is, but now we got these comfort picks. And it was kind of going to what you and I were talking about off camera, Wyatt, which was, you know, very clearly they had a strategy of like, let's see what happens on split. Didn't work out for them. Good thing for them, though, Mimi. Pearl is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it was a great bounce back, and they did struggle in some of the early rounds there, despite winning both pistols, both bonus rounds. The first half started to run away from them, but I think we saw Judgmo starting to try and make a lot of plays. Some of them didn't work out. Some were a little bit unsynced with the rest of the team. But in doing so, I think he did a really good job of helping to bring the energy back for the team, having some big rounds of his own and rallying. And they had the time to do that, Wyatt, because of how successful they've been with these pistols and bonus rounds, not just in this map where they won both, but also throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, that is the catalyst for this map. By the score, 13-8. I think looking more one-sided than it actually felt as you were watching it progress, because Sen were able to bounce back in that first half after going down early to the aforementioned pistol and bonus. They were winning a good amount of the gun rounds. Their play when they were on that attack side was really solid, the way that they were working the map in post plants. But ultimately, look, you're not going to win a match of Valorant when you're down like both pistols and like the bonus. Like,
it's
you're
so
cooked.
tough
You're
to
cooked. You just can't do it.
And Sen, you heard in the clip when we were watching, Leaf was complaining, they're playing so scrimmy, and that's what won them map 1. Taking risks, fighting into smokes, getting ahead of what G2 was ready for. But G2 towards the end of this map, after that pause from Josh RT, really slowed the game down a little bit. We're a lot more thorough in being ready for those forward plays, setting up the proper coordination between players we know them for, and that got them back into this series.
That's what the comps going to excel at when they're on attack. They can take the game slow, nullify that defensive aggression.
Well, we did get an opportunity to hear from the G2 camp. Let's jump over to the Sentinel side with Coach Kaplan get his thoughts going into map 3.
Here with Kaplan ahead of map 3, a split looked really great. Talk to me about what was going right there.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a bunch of plans. We figured, what are they going to try to do when they watch our VOD back, and let's get a step ahead. And I would say it worked really well, and we were shooting real straight, and they looked a little nervous.
All right, so looking ahead to map 3 now, what needs to be shored up from that map 2?
Yeah, I mean, we lost both pistols. It happens, but then we got set plans for the first guns, and we just goofed. We're in good spots and messed them up. So we're just going to make sure we're real drilled and make sure we nail those early rounds so we don't get snowballed.
Kaplan, thanks as always. Good luck in the series.
अब का गेम प्ले देखते देखते ब्रॉन्ज 8 से सिल्वर हज तक हो लव यू जाएगा फ्लैट आराम से तो फिर को स्ट्रीम करूंगा मेरी जान
Back into it here. It's map number 3 in our best of 5 grand finals between Sentinels and G2. G2 are Upper's team. They've had that advantage. They pick bans and they can essentially decide which way this is going to be going and which direction on top of it.
There's a lot to play for here too. It's not just that trophy in Americas. Zelsis obviously has talked so much about wanting more of them. Valen has been craving one after they got second place in stage 1, stage 2. But there's also chance points on the line, and I think that's super important. I mean, that was the whole reason that SEN made it to champions last year, was because of that early season success.
I mean, they were tied with 100 Thieves and they won the head-to-head.
Yeah.
But they had to have the points to even get to that point of being tied. So champ points are important. At this point, it's hard to kind of like scale your mind to that kind of fashion.
Okay.
Think about it. There's a difference. Okay, John, up onto the Tejo. Potential counterplay for maybe some of the stuff that Leaf likes to get up to, you know, when he's trying to take that deep control by bunny hopping around the corner. He's got his TP in predictable locations.
I think it must be. We often see G2 on the defense side tucking. Actually, they can play it with Leaf or Jorgamo, but tucking somebody into that little bookshelf that you see in mid. And I got to imagine that either John is going to be looking to break the very predictable placement of the rendezvous, or he's looking to just do damage and clear out that spot.
Pinak Bard, how's thank for the membership?
Certainly was something that they could have gone for pretty heavily over towards Pearl as well. But there was even more util on that map to clear out, because they also had to deal with the Vice util. G2 not opting for the mid defense here as we get started in an important pistol. G2 are clearing out B with 4 players.
Deep push.
And no one to hear this.
All relatively unknown. The SEN side of things. Not that it's going to
Let's
slow
go
them down.
to sleep, Soja.
All here.
Let's
Leaf
go.
is primed and ready, at least onto their position. High ground, but postured away, back. And now, Ray ended up flying forward to the Paranoia. It's an open site, so
full heaven
into this post plant. Yeah, full heaven control, but a plant unaccounted for.
It's only Bang watching it. Zelsis goes back as well to try to help with this.
Salvo's just that primed and ready. Leaf dodges it, but here it is. Tapping to the foots, and the rifle, not quite, as the pistols in hand. Jorga's doing enough for them. Overwhelming the presence that SEN are trying to get going over towards their defense, and that is just phenomenal work.
Exactly as they drew it up. And the flank worked to perfection. Sentinels didn't actually have a good idea of where that retake was coming from. I thought that with SEN having only seen the chamber in backside, Teodron not being broken, full heaven control in post, I thought they might read the fact that that was coming through the flank, but Bang didn't really have a teammate to play closely on. Timing slightly askew between him and Zelsis. And it's another pistol. You just heard it from the coaches, especially from Kaplan. It is very tough to win on a map if you're losing pistol in bonus rounds regularly. In the rifles, they were keeping it very competitive. You can't afford to lose out on a trophy and think back and think, oh, well, it was just a pistol round.
Yeah.
Yes, he was very pretty.
Floating his util
My
just
wife
to
is very
evacuate, get
pretty.
the hell out of there. It's been swarmed and swamped because SEN have access towards this B side. I want to try and take the fight straight to them. On top of it, you can see them rattling forward to the pistol bullets. And this time, Jorgamo not lucky to survive. Leaf hard committed off onto the corner. It's an aftershock at that. Trying to push them back and away. All being used here. He just sees the shoulders peeking through on the sides of the smokes. And last-ditch effort and play by Sentinels. See if they can do that damage, maybe claim a couple of guns in the process. But it's all contained by G2.
I do like what Sentinels are throwing out on their attack side after pistol eco rounds. We saw a really good one against MIBR as well. They're coming in here with ideas. They're trying to disrupt G2 and apply pressure to them. But as yet, unshaken. Here's this important rifle run. And this is the one that Kaplan was just talking about in the coach's interview, that they, I think the word he said was goofed. So SEN have got to make sure that they're playing with a bit of discipline here. And watching out for G2 to make the play, because
मेरे माँ बाप अगर
Binks
Binks और Pinky होते तो मैं तो best जीवन जी रहा होता. DP देखा है आपका?
Deep trademark in mid, giving them passive information. And Jorg is set up to go for a flash peek off Leaf's contact on B. Now this looks really similar to the pistol round setup for Sentinels. Narrate goes through mid, smokes himself off, paranoias, and they A-split.
Narrate not committing towards it though, he's going to regroup with the rest of the team. Send the drone forwards, just seeing Valen. Dash committal.
It's a free
in on the
side. There is
Retake
no
is the name of the
pressure.
game, G2.
John takes the orb, and now he takes the plant, and he's got Armageddon online, round 3, which is impressive, especially considering you don't win the pistol.
Let's see if it can make the difference here.
Incentivizes them to play offside, so Bang's got to pull. You have salvos, you have Armageddon, you have the fragment grenade as well. So much util. Although there's the salvos used early from John.
It's the push and pull. Both sides just trying to exchange out that util as well, and seeing G2 hoping that they can get a better side of it. Zekken though, basically the only one playing forwards onto that to flash does connect. It's good in the process, but time is ticking away and it's running short at that. And the rate forwards and put in a bit of a pinch. The Armageddon has to be offloaded here. Means that nobody's going to be able to stick this one, but they're overlapping. Or the util still ticking. Leaf's been knocked off the map at some point in the end of pull. If the guns didn't rain it, it's going to be that. That's the trouble when you take the time trying to get into these retakes.
And I had a questioning tone in my voice when I was saying that John used the salvo early. But actually, with the salvo and with Zekken fighting on site, it made G2 pretty confident they were running an on-site post-plant setup. Yeah. And so G2 ended up investing a lot of utility to try to get through this smoke here that we're watching. Whereas instead, G2 are a good enough team if they realize you're playing full off-site, they're holding on to all of that util and then chucking it at you in A main. And getting a much earlier tap on the spike, it must be said as well. So nice awareness from SEN.
Yeah, timing na puller sun
ka. Things in a pretty advanced way.
Yeah, हमेशा करना चाहिए.
The rate continues to pick up this almost like cypher duty.
Make sure
yeah,
2 second लगेगा.
Go forwards in mid.
Smoke, break the door. Just applying pressure onto the A players as they go into that hit. The setup from G2 again. They had a familiar one to the prior one, so this is open sight and open access for Sentinels.
They've realized that G2 are not fighting for this area of the map.
लग रहा है कि ये one of the pathetic games जहाँ पे सारे rounds ये लोग A जाने वाले.
You can put in the test towards G2 to see how well they can retake. With an op in the hands of Leaf too, it's going to be slowing them down a step. Drone is used to clear the way. Broken. Playing to the corner, not anticipated. John QT playing ahead of the curve when it comes to G2, seeing if they can at least make a way for it, but it's that rolling retreat that's being ordered for, and Zekken hitting. Still a lot to tangle, and still Valen with the 2, but Trent left alone now in a 1v2, and it's just not doable. Guardian in the hand. It's Narrate to make short work of the stragglers.
If you think about the defensive setups we've seen from G2, you're worried about it because that's where Leaf and Chorgamo can both be playing in tucked positions behind boxes. You are actually worried about B main as well because that's where the operator is going to be a large amount of the time. You're also worried about that jump spot that Leaf has been playing with the chamber in A main. But as long as you hard clear A main, SEN are looking pretty good for it. An eco round here for G2. And if they want to make some kind of adjustment, it wouldn't really be for this round. You don't want to showcase your strategic change too early.
Smoke at the feet, no slowing down the Sentinels though. And Chorgamo! My God, man, he's doing backflips in the air trying to contest with that.
And they steamroll the B site. A big exec knocking G2 like Skittles. It's going to get them up to other big ultimates so they can use in the post plan.
Yeah. SEN are thinking about it as well.
John should be running.
Exactly, they're sending John in, take these fights because, again, he's one away from the Armageddon once more.
To be honest,
I think
he doesn't even need to really die in this spot or get the kill because that ult orb over in A main is pretty free, but he's going to get it anyway. Right, coming into this next round, if G2 don't take a tactical timeout, they've got to be thinking about how to stop SEN from taking A main control. And whether that means doing the bunny hop play from Leaf, or whether that means having some kind of fault line play off someone's contact.
Trouble is, Leaf can't really play in the standard way that he has been in the past because of his Tejo pick. It's just enough of a curveball that he's got to think about. Knife being played by Zelsis, and also the salvos, because, could be mentioning it. It's predictable when he goes for that play. You know exactly where he's going to be putting that rendezvous, and you can see them here, SEN are doing it.
Yeah.
Up at the library and where the TP to common spot is.
So really trying to make life difficult for Leaf. He has the outlaw. And this time, SEN and already trying to stay one step ahead, anticipating the change from G2 and hit B.
Gaps at all to play with it, and Valen was hard committed to the one side. He was just trying to bail out his teammate. It was Chorgamo, but TP's backs away, and that's, oh my, it's all going apart, isn't it, for G2? Dimensional Drift, the Hunter's Fury, any attempt to salvage this fight. Tags okay, landing in the end was Zekken cleaned up, and that's a plan. Still not committed, but Sentinel's now going into the next wave of things here. Jumping down, flash forwards, but the shot's missing, going wide of the Outlaw. No damage done, no kills to be found. G2 still making this awkward, but SEN make sure to defend their IGL's back, make sure that they can't step over it still. Not accounting for that. Leaf rips it off the shoulders. A 2v3, they got to take a step, okay. The pull forced out, and Leaf left to do it all in this spot. Taps out wide, that's just the first layer of things, and now he's going to worry about the flanks. Okay, there is that level of awareness, even taking a fight towards it and isolating it, but no bullets left. Gets the reload, time ticking against it, but only 18 health to work with, and Nayak knows it. The convo of the rest of his team, communication is clear. Goes for that jump spot with a shorty just to seal the deal.
SEN are looking like the same form that they were in on Split in terms of being ahead of the game. John is reading stuff really well, and I'm super impressed with the anti-strategy that they've got going on. To shift up their composition at the tail end and be so aware of the threats that G2 have around the map.
It's not about how we do it, it's not about how we do it.
So that's the SEN motto for when they get a sloppy round win, basically. It's not about how we do it, it's just about that we do it. But to be honest with you, I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing from them. I feel like the execution's decent. John was in a pushed up position there, so you see him use the salvo early. And the rest of SEN managing to mitigate Leaf even when he had, as you pointed out, great awareness. Josh RT needs to have this tag time out with his team because they made the adjustment themselves and it didn't work.
It's probably not even going to be for this round as well. I mean, G2, the money is dire.
Yeah, it couldn't get worse.
They might cook up a little bit of an eco play. I mean, I've got the preview. I can see the mini-map of where G2 are currently collected. Looks like they want to try and take a peek down mid to see if they can get some kills. It's been their playbook when G2 are on ecos.
But SEN are doing such a great job of playing some people on site and some people off. They're not full retreating, so they're not allowing G2 to get easy retakes.
Yeah. It's just enough where G2 have to respect it and use util, but not enough that they can just kind of waltz in, run, not clear the corners.
And one thing that also means is that if G2 commit super heavy to this mid push, there will be multiple players waiting for them, playing passive off-site post-plant positions. Although, gotta say, the timing they've taken here is so early.
Yeah, it's just bang left to contain this mid push that's occurring as well. Oh my, he's in astral form. They've slowed it down.
Look, he doesn't even think about it.
Already passed, but I think he spotted them anyway! It's too late! That slightest of timings, and bang left to pick up the pieces. And these players off onto the flank. The dart is going to be dealt with, and now it's Trent who's been put under a bit of a squeeze. Has to offload that util just to see if he can buy some space and time. And even with that discipline trying to slow down the shot to the Sheriff, it's Bang that still contains the pace.
Leaf's got a potential to win this one if he was in position to take any
score,
fights
1-1.
with the tour de force, but instead it's going to be on Jorg, I think, hitting something absurd if G2 want a chance.
Just jump peek through the wall, he needs information, but we're first off, and, well, okay. Leaf there. The TP back behind, he's not going to anticipate this. It was all obfuscated. Wait a minute! Speak too soon! And now, hold on, he's going to be able to get half of this. The star was late to be placed. He's sticking it all the way. He's sticking it all the way. Bang thinks it's a fake tap! Bang thinks it's a fake tap! What a clutch! Even Al just not expecting it, and the kills are rounded out. Leaf has just stolen a round away from them. Was he in astral form? Could he not hear that he was sticking that?
I think it must have been. He was the last player alive, and he's in astral form as the tap goes, because he's placing the star. I think he just missed the sound cue, to be honest.
Yeah.
But...
Ooh, that's my chamber. That's my chamber.
And that's the first time that these last couple of rounds, because Leaf almost pulled off a bit of a clutch previously. This is where you're really seeing the Leaf from Kickoff 2025 so far.
Yeah, it's rearing
Technically 5 to SEN. ठीक है अपने लिए गिनते हैं. SEN का round था वो all the way. Technically 5 to SEN.
Pushed up towards library where his TP might be laying. They hit a jump spot. Zekken peeking through into the smoke. It's going to be fading. No danger though, no players to receive him just yet. Dash is going to be fading away on top of it. Might be incentivized to try and get some value done. Just going to be removing the drone. Still steps up to the challenge.
G2 only just picking up these timings. It feels like Zekken was good. Oh, possibly for a couple. Like, what is this from G2?
As the smoke drops out so Zekken can recross. I mean, it's just instinctual.
Yeah, just reading the timing play there so well. It looked like Zekken had almost caught it.
Can't snap to the drone in time. It's going to be suppressed here. Leaf is in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, I have to respect that now. So it's going to be cleared out towards SEN. Get access to the site once more.
Narrate's doing a great job on this pinch as well. All of the mid control that they've been getting, he's been playing for Heaven control in a lot of these A splits, and it gives them much better post plant positions.
going to be that real difficult player. Out towards the link. No command. Waves coming outwards. Senna holding this one. 2 for Nail playing ahead of the Cosmic Divide. They know they have to play up onto the side, but G2 have got all their plays towards the backside of it. John needs one and potentially even more! Calls for the collapse and calls for the help of the rest of his team to put an end to what G2 were aiming for.
Beautiful round from Sentinels. Even despite Zekin getting timinged and spun through that smoke, they take full mid-control. John Cutie Steho. Insane impact. Pushing back Leaf and stopping him from taking early positions, and then drones into A and pushes Leaf away again. And Narrate is getting set up for these cross-map paranoias to also push the chamber further and further. Takes Heaven control, and then is the backstab against the retake. Every game plan here from SEN is working. It feels very similar to Split.
Yeah.
Their anti is, or not even just anti, the anti plus the game plans that they specifically come in with today to mix things up. They look brilliant.
Yeah.
वैसे कब मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पे क्वेश्चन आया था कि VLT का 10th लाइनअप आ चुका है लेकिन तू जी कब जा रहा है वापस करके
Still, it's Sentinels coming in with just these little twists and turns that are adding to their composition. They're thinking about ways to disrupt the game plan from G2.
Josh RT is looking to try to make the adjustment, get his team back into the game. I think G2 are getting, having a real struggle when they don't have the ability.
मैं तो इधर ही भाई, बोइन भाई तो सी है भाई क्या फायदा बोइन भाई का उधर जाके जब ऐसा ब्रैकेट में आ रहे हैं
so much information. It's not
तो
even the
ब्रैकेट देखा क्या जी का?
It's also that they then have rotates come
इतना मुश्किल से जी विनिंग टैगलाइन बनाया था वापस वो ब्रैकेट देके जी फाइटिंग दिल से निकला बे
Everyone grouped up from SEN. This is going up against the eco for G2. Round where they would love a miracle, but unlikely to happen. Drone heard for Joe's just trying to break this one as well, deny that information, but go button's going to be called. Zekin, he's got that dash active. Got to wait for the util load to try and make a go of things, and there's a dart up and overhead on either side as well. It's trying to be counteracted by G2. They definitely play towards the sound cues, but they are just lining up for him. Up and above onto Heaven. Maybe there's a timing to be taken, but the flash is a picture perfect. Everybody blinded up. One away from the ace. Leaf is miles away.
It's technically better to give it to John Cutie here because he'll be able to get a... He's getting the... He's getting the ult orb anyway from the plan.
Cheers of the crowd.
Yeah. Leaf, the percentage player, throws himself against the rocks. And that is the overwhelming pressure from Zekin in this round. It is absolutely flawless. Even with the Kalat in there too. But Josh RT's tactical timeout is for this next round, round 10. They're not as worried about the fact that they almost got ace there. It's all about whether or not they can string a few more together on their defense side. And SEN will be reluctant to allow them.
Getting the salvos just in case.
Yeah, same kind of setup. They're not actually using the salvos A main, so, you know, Leaf could be going for that A main jump. But he hasn't tried it once this game, I don't think.
No, it's a much more passive setup. Taken, as you mentioned before, it's like this trap
Why
play.
didn't he made the fall?
He takes contact with Jordan, he flashes in.
Is the armor getting going to be there in time? It's a flash as well. He wants to take that timing with plenty of shots.
Yeah, बचाया है John Cutie ने.
It's a stressful scenario to be placed in, that's for sure. And with it, Leaf and Jorgamo of
disaster. Absolute disaster for
G2.
I think SEN was super ready for that. That's something that G2 have run before. A trap play that they've relied on a couple of times in this map already. And you see the positioning of the Armageddon. I mean, if we get to watch it on the replay, it may have been that Jorgamo was actually forced to take that timing because the Armageddon was on top of him over towards the danger at Cliff. Whether or not he was forced, he still had an opportunity to get at least one. He just couldn't quite land the bullet.
Sentinels one of the best teams that I think we've
लेकिन
watched,
action
at making
की
sure
दुनिया
that they
नहीं
know
चलती ना दोस्त
the small gaps and windows of opportunity that Taeho gives you to take those
क्योंकि
fights
उस
as well.
हिसाब से टेक्सचर वाली
It's
लाइनअप
not necessarily the threat of the Lady Arm. Again, you can't really stand your ground against it, but look at this. They deal with this handedly. Didn't catch the kill onto Leaf, but he's trying to evacuate into heaven, and they're just spamming him.
Yeah.
Said ignored.
They have extremely good awareness of how that's going to affect Leaf. And Jorg, though he wasn't completely forced.
Gooner, bro, just playing exits.
He's doing team per match.
That's a first on broadcast.
एक kids बोल रहा है, एक gooner बोल
Look at
रहा है.
that Arsenal fan.
Yes, yeah.
Look at that fan of the soccer team.
एक और 93.
Arsenal.
छठवां 93 है ना ये?
Goodness
That's
me.
what he was referring to.
Wow, that's a
20 next game कभी है
that's a
पता नहीं
bold
20
one. That's
तारीख के
taking
बाद ही
me
कुछ
out.
बोला था शायद से.
That's funny.
Okay.
That is funny.
इस बार तो बहुत कुछ है यार. I
Familiar
think
scenes from Leaf. This time
है,
Suppressor. That was a knife towards the back, and he is caught
RNTX
into
है,
the angle. It's good
OG
to
है,
but he's got so much shooting on the
RG
back
है.
feet and a flash into his face as well. It's purely full uncomfortability. But Leaf survives. Enough time board as well for him to just reposition with the rendezvous.
Yeah, but they got them
इस बार
completely
कर रहा था बॉल कर तो जरूरी है क्या साइलेंट भी काम कर सकते
Valen
हैं.
and from Jorg.
बॉल मस्त है बे.
No exit plan for Sentinels. You're going to have to batter your way through
साइलेंट
this
कौन
one.
काम कर?
Square up, take the fight straight to them. Everyone really quite close and personal up onto the site. No one playing off to a degree, and that's back open wide. Zelsis now going to be commenting the flanks occurring, and decisions need to be made. Sentinels, they have to carve out a path. So two of them remaining. 2v3, this timing still. Clone, dealt with, and Leaf.
मेरे को लिफ्ट का एक्सपी नहीं दिख रहा है कि तुम्हें भी नहीं दिख
Slowly
रहा.
collapse onto them. He is Lodo, brings it at 2v2. It's still uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it's definitely winnable, and it comes down to that fight. Bang wins it, 1v1. Unable to capitalize. Valen.
Teams and
Valen has been
select
there for his
and
team
player
today.
select कर रहे हैं.
He's had
सच्चे?
them, guiding them through some
भाई वो
difficult
करना.
rounds. But they
क्या
are
बोलते हैं वो?
needing it. You
नाप्तोलिज्म
see him
करना,
after he
मेरे को
wins this
डालना.
one, staring up towards the ceiling, praying for another one to come his way. Or maybe
वो
just
गलती से नाम slip हो गया.
taking a breath after how frantic these moments are. It feels Herculean for G2 to get rounds today, which is such the opposite of what we've seen from them in Kickoff. Everything has looked too
Old
easy up
Divan,
until
thank
this
you for the
point.
29.
This is the first time they've been tested, and my God, what a test it is. G2 need another to make this look competitive. And Sen going back to the well of these A splits by the look of things.
Big presence from G2 up through mid.
Look at this.
Almost on the ropes.
Salvo's saved
ए
this
बोइंग
round,
किधर है लेकिन
friends,
यहाँ
and
पे ये
not
कि
used in
कोरिया
the
में है.
same
यहाँ
spots.
पे ही है ना शायद. करते रहे
And at
plan.
this point, you've already conditioned Leaf. He's not going to start the round in those kind of areas.
Yeah, and feels a bit.
अनुज भाई को भी बुलाता हूँ. कोलैब हो
The
जाएगा.
Taeho drone is so fast at being able to clear out both A main and the site.
Trent is
Esports
hyper-committed.
players collab.
Needs to make a play. His back just opens up wide. He somehow gets two, and he's still alive. Alive and kicking and ripping Sentinels to shreds. The slightest of windows, and he capitalizes.
New talent hunt कर रहा भाई.
Almost immediately.
मैं
And a
सच्ची
refight
बोल
taken
रहा हूँ.
out towards A main.
भाई तेरे को अगर न्यू टैलेंट हंट करने का सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ पुणे में एक बहुत फेमस क्लब है वहां पे गेड़ी मार के बैठ जा भाई वहां पे एक टैलेंट है न्यू टैलेंट बहुत टैलेंट है वो बंदे में कांट दे रहे लेकिन बस प्लीज प्लीज उस टैलेंट का कुछ करे कोई ना कोई क्लब में वो दिख जाएगा वो टैलेंट
The entry player, the Taeho drone, they created a spot where Trent was
को
only
क्यों
able
थोड़ा
to occupy
कितना
a tiny
potential था
little
भाई
area in his
उसमें
anchor position on A. And
कितना
yet
potential था
somehow
वो
he gets
कांडू में
3 out of this, playing off the flash from Jonah P wonderfully, and then comes back to deal with Zeka.
Trent being the opener and the closer of that final round. Exactly what G2 needed.
Nice! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Feeling
भाई
it,
7
keeping
है.
his team in
Oh
it.
my God,
We're going to be
कर रहा है.
sending it down to Rivers.
क्लब हाँ
standing
अपना
by,
स्ट्रीट्स
and
क्लबिंग कर
listen,
रहा है ना
this is
गर्लफ्रेंड
purely
पटा रहा है
coincidental, but he's standing by with Trent's dad and brother.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before the next half, I am here with Trent's dad and brother, Jason and Hunter. Thank you so much for joining me. We actually just saw Trent get a triple, so that's gotta feel good. But otherwise, friends, family out in Forest, how's it feel to be here at the arena?
Oh, this is awesome. I love this. We come out here a lot and just cheering
फाफा तो
them
बड़े
on.
स्मार्ट है यार
Excited for Bangkok.
Heck yeah.
पिछले वाला ना हाँ
You
ना
watch a lot of EMEA, Hunter. How do you feel like we're matching up right now here in Americas versus the squads?
You know, I do watch a lot of the different regions. I think it's interesting because we usually stay ahead. We practice a lot, so we usually stay ahead on the comps and the metas. And I see that we're playing a lot of Yoru, and some other teams over in EMEA are playing a little bit different comps. So I'm excited to see how that matches up in Bangkok.
And being Trent's brother, was there ever like a timeline when you're beating Trent in games? Is there ever a time after one of these games you're like, hey man, I kind of saw you did something wrong? Is it like that?
It's funny, I grew up playing like Call of Duty and Counter-Strike and stuff, right? And if he wants to play me in that, I'll whoop his ass. But he's definitely way better than me at Valorant. I've played a few times. I'll text him after the games. I think last time we played SEN on Pearl, I texted him after the match, and he had like a flick on Pearl, like guy was coming out of art, and or he was coming out of main, and he was looking at art, and he flicked back over to main and got him. I texted him after that. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. And final question for you before I let you enjoy the game.
Jason,
looking at how everything has gone here, you got to sit now with Sen City in the crowd. They're so loud. Jonah P last time said every time Sen gets a frag, you hear that crowd. How's it been trying to out-cheer them and just get there for G2?
Oh, it's tough. Sentinels has a big crowd here. It's tough. We try, we whistle, we scream. Hopefully they can hear us.
All right, well, I'm sure they'll hear you for next half. Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate your time. And best of luck to the team in the game. Back to you.
I love that. I mean, just channeling the older brother energy.
I'm
not sure I can find a single game I could beat Trent in, to be honest.
Absolutely
Where'd
not.
I have to take him? Like checkers or something? Study for months, I don't think I could win.
Connect 4.
Yeah. All right. G2, the pressure is still on them.
After
They've got a couple of big rounds there with clutches.
मेरे हिसाब से तो नहीं कर सकते.
Valen, and then Trent coming out with a triple anchoring.
लेकिन stat नहीं use
As Leaf trying to play ahead of that one way before it blooms and blossoms up onto the corner. Sock jumps down into the feed, jumps body, sees the head, and that's a lot of bullets rattled off and away. Wait a second.
That's a clone.
Gone. Okay, tripped me out for a second. All good. Zelsis ahead of the smoke. And he's trying to play ahead of that timing. Narrate from the backside as well. They're anticipating that G2 are going to go for that refight. And one step ahead from Sentinels. Pistol round. Lying in wait for them, but not out of the danger zone just yet. So quick wrap around, a quick pivot from G2. Making their way over towards B.
Sen have needed a pistol. I mean, they're already ahead. They're 7-5 up, right? But they lost both of the pistols over towards Pearl. They were losing some like bonus round situations as well. So they'll feel like one is owed to them at this point. A 4v3. But also a spot where you don't really know where these post-round positions are going to be. You're expecting G2 to go for some kind of play. They're down people. Leaf.
भाई ये तो 100% G2 जीता है. There is no way Sen
burned up pretty much all of his headhunter bullets. So he has one left if he wants to do something stylish.
There's damage done to Zelsis.
It should be Sen's round.
It should be. Steps forward. I mean, that was the low player, not even necessary. Slightly overkill, but it turns it into the 3v3. Quick evacuation back and away. That's Utah going to be expended, and Zekken happy to peek off of it. Pushes Leaf into that unfavorable spot and position, and the shock darts flying forward. Still, they're low, and Zekken needs to hold the line, push them back. Sheriff in hand. He gets it done.
Weapon differential there from Zekken as well. You can't win a wallbang fight like that. Great positioning. Tucking himself on as far wide as an angle as he could take. And Sen take a pistol. Like I said, they'll feel like it was owed to them, but also, they've just been so good in the rifle round situations. They've still been playing G2 close.
Yeah.
Surely this is what it takes to push them over the line and get a 2-1 lead in this series. It's now Sen's map to win, I would say.
The 8 players from Sentinels down.
Yeah,
Zelsis is going to be feeling tested and pressured, but not quite when Zekken's off by his side. Stun's still going to be connecting, going for the, oh my goodness, going for the flash peek around the side. It's going to be a nade knockdown. They want to fight this one too bad now. I was going to say it could be overzealous, but these guys are just winning it out regardless.
The ping pong play from Zekken and Zelsis is so good. When Zekken backs off, Zelsis flashes himself in. Impossible, and Jonah P purely prioritizing the ult orb there. A shutdown, meticulous.
Keeping this money nice and good for the Sentinels bonus round, just taking a peek at it. Levels of danger to it, but just holding it down towards A main in this one. Not dropping anybody, so there's the danger here. And
last time they improved, yeah, Sen. Huh?
They know.
Great little duo play.
कितने कम time में भी.
Where's he taking the outlaw then? Over on that
Last
same
time
off
GT
angle that we saw
on the
Leaf
map
playing. So
का
Leaf actually might end up taking contact here against the same spot. Although he's looking to just control this area rather than hunt for a kill, I would imagine, because he's the
SEN
only
का
player on
true
G2
enemy.
pressuring B.
Mid.
Mid control given up by
जो
SEN.
मर्जी हो जाए ये लोग का mid weak होने वाला है क्योंकि
Enough time
Sentinel
has
है
passed
नहीं.
now without too much noise. They hear the
लेकिन
drone now
अगर
finally.
Sentinel है
Has to
नहीं तो
remain.
Sentinel जीत
Knife's not
कैसे
going to be
रही
catching
है?
on to
ये भी question है.
Trent, so
That's a good one.
gets the full duration out of that
सोचने
drone.
वाली
He can
बात है.
slowly creep towards A main, take back control. He probably going to be aware of the fact there was that refight, hard refight from Zelfsys, a bit of a conditioning from him, so G2 need to be wary that they could pounce on their bonus.
Drone doesn't catch onto Jorgamo. Isn't deep enough to force out his gate crash either. No threat of the suppression, and this was what we were talking about earlier.
What a shot!
What is that?
You're kidding me?
He's so ready for it, though. He plays in that spot himself all the time.
He just knows the crosshair placement. That's a hard shot to hit.
This
Even
one,
if you notice somebody there.
This timing might be hard to hit.
Still going for it. Wait, he's calling the players back over towards B.
He's using the trademark for info, trying to clear that spot, and Bang was in that spot just a moment ago.
Mid weak है.
Just that Jorgamo insert in through mid. Thriving in the chaos, a deep flash into the corner. Narrate has no options whatsoever.
Mid weak है.
Flawless from G2. Well navigated against the SEN bonus. There could have been danger there.
And I am already, and this is very early to say this, but I'm already a little worried about what SEN are doing in mid. They committed super heavy to the B track, and that's fine. But they had a single Tejo drone to re-clear through middle there, and otherwise, it looked like Jorg could basically run around and in the late part of the round do whatever he wanted. As soon as one of the G2 players gets a sniff of that, it's going to be difficult for SEN to hold on. One of the goals might be to try to force out that Tejo drone as early in the round as you possibly can, because then it applies max pressure later on. Flash, fake teleport.
Yeah, really creating the threats in the back of the minds of the SEN players.
Paranoia from Narrate, but no re-clear actually. So they used the Omen flash, but still have to watch mid.
Spot in the corner as Zelsis throws out the knife. Largely dodged, I believe, in play. Shock darts up against it. Nate's still going to be good for it. Now a flash of his own, trying to play himself back in, but Jorgamo's way ahead of it. On top of it, flick of the wrist. I mean, what an adjustment by Leaf. They're picking centerpieces with their defense.
Mid is such a gap right now, and that means that all of the rotates have to go through spawn. They're so late, these rotates. Zekken can't even connect with the rest of the team. It's going to be a three-person save. It's not really the A anchoring that is the problem in this round, even though it might look like that because they lost the sight. It's the fact that you can't get reinforcements in there.
Yeah, losing control of mid early, there needs to be the idea in Sen's mind.
And that's
to
why
clear it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, even though it's right at the beginning of this half, it already looks worrying actually.
Because the
protocols are not really there. You saw in this round, Narrate throws a paranoia, and you got to expect, in his head, he's thinking, well, I'm throwing that for John. John is then supposed to swing out through a smoke and make sure there's no one there. But they're not willing to commit to that. All right, fair enough. Jorg didn't like that skin that he was using. He'd like a different one, please.
Not sure if that was intentional. All good.
But you've put yourself in a rough spot here, Sen, actually, because it looked like they were going to run away with this. They had the, the idea of winning a pistol. It's a good idea. And now they've got themselves in a spot where Jorg and Jonah P can sync up some kind of Yoru breach combo.
आपका second favorite agent कौन सा
It's a bit concerning. G2 could close the gap.
बाप agent लगा मेरे को.
The salvos, there's little gaps and windows of play there. Jump spot to see if they can see through mid. They know that Zekken is holding on to this operator. It's pretty apparent from the previous round at least.
Fake TP again. Narrate will have heard that. Does it force out drone from John?
I mean, John's just jump spotting.
Yeah, I mean,
around.
Droning this early on in the round is terrible because then you've just got nothing to give you info when they might be going for an exec at the minute mark.
But this is literally rinse and repeat of what we just saw. I mean, G2 can go into this A hit, wait the drone, Aftershock into the corner, that's meant to be the punish. So John's forced to cancel and just, whoops, get the hell out of there.
Leaf can't cross.
And still gets out with the one.
Leaf cannot cross. How's he crossing?
Yeah, this is it. Risks need to be taken, but that's a roll in front, and it's going to be knocking you sky high. Zelsis, can he still stay alive and kicking? Threading the needle. Trent just trying to get himself way into the side here. Better spam and an offloaded. What's going on? I mean, Zelsis is just using that just to try and survive. Up through mid, though. That is creeping. Leaf still that backstab play occurring. And this is the danger, as you mentioned. But there's still 27 seconds to play with Bang. Going to be the playmaker once more. He's been doing it over and over again. Time. It's going to be at the back of his mind, but he doesn't know where Leaf is still creeping. He can't really hard commit to these players that are working their way over towards B. Plant. Out towards Cliff. Deep flash. Dodged. And Leaf's still there, he's holding it down, out forwards, Bang, creeping closer, onto the side now, and he's applying pressure of his own. He's trying to get Sentinel straight back into this fight, but sidestepping. It's good movement from Jonah P. Going to reload out into the open, and Jonah P and Zelsis forced to do a lot into this spot, and the backstab finally comes through.
That round is chaos, absolute chaos. Both teams had lost control on that. There was an attempt from G2 to try to commit into A. Once Zelsis went for the flash, only Trent ran in. Really rare to see that level of discoordination from G2. And Sen again had that gap through mid where Leaf found a pick. It was anyone's round to take. But Sen had come out with the goods. You do not see G2 make that kind of mistake very often. Bang and John QT do a good job of applying pressure.
No more sign on the mic. You hear me? Give me a fist bump. I just need to...
Nah. We'll hear that. What does he need? Probably some tactical adjustments.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds more like I would imagine, and this is speculation at this point, that it's a little similar to what we were talking about earlier in prior games. Do you remember we showcased this clip of Narrate after they won the game against Loud, and he was like, I can't win these fair fights. Like, I think a lot of the way that Narrate is emotionally attached to the game is attached to his own performance and his ability to win fair gun deals. How many fair gun deals has Narrate taken on defense? He keeps getting timing by a player up mid.
Yeah.
So like Narrate's job is to plug the gap in mid, and he keeps having somebody like Jorg or Leaf take a timing against him. So if I had to speculate, I think Narrate's just saying, like, I need some fair fights in mid. I need you guys to actually clear this gap with me. And then I'll stop sighing on the microphone.
Possible. And this is Sen calling timeout despite winning that last round, and could be many reasons for it. Honestly, it could be the chaos of that round. I mean, Sen it's the panic button, Kaplan.
It's the mid gap. I'm telling you, it's the mid gap. Even in that round that they won just then in round 17, there's an enormous mid gap, and Narrate is clearly not happy about having to deal with it himself. And I would agree. I don't think they're doing a good job of defending against it. So, what's the adjustment from Kaplan? Are they going to fight mid? Are they going to op mid?
Looks like
the Rate is just going to tuck himself into here.
So they know the gate crash is only going up on the left side of mid. I think the plan might just be smoke up when I hear it, play anti-flash, see if they can peek, and this time, okay, it's a committal with a dimensional drift, so there's no punish in sight, and Jorgamo's going to be getting a lot of information. This is a different twist into it, despite the adjustments that Sen are trying to make. It's a fault line going its way forward. Jorgamo needs to really respect, I think, that they've got a variety of players just tapping away with the bullets there, crossing them up onto the angles. Leaf has been dealt with. He was cut up onto the side. There's still no plant here for G2. Time has been bought for these SEN players, and they are rapidly approaching. Hold on, there's a timing!
Oh, what a play.
Jorgamo's ahead of it. Drone at his feet, not worried about it. No defense inside, and with that heaven control, an extra difficulty now. Lay it down for the SEN retake, especially with the op into the hands of Zekken. He has to be a passive player. It's the rest of his team now that need to step up, and Bang does so. Forward onto the site now. Making sure to apply that pressure evenly, but they still need to worry about this heaven player. They might be trying to catch him here onto the timing, and yes, Narrate's caught him. This man just spamming down onto them. It's bullets raining from above. Narrate can stick this one. There's smokes into their faces, and what is the next option? It's a pull. Still got half though. These players are so low. Wait a minute, wait a minute! Trent is pulling off just an absolute miracle. Despite the win con, Zekken has no choice just to watch from the sidelines here and try and survive away from the sphere, but just encased by it. There's no saving that operator.
And that's a pretty big problem for Sentinels, because now their eco's in a really rough spot too. Zekken's one away from Bladestorm. Maybe they can make a play for an
well, लगे सन के मैं बोला
but it's all the chip damage that was done earlier that allows the spam to come through. The spam is really unreliable now, but it's a good plant position. And look at that. I mean, that's not over mic. You've got to remember that the coaches are not live to the players in that spot. So Kaplan's not worried about throwing off the team morale, but even from the snippet we heard earlier, you know that SEN are starting to feel very frustrated about this, despite being in the lead. It's a weird spot. They're in the lead, but they're almost more frustrated than G2 are right now.
They can feel the momentum slipping away from them. Money in this round, not great. Inside the smoke, G2 got to be aware of the fact that there is some danger here, and yet you can see Bang, he's trying to replenish the smoke that he was in. Just gets caught with the random spam. That's underhanded. Did he blind himself? Oh, what's happening? They're chasing the kills down. G2 not really willing to let anybody on SEN survive, and decision made for them. Don't want to give away too many more ults when G2 are so much closer to it. I mean, 2 away. Got to try and play for the long con here, but Sentinels are struggling to get a grip into this half.
They certainly are. Now, previous round, they had a game plan. Kaplan gave them a game plan coming out of the tag timeout, but they couldn't really execute it because Jorgamo had Yoru ult. So it just broke whatever they were trying. Do they go back to that game plan? Are they going to stick with what their coach told them, or do we see an adjustment? They have a lot of ultimates, but SEN's comp, I don't know, like your Omen ult and your Bladestorm aren't necessarily doing too much unless Seconds frying. But the Cosmic Divide is definitely going to put a bit of a difference into the retake.
Heavy stack of players from Sentinels. Fault line, 2 of them stunned up. In through the smoke as well, trying to take these timings, and they're fighting ahead of it. This is a difference. SEN trying to take it, a bit of argy-bargy onto the side. Jonah P just spots the top of the cranium, but not expecting the backstab. Nora's there, ready with open arms.
Heavy stack on B. G2 not ready for it. They were expecting, I've got to imagine, SEN to be more worried about mid, based on the conditioning. Nah, we'll just fight them. Where we hear noise, we will simply fight them, and then we'll cover the lurk timing later. This should be unwinnable for G2.
With the spike drop down into the open, they've got Celsius, I believe, taking contact just with the slightest of jiggles. Sees it. And here's the... Oh, wait a second. Nare losing that fight.
That's a whiff.
It adds difficulties.
The flank, though. The flank from John.
Yeah. He's got to be the savior for them. They can't stop the plant, but they still have a very good chance of winning this round, assuming the timing is taken. He's missed him. Missed him into the corner. Well, Armageddon's not going to give away the position. It's going to push them straight into his grass, though, and it's intelligent at that. It's the major benefit of it. And John, he's lucky to be alive there, but with it, he gets the information he was looking for. They know where Trent is. Stunned up, out into the corner. Still loses it, but it's an impossibility at this point. Cliffside plant, full stick, full presence of mind that SEN are able to get up to 11.
Let's see if this game plan continues from Sentinels. They're 2 away. 2 rounds away from being able to take both map picks from G2 with really nice ideas. But most of the preset ideas came in the first half, and now they're kind of scrambling. It's a lot of improv stuff, audible calls, trying to figure out and adapt on the fly. So far, though, the adjustment in that round that worked was heavy fight the site. Tried to flood in, tried to anchor, stack the site that G2 are going for, and worry about the mid lurk later. If Leaf realizes that, he might be able to find a quicker lurk time, and there's always a counter. But it just comes down to identifying what your opponents are going to be doing. He's trying to clear out a potential push-up.
Timing's been missed for him, so. Still going to be taking it. He's lurking his way up through mid. Like you said, SEN are just willing to give up the entirety of that middle section. Trust that they can flood defend in time. It does start to come in. I mean, it's a slow going for G2. Early drone.
Early drone. And now they don't have much to reclaim mid. They're going to have to do it with bodies.
Drone forwards. Race cut to the side. That's a rolling thunder that will be connecting. Still survives, still stays. Tethered onto the corner. He's going to be TPing. Repositions. In through the smoke as well. He's cut the angles. They don't know where this guy is playing from. It's a pivot. And Jorgamo's still trying to play this one forcefully. Finally takes that timing. Have to go straight through mid. Can't win the fight out though from those straggling players. And Sentinels have an opening. A window for them. Valorant forced to get off that plant. There's danger there with the salvos. raining down from above, but John is low. Knives in the hands of Zekken. What is the play they're going to cook up in this spot? Cosmic Divide. This is going to force send forwards. Gives Valin that space to reposition.
Dedication to you, thank you.
There's a dash forwards, it was saved.
Team Sniper
this. One would have stun, anything to try and coordinate this attempt, and they have cleared up most of the side. They've got to know these players playing behind pillar.
It's not a good plan.
Not really. They have to double up now and take this fight towards them, but still no kills that could be earned by G2. Despite it not being a good plan, time is ticking. It's getting away from Sentinels here. They need to force the issue. Salvos out wide, that's what they were waiting for. Straight out the time.
Yes,
just about.
Tons of time here for Sen to be able to get it across the line. My God, what patience from Sen. A second on the clock to spare. And they used all of that time to wait for John's util to come back online.
Yeah.
They used the stun updraft dash to clear any post-plant positions that were going to be close. And then the salvo pushes everybody into both of the Sen players on the retake.
Insane levels of discipline required to wait that out when the time is ticking at that degree.
Yeah,
and the difference of a second, you're waiting for the cooldown to come back on.
I mean, an incredible spray transfer too from John, who's been amazing in this series. He has looked so good.
Sen up to 12. One more step is all they need to take the lead in this best-of-5 grand finals.
Jorgamo going for the Euro ult up mid again.
He's looking for that information.
Hasn't found Narrate.
Yeah, spots the one. Clear out most of the way towards heaven as well.
Full retake.
Bang
now you play this against a Cosmic Divide from Bang. So on-site post-plant positions are probably going to be required.
They're pinging it out like they are somewhat aware, but G2, a couple of players off onto the side as a Cosmic Divide to split them up, and that's why Trent is playing up and close and personal. The ball line, just a slight whippage, but still the kills are raining down upon them. Jorgamo, he TP'd back into the spawn angle, I believe. Tried to cut it up behind them. It dealt with it, at least partially. The salvos now drop down onto the cliffside. Slide away! Drop down! And Trent has no choice but to just fire a last-ditch effort, anything to survive this. John's found the kill. Second under the fuse, the slightest attack, and Jonah B is nowhere near. It's inevitable, and with him falling, Sentinels take the lead.
That's an unreal map. So much scrambling on the fly, and you heard it from inside Sen's comms themselves, so they themselves didn't believe the full way. I mean, they're like trying to make sure that everybody's mental is on track, and rebounding, calling, getting input from the coaches, and yet they find those hidden reserves to push it across the line towards the end. The pistol desperately needed too, to set them on the right track. But a 13-9 victory, upsetting G2 on the two maps so far in the BO5 that they picked. Sen have got their eyes firmly on that trophy, and Celsius, from what we've heard in the comms, guiding the ship beautifully.
Just an emotional anchor for the team when it's needed as well, keeping everybody's mental resilience in check, because that's the big test in best of fives. Sometimes it doesn't come down to the strategy, and it did to some degree, but you have to keep the mentals intact. You have to understand you can win in those moments, even when you're knocked down. Sentinels have proved that so far, and now it's up to G2 to see if they can answer back.
के बाद बेल्ट ट्रीटमेंट देंगे उसका नहीं रे दोनों टीम मास्टर्स पहुंच गया बे बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है भाई 8 टीम में से एक आना पॉसिबल है ट्विटर बैंटर टाइम यार जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो लाइक करो पट से गाना पे वाइप करो मैं पानी लेके आया और मोबाइल लेके आया
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this.
मेरे कमर में से टाक तो आवाज आता मालूम है जब उठता हूँ
것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
अब कौन सा मैप है अब पता नहीं अच्छे मैप से लेकिन अभी तो एवरी से पकड़ता सर
G2 doing enough to slow it down. Lee's timing is impeccable.
Silence all over, and second swings backside, gets 3.
A win on Abyss for Sentinels puts them a map ahead in the series and now just one away from claiming their second kickoff trophy for 2 years running. Welcome back to VCT Americas. I wanted to talk quick about that composition from Sentinels and how their double smoke comp was so powerful on the attacking side. They're running the Astra Omen on this map, which is rather unusual, but the biggest strength of it is how they can play around their mid control. This is an early round 4, the first rifle round of this game, but in pretty much every round from SEN, you see them placing 2 smokes, one right there, which is essentially cutting off all of the normal lines that defenders are going to want to peek out, look down this area, and keep control of mid on this map. What that does is constantly threatens a walk-up. And because they have double smokes, they can do that every single round while still having enough smokes to go into an execute, unlike solo smokes where you'd end up waiting 40 seconds before an exec can come. And let's see how that plays out in this round. You see G2 is starting with 2 players in mid. Their breach is holding vents, which was broken at the very beginning of the round by Sentinels. The Astra is holding here, and you also have the tripwire there. Because of the pressure, there's only actually 1 player on this A site. And as I speed this up a little bit, there's going to be a fast hit into A from SEN. Because the players are preoccupied with mid, it's a free site. G2 are playing the retake. But the problems don't end there, because the spike is about to come down. And look at the positioning. You still have a player anchoring back B. You still have 2 players checking on mid. Someone is worried about that push into vents. And all of these players are having to rotate all the way back through, re-clear that space. And by the time they've re-cleared that space, SEN is already into the site with a winning post plant. They'll close this round out, and they did that consistently on their attacking side to get up and now be a map away. Let's check in now with Wyatt and GB, who are standing by in the crowd.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Yes, we decided to come amongst the people in the arena. Yeah. Now, of course, you have Sentinels. They're currently up in this series 2-1, and they're 1 step away from winning kickoff. Wyatt, we heard in the piece earlier, Leaf was talking about how this Sentinels team really relied on heroics, but it truly was a heroics and some damn good game plan that brought them over the line in map 3.
Definitely. Leaf was talking about that before these 2 teams matched up the first time. Those heroics did not come to fruition. Certainly not on Abyss, where they got torched by G2. Starting on the attack side with that comp, as Mimi illustrated, really important. And then over on defense, clutching out those post plants, 2v2s where John is stepping up with great utility, gets them over the finish line. Thrilled to see this go to Fracture, which is going to be so interesting given that these 2 teams have not played it yet. Yeah. So we don't know what is in store for us from either side.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities here, without a doubt. Something you want to see in Fracture, perhaps?
I'm certainly expecting to see a lot of Breach Seho from both sides. They're, again, going back to these being the 2 teams that have really leaned into what may be the best meta, playing these new agents, and so I expect to see that on Fracture where they really thrive. We've seen plenty of other teams in Americas running that here too.
Yeah, well, folks, This is it. I mean, we're getting down to the wire here, right? You're at map 4. Big opportunity here for Sentinels to be able to close it up. But the question is, can G2 force map 5? I don't know. Let's ask the audience here. How do you guys say? You think G2 can make map 5 happen? Or do you think Sentinels are going to close it at map 4 right here?
I don't think that was G2. So
I think G2 was winning that.
G2 winning the crowd screaming challenge?
I gotta say, that I did not expect that, and I don't know what to do with my hands. But in any case, we're gonna hang out with the people here, chill, good time. But until then, we'll see you on the other side because we're gonna get ready for map number 4. Catch you then.
मेरे को एक्चुअली चाय गरम करने का था, लेकिन बस हो गया भाई, चाय बहुत पी लिया आज कब पी लिया शायद. That's a lot of tea. That's a lot of tea. नहीं, मैं मोबाइल में वो देख रहा था, रील्स. नहीं फेंक सकते बे, पागल हो गए क्या? रूल्स वालों को भी मालूम रहता है. Done, Panko.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, might have food in my teeth as well. Just catching a quick break and a snack as well. Got to fuel up for this one because we could be going a distance. That's what I mean. It's a best of 5, and Sentinels, they are one map away from being crowned our kickoff champions here in 2025. That is as well another title to add to their, you know,
another kickoff
cabinet
champion.
case that's gone crazy and potentially leading into Bangkok with the same energy they had in 2024.
It's also G2, a team that we haven't seen lose a single map on this stage. Almost on the edge of, I mean, it's not elimination necessarily at this point. They've already earned their spot on Masters Bangkok, but it would be another trophy denied, as it was last year in Stage 1 and Stage 2 in Americas. They were in...
मेरे चैनल पे मिस्टर बीस्ट आ रहा है, 1 करोड़ मिलेगा. हाँ, काय मेरी फीलिंग्स के साथ खेलते हो यार. आई एम अ सिंपल मैन लिविंग इन अ रेंटेड होम. 1 करोड़ बड़ा अमाउंट होता है. Binks, बोलना पकड़ो. Binks, but do you sleep? No. Problem sleep का नहीं रे. I am not able to give time to my family. I am not able to give time to Pinky. वो सब सीन है. But after watch party. बेल कर दे ऑफ. कर दूंगा. टेंशन ना लो. सो जाओ.
Be worried about the traps, and they have enormous amount of utility to clear you out when G2 are on the attack side, which they're going to start on. And here we see basically a mirror composition except Zekan on the Yoru. So that means less util coming out from the Raze nade, but more opportunity to do stuff like the Yoru ult that gets you past a lot of the defensive util, and to mess with the opponent's Vice.
I think I might prefer it, to be honest, in terms of that head-to-head matchup. It just depends on the amount of time that's been put in the focus onto Fracture as our map here, because for Sentinels it means the world. Again, a reminder, this is the difference maker for them. If they win this map, they will be our champions of 2025 kickoff. Quick little fly through as well. Hold on to your seats, because we're getting into the action momentarily, and it will be chaotic. It will be scrappy if any of these other Fracture games are anything to judge off.
I don't think the SEN are going to be able to hold on to tower control. That, to me, seems like a big concern. Zelsis started the round there and then slipped in front, but G2's pistol walking through Dish. They ran the same pistol previously.
Realizing it's the potential opener. Hello, suppression to Zek, and he actually can't evacuate away from this play. The South was pushing him back, but this is a call by Sentinels. They want to fight this one forwards into the spawn, see if they can catch Trent unaware. He's got to hear these rumble of the footsteps, and he's playing the slightest of off angles right by the ropes as well. He has an exit strategy, but he might just want to take the fights to them. He does just that. Sentinels with a 2-player disadvantage now, forced to see if they can make risks and plays of their own, but Narrate is just swept away. G2 fully in control.
A flawless for G2 to open on the pistol. And not just in terms of the shooting, but also in terms of the execution. Jorg blast packs out into sight. They get the plant. And the positioning could not be better from Trent. If you're the solo player taking halls in your ranked games like that, tuck into that corner. I mean, you've just got the best chance of success. Picture perfect from him, without support.
Brim के वाइपर के नहीं, Brim का ult अच्छा है. टावर पूरा खाली करता है.
You were telling
Molly bot
a
delay
story
करता
about
है.
it being
Smoke
really down
करता
to
है.
execution,
Solo Viper
ideas,
controller नहीं
your
होता.
preparation.
हो सकता है एक
G2
आध
found an
proteins
empty
ले
B
ले.
site over here as well. There is some element of
Lekin
luck
usually
sometimes
नहीं
on
होता.
Fracture, of whether the defense decides to go aggressive in a certain area.
4 lanes, the coin flip.
There is more of that in this map than most others.
Celsius. Oh, he just peeks his gun out.
Bang दिखा था.
Tracking the boom bot in case he needed to swiftly get rid of it, but this is going to be a plan down for G2. Everybody up and ready to take this one. Not just that, the close positions are pretty impeccable. Tower control, main control. It's going to be hard for Sen to get anything done.
Another big thing that the Yoru doesn't give you, if we want to talk about comp analysis just for a moment as well, is the raise nade for plant denial. You still have salvos, you still have aftershock. Sen are not going to be too worried about that kind of stuff, but they don't have as much utility. See how that kind of stuff plays out.
And the hunt begins for a couple of kills, see if he can string together the ults, get them online nice
सारा
and
ult
early.
outs दे दिया.
Nobody too close though. Jog not given as many orbs as perhaps he was
Back to back
hunting
flawless.
for, hungry for. But there's yet to be a kill from the side of Sentinels. Double flawless.
Yeah, just spotting it.
Sen classic.
Betrayed by the bundle, it's unfortunate.
The Sen bundle giveth and the Sen bundle taketh away.
But this is their chance for Sentinels to get back into things. A bit more even footing.
Good morning,
in fact,
Vishal.
largely on the side of Sentinels when it comes to that economy.
It's the pistol round setup again. Trent, the only player towards Hall's side.
जिस हिसाब से वो लोग ने पुश किया ना वो देख के मालूम पड़ गया.
His job to wait for a push, to drone, to get information, and then potentially have Jorgamo blast back through and crunch a player like Zekken.
Bit of noise being made. Seems to be an awareness from the Sentinels players, but smokes are going to be dividing up the site now. It's all up onto G2. Jorgamo will make an attempt to conquer. And speaking of that, I mean, Sentinels just overwhelmed Trent from that spot, putting him into a really uncomfortable position. With him gone, they don't have to worry about the A main flank too much. And G2 don't really have the weaponry to be taking straight up duels here.
They're pushing spawn.
Yeah, risk to their own. Zelsays just layering down and raining them down with lead on top of him, man. Still from the back. Leaf, a lot to contest with there. Sound cues all around him. And so, pretty good answer back by Sentinels.
It's a bit strange to run a bonus round that's exactly the same as your pistol round, because you've already given them a chance to learn the lessons from that first loss. And here the lesson was, we need to be earlier onto Trent. We can't allow him to just get back into that passive position already. And they caught him with a wave of flashes. I mean, Breach flash, Yoru flash.
Let's go!
And then they could turn around and deal with the pack from G2.
Critically as well. I mean, G2 haven't been able to keep that
played
ball
fast.
rolling in terms of ultimates gained.
No.
It's 4 orbs to choose from on Fracture. If you take it slow and steady, you might be able to make your way towards it. It's part of the danger on this map.
Last time we saw G2 play, they were fast tempo, which is a little bit unusual. You expect them to be more of that slower defaulting team. But on this map, they just ran a bunch of fast set plays.
Oh, the repeat! Put a boom bot in your face just makes it a bit of a mistake there still. It's answered back. That was John QT just layering down that covering fire. And the thorns, that's a sound cue!
Yeah, that's so good.
Leave, here's the reposition of Bang, and knows to punish. Conventional drift going to be expended though. Zekken has got to do something to try and turn the tide of this fight. Sweeping their way out through the smokes. A bit of ground's going to be gained out through and wide. G2 running down these players.
That's a disgusting kill onto Zekken towards the end of his dimensional drift. Like I was saying, G2, they've got a decent playbook on this map. A lot of it though was quick, well-coordinated executes, splits. Trying to use overwhelming utility advantages. This is very nice, as you pointed out. The audio cue given there. The other thing, though, that G2 was super ready for was any kind of flood attempt. It's not just the Thorns, they were also, you know, eyes on those smokes, waiting for Bang to run through with a flash. And the silver lining around G2 not getting early ults online is that they're about to access a immediate, enormous arsenal.
Senna playing a bit more loose onto the other side of things, just trying to earn up ults of their own. They grabbed an orb for Zelsis. He has the sealed garden if they get into position. So Zekken has really got to hold on to spawn control. His team are here. Nades, push them back in case there is that flood attempt. A bit of spam. Oh, Leaf. Gotta be careful. Gotta be really careful like that. Here's that ult. I just talked about it. Gonna be playing a bit of a difference. Leap goes down. No, that's an aftershock. Like to deal with this one. Shorty in hand. He's up on high ground. Just laying down death from above. Still, it's Sentinels. But managed to regain control of the side. It comes down to the spam straight down main. These players are toppling Sentinels. It looked like they had an advantage, but just like that, turn of a dime, it's all gone the wrong way. A tap, they've earned half, but guns out wide. Down to the ult, orbital strike. Your outs are dwindling. Your options are out. And what can Zekken do? Salvos to work against. The rapid spike approaching. He's forced to save it away.
4-1. It's GG.
Zekken had a decent opportunity, actually, of being able to get a kill on sand.
Nobody exam में good luck बोल दो. Good luck मेरी जान की रोटी. Top करेगा top.
G2 in odd post-plant spots there, scramble away with a victory. That's a Jorgamo play if I've ever seen one. But they're relying on spam here to be able to get the job done. And then just got the ult online.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about though, this bank of ultimates is up now for G2. And this is very concerning for SEN. G2 weren't forced to use them early in the half. And now, assuming they can navigate an anti-eco, it's going to be really difficult for SEN to win any of these eco swing rounds.
It's going for heaven? What is that? Oh, just, okay.
Yeah, stopping any kind of flood.
Bang is feeling the heat. My God, what a shot to hit. But they know where he is now with only 2 bullets left to work with. It's a quick cleanup indeed by Jonah P. The Thorns popped off as the flood attempt is occurring. Sentinels just trapped up in the brambles. No chance in hell to see if they can turn the tide of that fight.
I think G2 have got really solid awareness of how to stop these flood attempts from coming through. It'd have to be a 1v4.
Zekken has done crazy stuff in the past, but he doesn't know where the sand player is. Flashback. Perfect timing. Jonah P just spams it down even though he was blinded. 5-1.
And still big ultimates available for G2. Right?
Oh,
I mean, enormous ultimates available.
They're huge.
In fact, though, SEN have caught up a little bit. But this round is going to mean everything for the first half. SEN down 5-1. And if they lose this, they'll have invested a bunch of ultimates. Their guns are going to be mostly disappearing.
मुझको भी नहीं मालूम मेरा टीम इतना अच्छा कैसे खेल रहा है.
It's very all in from SEN.
It's their pistol.
मैं pick किसका है SEN का. क्यों pick
They're waiting to take contact, holding the fault line.
Pixel angle play by Zekken. He's not going to be caught though. Has the TP to get back and away. He is anchoring hard onto the site. Not sure if they heard that one as a rolling thunder clears his way through. Oh my, the clone on top to try and fake and obfuscate where he could be hiding, but he cannot escape from that Jorgamo sightline. Bang. Makes an attempt of it, putting a squeeze onto the side players, but G2 are just overwhelming it, man. Holding it down, they know what to expect.
And so much good utility to stop the flood from coming through. Jorg deliberately got breach ulted there, by the way. He got catapulted in by his own breach. He's got Blast Pack and Rolling Thunder sending him in.
That's a hell of a lot of momentum.
And that's what I'm talking about. SEN, they gotta save this, and they might be able to pull together a buy. They got 1,000 credits in the bank on a few of their players. John and Zelsis don't need to rebuy armor. You know, they'll be able to get something going, but they've used big ultimates.
Yeah.
And now G2 still have Visal, Armageddon. They are completely running away with this map.
Incredibly tricky spot for SEN to be in.
Question is, why is the
adjustments? I mean, G2 condition them heading over towards A. They could just
a free side.
Turn the side over towards B.
I'm already starting to think, it's way too early by the way, but I'm already starting to think about Haven and the fact that we haven't seen either of these teams there.
No, it's been a kind of a soft ban for both of them, almost a perma, where they just have been avoiding it.
And yet it's the decider for the trophy if G2 continue this momentum.
It's hard to stop teams. Yeah, I mean, I do like the play from Zekken. He fake drones over the top just in case, but I think with the drone just on top of the wall, it kind of gives it away that that's not the real one.
You don't think that's reasonable?
It's cheeky, but doesn't quite work out for them, and it forces the timeout from SEN, as we were saying, because this is a map that is just rapidly
defense attack में अच्छा होता नहीं नहीं defense में भी अच्छा है attack में वो बस
honestly, is there anything that complicated about what G2 are doing? It's not tough for John to get the read on. They're running splits on them. They're picking A or B, and they're running a split. But SEN can't stop them. And Sen can't get Flood rotates through because they're getting blocked by the Thorns, by the Brim Molly. The utility is just creating a clear pathway for G2 to get into the site. And unless Sentinels have really good set retakes, and maybe that could be the answer, focusing on set retakes and focusing on early round aggression in a certain area, so that if you realize it's an A split early on, you can go and take tree, go take arcade, and at least have a flank going in the retake, so that you're not all stuck. But these site anchor players are just getting completely left on an island.
And here's where the conditioning plays a part, because it's all been A.
Now,
G2
heavy defense
towards B main.
Okay, but also, look at Zelsis. How is he going to be able to get value from this spot? I mean, you're about to face so much util, and there is no help coming.
I mean, Trent's holding onto the Armageddon. This is probably going to be used to clear the way, especially if this drone spots him, which no one is here.
But Sen are react pushing.
Right here, yeah, they're through. Already on through the choke point. It's a fault line. Armageddon, there's no chance.
You're done so.
You're done so. Straight into the open arms and the fire in line the G2 were waiting for. And look at this read. It's the wall, I think, that was triggered. They got to know that there was something up on towards the flank. Something was smelling up, and it's on to Zekken. Lower it down. That's suppressive fire indeed. Gets the one. Still alive. 56 health to work with. He's making his way forward. John QT stops him at the front door. Sorely needed here for Sentinels.
Zekken relocates, takes the rope. Oh, and John is too good for it.
Nice.
What a day for John QT. Captain IGL of Sentinels guides them to their second round. So it was that adjustment I was talking about, trying to push out the opposite side of the map so that you have a flank going on. And G2, they actually did read it, as you were saying. The Vice Wall gave them the cue. They just couldn't win the fight at tree. And they couldn't get past John.
I took care of it.
Is that going to work as a tactical adjustment, a strategic adjustment for the rest of the half? There's 4 rounds left to be played. Does it force G2 to slow down?
This is spam kills.
Very spread out. This is awkward smoke to try and get past.
They actually are defaulting for the first time here, G2. They've not just picked the strat from the playbook.
Any acknowledgement from
it's the win that matters.
Flash that he just threw out there through the smoke, so they know that B main was clear.
But Sentinels weren't simply picking a timing and pushing. They were using the fact that Zelsis knew it was a B hit to push out halls. So the fact that G2 are defaulting right now, it's not really putting a threat in the mind of Sen.
Oh, this might be a perfect time. Wait a minute, it's an
aftershock.
aftershock.
Nice read.
Yeah, John barely gets out of dodge. They know the breach is going to be on the south side with a play like that. Drone of their own as well. Clears the way through A main, but this is all 5 players grouped up. Normally they've been opting into the A splits. You can see eyes are trained. Sentinels are worried about the potential threat of drop, and if they try and contact play into it, it's a Steel Garden. Respect shown. Smoke split up the site. Util of their own going to be used and expended, trying to slow them all the way down, but Jogamo's straight in there.
It's amazing retake ultimates here for Sentinels. Zekken can give them full info for the breach ult.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift. It's going to point into the direction for his team to let loose, really. As you mentioned, potentially able to breach ult, but John QT has gone down. Jogamo's found one onto Bang as well. And the ults let loose. There's 20 seconds left into this. Zeken's just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get in. He could be the difference maker. 13 seconds, he needs to clear this guy up. He's got 1 for his troubles, but it's all answered. G2, lock and key is what he got to side under.
Well,
Zelsis creeping around the corners, but even the drop just being watched for. 7-2 now. That scoreline, just when you think Sentinels will be able to come up with some answers.
I'm not even sure I could tell you exactly how G2 won that situation. Sen had a good setup, looked like they got all the info that they needed, and then G2 got a couple of kills that seemed like they came out of nowhere. There's one onto John, and there's the second onto Bang. That put them in a devastating spot. John got stuck in a corner, but Bang's death, you got to credit to Jogamo actually getting proactive and working his way through the smoke.
Yeah.
And another tactical timeout being called here for Sentinels. They're in a tough spot. 7-2 down. Back and forth game here. What a best of 5 we've been treated to.
Yes, sir.
And it shows you that I think the map picks are a little bit fraudulent in these kind of BO5 situations. Both teams doing better on the maps that they didn't pick.
And that comes down to, I think, Sen putting in a lot of preparation, knowing that they were going to be going onto those maps.
Yeah,
they had clear ideas there, but
they should have had available anti for this map as well, actually, because we've seen G2 play it, albeit only once.
Pacific का ऐसा नहीं होगा. Pacific.
And Sen,
Clean
I don't think have been able to come up with the right answers early enough to G2's overwhelming execution.
You can barely breathe, man. You're trying to anchor into that spot. Like you said, I mean, it's just flashes, stuns, thorns through the smokes. There's no flood attempt, there's no anchor attempt. You can't do it.
The one positive for Sentinels is that when they get on the attack side, they can do similar stuff themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They still have all the same tools, albeit that slight difference between the Yoru and the Raze.
Remember to sleep after this match, yes sir.
They lean into it, but they need rounds here and now in this first round. You can see that's why Sentinels have used 2 timeouts at this point, and it's a familiar look. Lineup is going to lead to the back section of tower. There it is. Clears the way.
And then you've got the salvos following up. If you were in tower this round, you're dead.
Sen playing offside though. Aware of that. Don't really have the guns though to do a good job of things. Still that flash. Actually could have saved it for the retake, but nobody pushes forwards. In fact, I believe it's the Thorns in the smokes again. Just dead it off the call. As soon as they hear that util that's going to be expended.
I mean, Leafs just used another one as well.
Stops them from getting through, but second is the one with a rifle. Hero plays in order, and just the timing unfortunate there. Jorgamo taking a little bit of a swing, flash up through into the corner, orbital strike is committed, pushing these players out wide, and there's util in their hands. They're just left looking clueless. G2 in control. Looking cold with it, man.
That is beautiful. Leaf has so much impact in this round. Throws down the Thorns to stop any kind of flood attempt coming through, and then flanks underneath tunnel to get the wraparound on an area that Zekken had already cleared. When Zekken goes down here, it's like, all right, okay, we don't have arcade control, but neither do they. Little do they know that Leaf is on the prowl. 8-2.
Evanson का map है ना,
and it's looking more and more likely that this trophy is going to get decided on a complete unknown map of Haven.
Yeah, we don't know what to expect. We really don't. Bullets are hitting, connecting, bang, pressing the advantage to SEN. They're trying to get ahead of these timings that G2 are taking. Works out in their favor, but it's going to be util use pound per pound. And Jonapi push forwards into it to scramble, an attempt of salvage from here. G2 to get that spike back, and it's very apparent which area of the map they're trying to fight over at this point. Sentinels. Ooh, some way or form, they have that advantage.
Flash didn't catch onto John QT somehow there.
Yeah. They got lost in the geometry of the map. Oh my god! Bullets almost landing. One's up and over. Celsius has to respect that, give up that space. Cut noise, playing it slow now.
Sen are pretty happy to just rotate to where the noise has been, though. Here's a Tejo drone to try to get a little more info.
Didn't clear the box. They're worried about Sam at the same time, and here's the salvos. Oh, no, there's no gaps to play in! Top with the Guardians in hand. Leave it just down to Trent, though. It's a 1v2 and offline. Held down. Zekken reveals his hand there. But they're going to take it, I think. They need every single round they can take.
But they हार जाएंगे SEN वाले भाई bundle से कितना कमा रहे हैं वो लोग पता है क्या तेरे को?
An 8-4 half if they could get a pistol. Something that generally has been evaded in this series. Maybe it's doable. Narrate stepped up when his team needed him in that brawl over towards halls this round.
SEN का highest soul bundle.
And they left Zekken and Zelsis Wall alone on B. It's allowing them to stack the sides a little more.
Final round of the first half here on Fracture.
And a B split called. Zelsis under pressure drops back into sight instead of the safety of Jenny.
Unleashed. It's good util. To Molly. Thorns, and he knows the wall's there on top of it. Out of the way, the fuse is going to be running out. Bang just takes the timing. Pushes straight past it. The initiative seized there by SEN. Spike chopped down into no man's land. Now Trent has earned himself an all, but it's a 2v5.
second.
These players topple the odds. Can't take that one into the next half. Sentinels done enough here.
Pretty great. Honestly, that is the adjustment that SEN were looking for. It feels a bit like the end of Abyss, where it took them a while, but they eventually got the read on how to play against G2. A flawless to end the half makes things doable at 8-4. They probably need a pistol, but at the same time, they've got a very similar comp on attack, so it might just end up being overwhelming execs from them.
Could just be that snowball potential, the exits coming through, attacks, whatever it is. But listen, we're going to send it down to GB and River down in the crowd. Let's send it down to them now.
Is that it is house use?
Yes, we are. I'm joined by Paul here, a person that I grabbed from the crowd to participate in this game. Paul, where are you from, buddy?
The Martinez, California.
Hey, we got a local Californian in the house, guys. Give it up.
Get up.
Let's get into this real fast. The name of the game is Chuck the Raisnades into the bucket. Riv is in the middle of the crowd, and you got a bunch of Raisnades to toss into the crowd. I mean the bucket, whichever you decide. Let's go ahead and do this. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, almost, a little more.
Whatever you do, don't hit the gym. That costs a lot of money.
Don't worry, abilities don't kill everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
There it is.
Here. Yeah, hold this.
भाई हल्का सा मेरे को दो.
Toss them over here. Oh no!
Keep it coming.
Oh no! There are grenades everywhere.
Almost.
Oh man, it's almost as if I'm doing this
सर तो
intentionally.
मेरे को दो यार एक.
The community.
Riv, come on.
एक मेरे को दो यार रेस नेड.
Riv, hit it. Catch it, Riv.
मेरे
was
मुंह
not
पे
your
फेंको
attempt,
बैग.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, we got a
And
few
another.
more.
And another. Okay, not that one.
Oh! Go. Jet knife to the bucket. Go. Believe in yourself. You can accomplish it. Maybe not that one. It's okay. You don't get to keep the bucket, though. Don't get to keep the bucket. No, but
मैं सोचा जेडी भाई क्या कर रहे हैं उधर.
Riv, how many did we get?
We got.
पीपी तेरे को शर्म नहीं है ना दोस्त. हाँ. कभी मेरे हेयरलाइन पे जा रहे हो, कभी उसके हेयरलाइन पे जा रहे हो. हाँ. क्या हो गया? आपको ज्यादा हेयर्स आ रही है किधर और? क्या हो गया? काहे टिकलिंग हो रही है? कैसे बेबी? गुड मॉर्निंग.
G2 versus SEN. A decider map here for that trophy. It's the grand finals, of course, of our kickoff here in America's 2025.
Very nice. It is very
Both
nice.
these teams are really pushing
मैं
each
2
other.
साल से साइलेंट वॉचर था,
Adaptations,
वही
they seem to
सही
be
था.
coming through.
चैट करना
And a
शुरू
big
किया,
clash.
टाइम आउट.
this
मुझे
is it.
लगता है मैं ऐसे ही हूँ. जब से पता है
You
लगा
order a little bit of advantage. She might be getting it here. And now off the contact.
कैप्टन मत
It's
ले,
a little bit
कैप्टन
delayed. They want to take it
मत
one step further. Narrate hard committed. Flash will not save you.
दिल से
It's
निकला
a
है बंद
three-piece.
पे टिकट.
Ordered up nice and pretty. Jorgmo delivers it to his team.
Are they going to be able to find the timing
Match
here?
5
Leaf
by
tucked in, waiting for it.
What is that? He's turning to reclaim the flash. He's using it for information. He's just missed that mark.
It still should not be winnable for Sentinels because of the spike's position down here at Dish. But in theory, if John manages to pick up Valen, it could be. Jorg's looking. They've spotted one.
There's an important fight happening over
तो
towards the
इधर
A
है.
side. John wins it.
If John wins it, then Jorg and Trent would have to turn around. There's still 45 seconds here, and Celsius has found that they've backed up. So he was being pressured out from taking this fight, and he's taken some space.
Oh, he's just body blocked the thorns. Jordan was straight ahead of it.
They're about to double up.
Hi.
John has made the wraparound, and Valen's still looking for him in halls, sand.
Comes down to this fight. Doubled up. Info is going to be gathered here, and yet respect shown by G2. Peppering them with bullets straight through the Dish, but they've got the spike and they got themselves out. But there's only 17 seconds to
Time
work
है?
with. And here's the danger.
नहीं लेकिन नेट वेट भी है भाई.
G2 have got the read.
Yeah.
And back 3-1 चल रहा है. Love you. No.
Online, but Jordan was already there. Just been using to see if they can push this one by the 6 seconds left. And yeah, when time's running that short,
Ace मार दिया
it's
भाई.
open-handed, isn't it? There's your eye by power ace.
That's ridiculous that that's an ace round. Normally the aces are super
भाई अगर मैच के बीच में प्रेशर है तो क्या करते हैं? चैट में हक देते हैं वो लोग.
On the pistol, stopping them from getting the spike. I like the setup from Sen, but George just hit the shots.
That's hashtag unlock your ace on social media.
Oh, take it there.
Plenty of prizes. But Jorg, yeah, I don't know how you're going to be fitting that one into a Twitter clip, but good luck.
Well, here G2 with another opportunity.
Jorg's 2 away from the ult.
I mean, he's going for it, isn't he? He's going for the ult orb off the back of the salvo pressure. And now he's got the timing to come back and potentially collect some of these kills in sand.
भाई वो लोगों को मॉली वाला सीखना पड़ेगा भाई.
though,
जो यहाँ पे
JP
मॉली लैंड होता है
obviously
एक्सिक्यूट
expecting
के टाइम
some
पे.
things up.
मेरे को मालूम नहीं वो लोग पास वो लाइनअप है
Safely,
कि नहीं.
just a slight jiggle, but
थोड़ी
potential to be
सी
overwhelmed. Jorgen's got a nade, flashed up, blinded, and here's the swing, and a big, oh no! The classic bullet just
Second
going wide.
कुछ तो
Red
किया
whip
वहाँ
is
पे.
there. Cleaned up in the end, G2. It's flawless. It's 10 rounds.
तो किया है वहाँ पे.
A bonus round is going to be looking increasingly deadly now from them as well. But that showstopper has been earned up.
And I think this is the kind of situation, 6 rounds down, where Jorg has actually managed to work up, because of his ace on the pistol, he's worked his way up to a defensive showstopper. These are the kind of maps where I think SEN, even if they play their absolute best, they're going to need G2 to fumble if they want to be able to lift the trophy at the end of Fracture. They need a bit of help from the gods. Everything seems aligned here for G2. Can SEN find the magic?
Drone opens the door, and Jorgamo's right behind it. That nade, rebound, it's almost perfect. Damage done. Ray survives. So let's util in hand as well for this re-clear coming through. Drone, see what it spots off. And here's an attempt to bit Zekken. Steps forward, Trendo quick on the trigger and the trade.
They got rid of Jorgamo though, which means no showstopper. So that's one piece of plant denial not available. Can SEN get in? Valin under pressure.
Yeah, definitely under pressure. There's flash all over the place, man. He's blind as a bat. He can't see anything in this spot. So the thought, what is that? Ferrari swing. Stuck himself now onto the site, and he's left with a series of unknowns just wandering around his head. Where are these players? He's tapping, hoping, praying that they open themselves up into it, making it that much more winnable. Dodges the flash, and now he knows it, at least expects it. One player, at least in domain, sees the barrel. Can't win the fight. Trent locks onto him. All bang to the head.
G2 convert the bonus, something that was going on frequently in maps earlier today. Thinking back to Pearl. Valin's under enormous amounts of pressure there. He's got a salvo that he's sat inside of, has to push forwards, gets team flashed as well, and still got a kill. That's kind of ridiculous that he's able to come away with the goods in that spot. SEN have got to cobble together a buy, and it's not pretty.
It's desperation.
G2 का attack दिख के समझ गया.
Still holding on to this showstopper on top of it. Not a pretty buy at all. Flash primed, doubled up actually, just in case.
ये लोग का execute और वो लोग का execute में जमीन आसमान
aware of the gaps in terms of how they wanted to play this one, but it's immediately caught. You can see Valin rattling off commands to the rest of his team.
I mean, look at Trent pushed out over towards the north side.
He's got so much information.
They're flanking so early. They did this in the prior as well.
Just, lands to the slaughter. Steel Garden overlaid on top. Jorgamo does not care.
You were saying something?
You can take away his gun, but he's still got the rockets. Still the salvos out wide here. Drifting in and out of these fights. And it's Bang who ends up dropping 2 players left to stand here from SEN, Zekken and Zelsis. Trying to make sense of this chaos in the round. Trying to reclaim any sort of space. Zelsis slips in from under. There's the one. Jiggle. Stun. Oh no! Just a bullet tag slowing down the momentum. He can't evade that.
Good dodge on the flash. Step 1.
Many more to follow.
One tap.
T2, more than a firm grasp, man. They have been in control from the start.
Question is, क्या last map वो लोग reset होके खेल पाएंगे? That is the main question.
And you're seeing right from the beginning, the game plan is to push out the opposite side of the map. They've now done this multiple times. Round 15 and round 16. When SEN looked geared up to go for a B split.
Next time अपन EME और Pacific करेंगे यारो.
Yeah, because he's found the perfect timing. And because SEN are not thinking about that. SEN were too slow to do that on their own defense half. G2 are ahead in the macro.
There's no more room for error for SEN. At this point, basically just thinking ahead to Haven, but gotta focus. Maybe gather a bit of momentum, just make it that much more doable. Valin does eventually get removed away from the side here. Bullets are firing, Sentinels flooding out the feed.
They know that Tree's been compromised.
It's going to be heard for. Committal, they know what a plant is as well. That nade is going to be rebounding, pushing John out into the open. And, well, okay, now a spray down. Trent, where have you pulled that from? Just from the side, just when he thought SEN were getting comfortable into this round. It's a 1v1. Him versus the Rate. Doesn't expect to reposition. The Rate straight from behind. Took that fast time in a flank around, and so the slightest of breathing room. But the question is, how many more rounds can Strength string together until it's just over?
I also think that's the only way you're killing Trent at the moment, with a bullet to the back of the head. because if you take a straight fight against him at the moment, he looks unstoppable. 17-6 on this map, by the way.
Nice! Come on, man. Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Well, they'll need another 7 rounds just to get things to overtime.
I think 5 rounds. 2 equal jayega.
Still keeping it up.
But 5 is
big ults on either side.
Big.
They need to be looking for these defensive pushes because G2 are
constantly
active.
GG.
This is going to be cleared out. Wait a second. Sen, no, they're being squeezed up onto the ropes. Celtics just couldn't quite escape in time. Trying to go a little bit quirky with the movement there. Second's just not able to get that kill. Slightest miss with a Bucky in hand. And it's up to Bang to respond. And he does. It's 2 routes away and Armageddon of their own, and they have that site access. Turning it back into the 3v3.
Ye main fight hai.
Great sticking with the plan. John finds his kill and his mark. Leaf. He's cheeky with it on this map. He's often trying to take those timings, and it's unusual to catch him unaware.
They've just heard the door open, but I don't think they're going to be aware of Valen. They still think there's a chance that he's over towards...
जब भी ब्रीच अल्टी आएगा, ब्रिम अल्टी आएगा, रेज अल्टी आएगा, तब क्या करेंगे सेन वाले? कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Creeping forwards, he's just spotted it. Just the shoulder. Fault line, it's instantaneous. It's rapid. These players are dwindling. They are toppling. G2. It's almost there. It's within their grasp. And they will have it. Not to be denied. Haven is inevitable.
The best of 5 in the kickoff trophy between our 2 top teams from Americas. And it goes all the distance, all the way.
Nope.
Not every map has been close here today. Each round feels like there's chances for either team to win. This one probably the most one-sided in G2's favor, at least. They certainly came in with a bigger macro understanding of what they wanted to do. Their attack side, it's impossible to flood defend against. On defense, constantly getting those pushes working. The set plays, the ideas were great. Do we have any clue, though, what's going to happen on Haven? No. We haven't seen it from either of these teams. They've been mostly banning it. It is such an unknown way to crown the best team in Americas of early 2025.
Yeah, and what a way to do it, man. These teams have pushed each other to the brink. As you mentioned, Josh, listen, not every map has been close, but we deserve this. These teams are delivering. Haven is where it's all going to be decided. Multiple unknowns across the board. I just cannot wait to get back into the action.
Well back. Balanced. अपर ब्रैकेट का टीम में भाई फॉर अ रीजन. ऐसा वैसा थोड़ी टीम है G2. सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत के ऊपर यही टीम आई है. ट्विटर पे अभी हो रहा रहेगा ना. मैच के बीच में लड़ाई हो जाए तो क्या होगा? टाइम आउट लेते हो लोग. क्या करूँ? चाय लेके आओ क्या? चैट मतलब चाय है, थोड़ा सा गरम करना पड़ेगा. मन तो नहीं है यार चाय पीने के बाद. मैं सो नहीं पाऊंगा यार. अपने पास कोल्ड ड्रिंक है? कोल्ड ड्रिंक है अपने पास? कमेंट्री सुनते सुनते एम ट्रेनिंग चालू है भाई. ये बेस्ट वे भाई, ये बेस्ट वे. अगर तुम लोग जितने भी ग्रैंडर्स लोग हैं, अगर तुम लोग वॉच पार्टी करते करते हर राउंड के बीच में जो गैप रहता है उसमें अगर तुम लोग रेंज में चिल करोगे ना, आई थिंक दैट इज द बेस्ट वे टू फकिंग ग्राइंड. यू विल गेट ऑल द नॉलेज ऑफ द गेम प्लस यू विल गेट योर एम. आई थिंक दैट इज द बेस्ट वे. ऐसा नहीं रहा ऐसे. ये प्रो का पूरा वो रहता है यार, काउंटर कैसे कर रहे टीम्स. और सोए नहीं. मैं 7 बज गया. मैं 3 दिन से नहीं सोया दोस्त. वेलकम टू माय लाइफ. 3 दिन से 3 घंटा नींद, मतलब तुम लोग समझ रहे हो इतना क्लोज हूँ मैं पागल होने से. क्या ये जल्दी जितना लव यू चरण में है.
G2 doing enough to slow it down. Lee's timing is impeccable.
Silent all over, and second swings backside, gets 3.
And it can only end like this. Map 5 on the horizon as G2 manages to pick up Fracture 13-5 in what could only be one of the quickest maps that we have seen here in this series so far.
What is mental about the pace of that map compared to the rest? Split had less rounds played. It was a 13-4, yet that map went for 15 more total minutes than Fracture at a 13-5. And this map in particular, I think, really illustrates what Josh Artie has said about how dynamic the team is with the pace, with Giacomo in the roster. Fracture, their average time to plant the spike, G2, is 35 seconds compared to, for instance, on Abyss, 50 seconds. Split, 57 seconds. They are running it down on this map, and it's because they have a guy like Jaw.
And I want to show a couple of the XX where they are running it down throughout this game, because they had some really well put together executes with this comp that we were seeing out from G2. This first one, they're all passing that Vise wall together, so it doesn't actually cut anyone off. Then it's an aftershock to stop the flood from coming in. Then they're throwing down thorns. They have so many layers of utility to stop the defenders getting out these smokes. Most of the time, the win condition as a defender on Fracture is getting past that smoke, getting in on this flood. But with the Vise, with the Brim Mollies, with Raise Nades, they're so good at stopping Sentinels from having that opportunity. Here's another. Jaw gets sent flying with the rocket in hand. They're ulted by the Teo, but they still get outside. They still have thorns. That combines with an aftershock to get a kill onto the breach, and then they clean up with some really pretty fundamentals on this round as well. And it was rounds like this all day on that attacking side to put G2 so far up on Fracture.
Incredibly impressive to see the speed at which G2 is taking some of these executes, and I mean, just even reflected in the first kills as well. Just the fact that you start off just so aggressive in their face, really leaving Wyatt Sentinels with no real option but to just kind of like deal with that aggression every single time.
It is this composition that is so explosive, and cool to see Jaw on the Raze on this map instead of the Yoru that Sentinels were opting for. We see that Yoru be, to some extent, a natural counter to this Tejo meta where you can draw out the util and teleport away. But when you have the Raze, that's just even more damaging utility to sync up with everything else that you've already got. So when you're playing that fast style, anchoring against this comp is next to impossible.
Yeah, no, of course. And there's obviously, as we look forward here, we have Fracture on the horizon. I mean, I don't even know what to expect. Oh, sorry, not Fracture, Haven. I don't even know what to expect there. Look at that, my brain's all
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this last map was like the Jojimo Raze show, but there's so many options on which way G2 could go. For context, neither of these teams has played Haven just yet in Kickoff. So this is a complete unknown quantity going into map number 5 of a series. Is it going to be more Breach Teo Yoru like we've seen from Sentinels? Is it a more classic comp like what the Brazilian teams have played? There's a lot of options for this map number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last we were seeing of Haven, it was the very standard, you got your Breach, you got your Jet, etc. What we've always seen on the map. And do they dare try and play with a Tejo look to try and really prioritize controlling areas of the map like A main? It's possible, but so cool that we've made it the distance in this series. So we got to see SEN debut on Fracture, and we get to see both teams debut on this.
Well, that's what it's all about right there. They're playing for the Kickoff trophy. And of course, for Sentinels, they'll be playing for their second Kickoff trophy here in G2, desperately trying to get their first. The question is, who's going to come out on top? You don't want to miss it. Map 5 coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
This is it. This is what it all comes down to here in our grand finals of Kickoff for Americas itself as well. G2, they have been so close in the past. Man. They've had 2 chances to win the grand finals here. They've been in familiar spots, but it's crumbled beneath their fingers multiple times. Sentinels themselves have been on a run. They can cast their minds back to 2024 and understand how far they came in that fashion in Kickoff itself.
And the last time that we saw these 2 teams match up in this tournament, Sen weren't close, right? So it's not like you have that same fire underneath you of we're within touching distance. This time they are. Breach Tejo gonna come out with Yoru, so sticking so heavily to the meta, if you want to call it that at the moment, for G2. Not adapting to Sova Breach, for example, or playing a Jet here. What are we gonna see from Sen? There are so many different options on Haven. Oh, I love this. Okay, so Yoru ISO going back to like a Fnatic-esque composition, but allowing both of your duelist players, because let's be real, that's what Narrate is in his heart of hearts, to go out there and frag. If there was a map for Narrate to be able to come back to Americas after his year in EMEA and showcase that he's that kind of player that deserves respect to pick up a trophy, he could put out an insanely good performance here on ISO. What to expect? Neither of these teams have played Haven this year.
You can only go off familiar scenes whenever teams are trying to play the same compositions, but you just don't know how they're going to be coming into it themselves. From 5 to the decider for the grand finals between these 2 teams. They're getting readied up. They're going to be heading into Haven. A pistol round where it always begins. But so many unknowns here. We've got to get the energy up because this is it. It's what both of these teams have been looking forward to. Revenge for Sentinels to steal away that trophy and title and chance for G2. And for them, it's been in the making for many, many years.
We know roughly how the Yoru ISO composition is going to work. There are not many people playing G2's compositional archetype here on Haven. It has huge amounts of area denial, but it should be limited on the info it gets on defense, I think.
Full speed ahead. Sentinels, not quite, faking it out.
Waiting for, waiting for a fault line, waiting for a salvo, something like that. Maybe even seeing if the wall was triggered there.
Yeah.
And the clone did pass the choke point, so you're pretty confident the Vice isn't playing C.
Just leaves 2 options on A. One from B, one garage.
Well, yeah, I mean,
really? Light work.
Tons of different lanes, but it does mean that they could re-hit C after a little bit of exploration elsewhere. So they're pushing back a potential defensive push on A. Looking to cut off some rotates too, or are they going to hit the B site?
Might be well settling on, but
Zeken's game has just expired in spawn, so he's going to be stuck on the C lurk.
I think they're trying to make this feel like a B hit, and they're going to pivot into the C, but we'll find out ourselves. Shield popped, trying to ISO these fights. Celsius gets caught onto the flank there. Stun's going to be that connection. Narrate a lot to do into this spot. Spamming away, praying, and the damage done. He was whittled down to just double digits, and it was enough at the end of the day. But Zeken has granted him at least easy access, potentially over towards C. He might have just seen it. Twists and turns, and these fights are taken. Jorgamo wins it out versus Bang. Man, it's going to be committed. Stuck down by John QT, but it's him and Zeken with a lot to do.
A 2v2 fighting garage going to be set up here.
And damage done prior. I mean, Jorgamo just goes down. That's a TP. Relocation. Pivot back and away, but John has taken that space. Didn't anticipate that there was a second player ready to face it. And now Zeken in that 1v3. Valent's got the smoke for it. It's very difficult to play this one. Zeken purely just have to base it off of spam, essentially. And now he can stick it. His team is applying that pressure down through C main.
Another pistol round win there for G2. I'm not seeing the vision for Sen.
But that's gifted our Reds to put that chance, prediction,
though. Beforehand, they ended up setting 3 separate players to lurk. Zelsis had the lurk over towards A.
Considering last map
Narrate kind of contacted it to B and ended up lurking in.
13.
And yeah, Leaf is just pointing out the quarter player looking at the minimap.
But mera dil
so
bol
3 separate people trying to set up a lurk.
13-6 Sen.
Including Bang was the other player that I didn't mention there that we saw get caught in mid.
But I think 13 and
Sentinels little bit all in, but TP forwards, and okay, what do you hear that?
Yeah, so jaldi bhi
out
khatam ho
into the
sakta
open.
है.
Repeat taken by Jorgamo. He's not shy to take those fights.
One of your big, small objectives in this round, I suppose.
Timing.
Oh,
Bangs managed to catch this. Yep. The drone did not
on
clear
earth?
him. Oh, he's playing this one to almost perfection. Paranoia sweeps its way through. Not sure if that connection's there, but Util's going to be coming out in spades. See if they can help this one out. Has a TP into the back corner. Out the shot. Somehow catching on to these players. Ring around the roses and a spike comes down into the open. There were chances there. Got to respect Sen. The gumption to even try and go for a play like that and bang to jump on it, but doesn't work out.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Sentinels have called some kind of contact play through a choke point. And it makes me think that that's part of their overarching strategy, is to not give timings for the salvo, for the stun.
तो double or nothing हो गया.
Bang couldn't
Hey,
quite
do you
pull
want
off
to
the
double it
teleport there
and give
before
to
the
the next
aftershock that came
person?
through
Next
default
person
vaulting.
nahi, please.
Hey, we got away with the mistake. Let's guys, call contact, call shit.
Yeah, and I think that's important there, is that somebody needs to be
बना रहा है
taking
बे.
contact. They're holding spots, expecting Sentinels to make noise and use Util. They've been caught now kind of twice.
Oh, Jorgamo is in their faces. He's only got a bulldog to his name. He's trying to take that fight, but TP backing away once more to safety. Time ball for Trent. Needs to be very careful. And worried. He's lucky not to just
उसका teammate लड़ रहा है वहाँ पे.
G2 are now going to be getting primed and ready, and this is so quick, man. They're using the drone for the re-clear down through A short. All tripped up.
Leaf versus Zelsis again on the flank, on the lurk. Leaf has been good for it 2 out of 2 rounds so far.
आत्मा गई.
Flash breaks the thorns before there can be too much more damage done. G2 grouping up towards mid.
Wow, double re-clearing mid, giving up garage. What a call from Leaf.
They've got a squeeze on them though. Do these players even know? Are they
Oh,
even
shit.
aware? The answer is no. Leaf strikes right from behind, and Zelsa's got to do a lot here. He's got to try and salvage this entire hit that's coming through over towards the A site. Zelsis can now become a bit of a problem player for them. Do they have to
Bhai,
clear
Yoru
out
ka
the cam?
positioning to
Game of
OP
cat
hai.
and mouse. What a plan does go down, but oh, he's looking in a different direction.
Jorgamo is also a problem player though. He was behind in A long and Sen never cleared it.
Drop down! My God, what's occurring? No one's covering these fights. And the angle's there. Jorgamo's in their faces. Do they know where Bang is? Sticking, Jorg gets half. There's a smoke to supplement it, covering it, obfuscating it. It's 3 in a row for G2. The problem that's rearing its head. Bang survives with the rifle, but it's a consolation prize, man, because Kaplan mentioned this. Doesn't matter how much prep you put into a map. Doesn't matter how close you are on the gun rounds. If you lose the pistol, you lose the
इसका कौन
bonus.
बचा है? Sen तो कौन बचा है, लेकिन G2 का
But
play
they've also
style
lost the
अच्छा है.
pistol and bonus by trying to get weird lurk
वो लोग
plays
का
through all
util
over the place.
on
You
point
have
है.
a Yoru ISO composition.
At least last
Yoru
map में तो वही
ISO
दिखाई
composition,
दिया.
sorry. Just make some space with the paranoia and with Zekin's teleport and allow Narrate to run around trying to frag people. This contact stuff is to try to get around and behind Jonapi and Trent's util. But it's also making Sen not play together and play to their win conditions.
Got to you.
By Sen. Kept the one rifle, but half armor almost across the board. Regen shields if they can afford it. Jorg is going to get information gathered. Wait a second.
He just came out of his
he
ult.
just came out of Dimensional Drift. He looks like he wants to try and take that fight up through a lobby. They're not giving it to him.
He teleported back as well. Have they heard that? They're still pinging out areas over towards A lobby, so...
And up through mid. Oh,
brutal.
Smoke propped up. Information gathered, and they're just not watching their backs, man. These angles are open. G2 making a mockery of it right now. We didn't know what to expect here for Haven, but the game plan is just falling to pieces for Sen.
They're leaving so many gaps, and G2 are finding them. I think Zels has got to be more defensive in his Cypher play rather than trying to find the lurk timings. He needs to stop G2.
Silong push करके बैठा है Vice.
It's over. Tucked up tight, reinforcements arriving. They spot the back. There's a swing. Bang's lucky.
Here's Zelsis trying to find that lurk timing now.
20 seconds left. G2 no.
A पे info देखो.
Garage control. Okay, whipping a rifle back around again. Zelsis did get the 1 kill, but there's only 13 seconds left. They don't have main control.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
I mean, Leaf has got this.
Garage उनके
in the
पास
smoke.
है.
Trying to go for a bit of
उनके
spam.
पास
Oh,
है.
it's revealed his hand. Definitely has, but it's uncomfortable for Sentinels. They know that they have to fight for control of at least one of these areas of the map. And
It's a lot.
bullets are flying forwards. It doesn't matter. The player advantage that G2 have earned up. more than enough to sail their way to victory in a 4th round now.
If you're looking for the cope for Sentinels here, once they get up to Euro ult, ISO ult, they can start to apply much more pressure onto these sites. But you can't be relying on the ultimates the entire time. And you're still a round away from that, by the way. I mean, Sen have got to go, I think, here for another eco. It's looked like Sen's permaband so far, right? It's looked like we're finally getting to the portion of the BO5 where G2's double map veto is giving them the win. And I thought we were going to get here earlier, I've got to be honest with you. I thought that G2 were looking so clean so far in kickoff, not dropping a single map coming into this grand final, that with double map veto, Sen were going to struggle to hold on. And we've been dazzled by what Sentinels have shown us so far in these first 4 maps. Especially starting out so strong on split. But here, it's not cooking.
मैंने जो G2 जीता predict किया उसका आधा $1 मिलेगा.
We can see the economy, and it looks like Sen are going to try to force this round.
Opted into it again.
They're 1 away from getting every single ultimate online.
Jinx par भूल गए.
The one that I would be prioritizing is Narrate, because I think once you have Narrate's ISO ultimate on the attack side, you can grab a player, scale off the back of that, Paranoia, TP, Zekken into spots. There's a lot of big execs you can do. And it makes it very difficult for G2.
Bro, what the fuck? Clear cut Zekken का भाई दिख रहा है, bro.
G2 might be 1 step ahead with the player positions. Timer's going to
Love
start
from
taking
Canada, love you.
Down into the round.
Bro, देखा
Yeah, they are
Pacific का.
so far ahead of this, aren't they?
It's a salvo. The fault line, I think G2 going to try to take that early control.
चीज़
That makes
अपने
it feel
favor में
like
जाती नहीं है
Almost not here with the operator.
Well, even if
even if
Jorg does have to teleport away, you've still got a crunch onto the ult orb.
He's made a bit of noise. Hard A aware. Salvos. He's hoping that they get pushed back into him. Cracking shot by Narrate.
That gives him the ult as well.
With that, maybe you can snowball it into your advantage, but Senna taking it slow and steady once more.
The drone doesn't clear enough. The idea there is that the drone is supposed to see whether they're playing retake. If they are playing retake, you take the site. If not, you catch him in the ISO.
Oh, Charapi's been out in the open there. He thought that he had the timing. This dimensional drift might not even be necessary, but he is going to spot out these players. And hello, combo it up. Yep, take it into the gulag. Good luck winning it. And Trent somehow manages it. There's a shield to contest with. Still there. Gets one. Locked up onto the side, but it was the impetus around that Sen needed. Took a lot to get there. Looked a bit messy in the process.
But it was the right call to force up, knowing that you had those ults about to come online. As soon as you get the ult cycle going, Sentinel's comp is really difficult to defend against. You see the combos that they have. And even when Trent gets this, he's gonna get traded out. It is ridiculous that he also caught John Cutie.
Ah, no.
Yo, you're in the ISO, bro.
But not
one of the things that does, though, I mean, obviously, whoa, what are we going for here?
Off the rips, flashes in their faces, salvos and Armageddon! Narrate stems the bleeding and takes the bite out of that play. Jogamo's still going to be taking the space off the back of that, but forced to respect it with a TP of his own. They're trying to squeeze these players.
Yeah, it's a set play that we've seen some other teams go for, actually, but...
Leaf holds on overzealous! Leaf's grabbed 2! Trent through the back! It's a Razorvine and a Hunter's Fury. It's going to be whipping his way around with just a 1 tag. Not enough to get the damage done. Not enough for the kill that they're looking for. Still a 2v3.
Jogamo's coming around the flank. No, he's not.
Takes it for the TP. I mean, this is just going to be... Again, that chaos sown into the mix, into the round itself. There's 2 players on Sentinels. They're looking to see if they can carve an opening.
Trent just got salvos back. They're trying to bait them out.
ult मारने वाला है वो.
For a link control as 2 players meet them. Spots the shoulder. It's going to be a clone into your face. Could be blinding you potentially, but he turns it still. Flashed up. And they're just wandering, waiting out.
Last one,
into the open backside. 5-1.
Last one फिर anti-flash खेल रहा था दोनों में से.
Blind as well. 5-1. Rough for Sentinels, especially when they start that round with 2 clean kills from Narrate. That's brutal. The decision to go into the B side there and Leaf eats them up. I mean, that is ISO value. That's what you play this composition for, and then... What an angle.
Where are you going?
This is worrying because G2, you can tell inside their comms, can feel the win, can feel the trophy.
Absolutely.
And if you're trying to play on the fact that G2 have choked before, you want to start strong, not allow them to get the confidence.
Salvo's out through mid, that's G2. Slowing down a potential mid-take.
This is one of the reasons the ISO is so good. You can use that shield to be able to just gather ult orbs up.
क्लोन के वजह से वाइस के साइड पे
Once
नहीं
he
जा रहे.
ults, he always has an ult point back. It should be so simple to cycle these massive ultimates up.
Time to judge. Big struggle though so far for SEN. Now they're looking to make their way over towards A. They're ready to take a peek. It's a double play. I mean, they were watching for it. They hear the sound cue from the shield. He only gets the one. And every smoke, every option is watched for. Right now, SEN are just throwing anything at the wall, seeing what sticks with these lurk plays. TP committed. Leaf is wondering whereabouts these players could be. Rolling Thunder gives him the time for the drop down. Flash on top of it.
Oh, drop down.
He still needs to hold it down even further. Just one man, what can he do? Dodge the flash. Quick turn to the side.
ये टू इधर किसके भी फेयर में जा सकता है. Fresh smoke है.
He's going to be stuck, committed. Cosmic Divido forces them forwards into the fight and into the fray. And G2 are now aware of it. They know the possible positions. The IGL has you in his sights.
G2 are dismantling Sentinels. You see it in the rounds. Narrate just decides to pick a timing to apply his shield and swing C long. I mean, maybe just hoping that he would catch a solo Jorg holding the angle.
The most
and then Zekken does
heavy
a very similar thing. He just tries to find a timing into the B smoke.
Valorant.
Both duelists lurking in this round. It's ranked-esque strategies, not what you expect from a team like Sentinels. But again, this is the permaban, so how much can you really judge them for the situation that they're in? They did an amazing job to get to map 5 here. But if they wanted a chance at victory with the benefit of hindsight, maybe you had to come on Fracture.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier.
Because this is looking tough. This looks like a team that doesn't have the depth in their map pool against an opponent that has got rid of Binks. They're not going to be in these kind of spots too often. This only happens in grand finals.
It does. Just that best of 5 debuff that just occurs because when it gets drawn out to this point, like you've been mentioning, it comes down to the preparation. How deep does your map pool go? Of course, there's the mental resilience part of things. And SEN have got, listen, they're not lacking that experience in that department. They've been in tenuous spots like this before, competing for titles, trophies in grand finals, but G2, they just want it more.
And they've prepped more here as well.
No idea, Rishabh bhai.
And also they've had enough of the match to get their form back, I think. And especially for Trent. I've been so impressed with what he's put together in the last 2 maps. He's looked electric. I think he'd probably be my MVP so far of this match. Still plenty of rounds left to play though, and there's a chance that Narrate can come online. He's still at the top of the scoreboard. He's not playing too badly, but the whole team doesn't really seem to have a good idea of how to maximize his value. But he's got the ult.
Oh, Salvo fault line. All being expended here, but that's a TP clone. Actually on top of the bricks. That's a ult narrowly avoided. He got the clone, did he? Is that a clone play? Absurd reactions from Jordan. We're just anticipating it, but a clone in your face doesn't matter. He can't get out. It's traded in time.
By
at least
insane fight
gives them that. And a player advantage on top of it, but they haven't cleared. Valin backs to him. And quick reactions from Celsius. Make sure to watch that angle, but damage done to Bang. Wrapping around by Leaf. It's all about this timing, and they are doubled up towards shore.
Possible, Bangalore.
Doubled up, and he's, the player weak. Does he anticipate? The Celsius has cut it up into the corner. It's all about this timing, and the fight to be taken.
Shot.
Off-angle approach. And the player, the man that has held his ground and stood up to many questions and challenges. Celsius delivers them around.
What a scrappy fight over there towards A-Long. TP's himself on top of bricks, which was unexpected to start. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the midst of all of that, we saw a pretty sneak outplay with Jokimo using his clone to stop Narrate's ultimate. Didn't get them the round win though. SEN get 2.
Same A-lobby aggression. Used up the rip. Forces the slowdown for SEN. Not that they were looking to go into that direction anyway.
Recon Dart also used off the rip towards the back of the C site, which I don't really understand the value of for John. I'll have that back at the minute mark.
Upton back into trying to take control of some of these areas. There's a wall into the face of Zekken.
Narrate kind of wastes his shield here just to take garage control instead of, well, I mean, I guess he's applying pressure. He's kind of just acting as a distraction and a lurk. It's a weird way of using the ice, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to force that reclear, which Leaf
not
favoured for. Valin!
Timing by timing.
He's not worried about it. He's trying to back himself out of the fight.
Wall trigger नहीं हुआ ना?
Mid just pulls back that wall as well on top of it, but a salva's going to be used as that response, and Jogamo ready to lock it down. He's got teammates at his back, and he's taking a fight straight to them. Flashes in their face, stuns the supplement, slow down the pace. Drone now has to be offloaded. Sen looking to get themselves in. It's a half clearance. It's a half clearance! Trent, he's just decimated them!
Beautiful distraction.
ये drone ने
You
कैसे नहीं
can't
check
get
किया
past
पता
this
नहीं.
guy. He's been
मेरे
unbelievable
को
in these
लगा
last
वहाँ
couple
पे drone ने
matches.
देखा.
12 and 3 currently.
ये करना चाहिए.
And he lit the world up on Fracture too.
ये drone ने कैसे नहीं देखा पता नहीं.
The defensive util that G2 have to work with here is barbaric.
I'm caging.
I mean, he's making a comment there that the cage was beautiful for him to play around despite it being thrown from Zelsis, I think.
It's all smiles for G2.
All right, here's an exec, though, from Sen, on an eco, albeit.
Need the ring to lead that charge. It is an eco. Hold on, twist and turns. You're trying to break the ankles, but again, not quite the weaponry for it still. Man gets the one, swing through the cage, and Zelsis has gone down anyway. It's rapid.
Yeah, fights
It feels like desperation at its core.
When
you run those kind of fast hits, it does make it really easy for G2 to be able to find the right timings for their stuns, flashes, sucks, pulls, salvos. They've got everything. It's really tough. You can see why Sen are trying so much of this lurking, contacting style of play. But it makes their comp look so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
चलो सॉल्ट आ गया नेक्स्ट राउंड के
Can
लिए.
John pull a rabbit out a hat in the world's most unlikely 1v3? Because otherwise, they've still only got 2 rounds out of 10.
There's no gun. It's got a util, but he doesn't want to reveal it. The only thing he's got going for him is that they don't know where he is. He's timing across to the drone, but, well, dart's in order, and Salvo's at your feet. Good luck crossing that boundary. Cosmic Divide even committed. Shows a bit of respect, I think, that G2 are making sure to expend these ults, and they've got the crossfire set up. Jump spot. It's going to be dealt with.
It's okay. He drew out the Cosmic Divide. That's a win. But Sen needs some rounds at this point. G2 are running away with it. You're seeing that gap now between these two teams here on Haven. And they're going to have so many tools as well to use on the attack. This is not just a defense-sided call. I've already seen when they play, you know, Split, for example. One where this comp is really difficult to stop once it gets rolling.
It's better. You never know. उसके पास gun रहेगा.
On track.
भले पैसे नहीं है. Hero by किया रहेगा.
Title, a trophy. To lose
इसका gun उठाया रहेगा.
Most of their careers. Here's aggression. Increase again with the tempo, but that's Bang just perched up on top of the staircase, and the angle unexpected for Jogamo.
G2 feel like they have to make something happen here, because if they wait, Sentinels have got an enormous ult advantage. There's the Cypher ult.
Yeah. And it pushes back G2 when they were looking for another go of things outside the double doors. All up. Nerulfev gives them the info. They know that A has just the one lurking for it, and Zekken's going to be gathering even more information. Thorn's popped off, but he doesn't care about that. Straight into the fight, Leaf. How cheeky do you want to get? Armageddon is going to be layered down onto these players as well, and it's created that window in the pocket. Still Zekken from behind, and he does wrangle his rifle just in time. It's 2 dropped. Zekken needed that. Needed to show himself up here still. He's stunned. Recon to the corner and unaware of where Jonah P could be coming from. Wait a second, it's a 1v2. Drone not being used. Flash up and over towards the top, but tagged up. Jonah P forced to respect it.
Good smoke.
These G2 players ins, and you can feel it now. Sen realize it. Offload and for the util. Nice. Double tap. It's a good call to make.
Sen get another on the board. An 8-4 half could be possible. Could be. They would have to come out with some amazing game plans on the defense. Narrate's one away from getting ISO ult online. He can drag a player into a 1v1, but he doesn't want to go for Chocomo's clone again. You saw, I mean, this flood defend idea from G2. They have the Vice flash, and then Trent running through a smoke. Zekan had to do everything to stop it from working. Pryo has got to be getting that orb onto Narrate.
एक भी ult नहीं है बे. 9-3 curse.
Need the ult. See if they can turn around in their
वो लोग को
favor.
जिधर मर्जी चाहिए उधर retake कर
It's
सकते हैं.
winnable.
Sen को fight करना ही पड़ेगा early.
G2.
सिर्फ Euro ult, उसके ऊपर Vice ult खत्म.
Playing a bit more fluidly.
Free kills. उसके पीछे stun आएगा, nade आएगा, bang.
Going to be used pound for pound out through mid as well. Both teams are going to be hunting for that information, and there's no orb in sight. Narrate just wants to try and take the fight straight to them. Maybe if he earns a kill, but that's the shield expended. He desperately needs this. He's forward, taking the timing matters into his own hands, but it's just going to be fading out. The duration and an ult of their own. Jorgamo is going to be using it, gathering it, and he sees it. Tip tap with the footsteps. Leaf cutting up close onto the corners. Unexpected here, and here's some chaos for you. Attempt to reclear it forces Sen to slow down.
अब ये Yoru की तरह पता नहीं.
Yeah.
Narrate, even if he gets this ult orb, even if he gets the ult online, he doesn't have his shield because he wasted it earlier on.
That's what he would be hoping for. Any sort of advantage into this fight. Any information? It's an ult. A no-go. Everybody just cleanly out of the way. G2 now starts swarming, getting into position for this one. Forwards, double taking, just trying to get ahead of the curve as well as it occurs. Blind as anything, Valin. He's just running rings around them, but Second left to try and control the situation. But it's too much for even him. 9-3. It's where we stand. For the last map here of our Kickoff Grand Finals.
G2 are going to be feeling calm, comfortable, confident. After a very nervous beginning to this BO5, I would imagine we might get a chance. Might get a chance in the winner's interview with them to check that out.
There's no comeback this time.
Here we go, all on the line, and G2 can sense that trophy.
9 rounds मतलब bench बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत ज़्यादा, बहुत. अरे जब पिस्तौल और बोनस दोनों भी निकाले ना तो भी हार गए. मतलब तुम लोग सोचो कि इतना ज़्यादा अच्छा खेला है G2. लेकिन एक्चुअल में वो मस्त खेला बे सेन. एक्चुअल में सेन अच्छा खेला. सिर्फ एक ही गलती हुआ कि फ्रैक्चर बहुत ही कैजुअल था. वो लोगों को फ्रैक्चर के पहले एंड कर देना चाहिए था सीरीज. सेकंड के पास बहुत टाइमिंग हो रहा है. हाँ मालूम होएगा ही, क्यों नहीं होएगा, होएगा ही. सोलो इनिशिएटर, लेस इन्फो.
The 9-3 half is what we're staring at, and it's the decider map for the grand finals. G2 have been on the cusp of a title many times before.
ये दो तो पहुंच गए मास्टर्स. ये लोग मास्टर्स
made sacrifices as well to stay together as a squad. They need this win desperately. You can feel it.
Point system मेरे को मालूम नहीं क्या है, कब points मिलता है. I think
As you say, they were an Ascension team almost by choice. They were good enough for Tier 1, the players, but they chose to stick together in Tier 2. One Ascension came in, been in multiple finals here in Americas as well, and this is their best chance. A pistol round that is desperate for Sentinels.
Their only chance, realistically, at this point. It's like pause to the round at the beginning. GT were hoping that one of the SEN players might have been caught unaware with a flash play.
Zekan's gone for the gate crash. So super common for the Yoru to start the round over towards A and then have that gate crash on C if needed. And maybe that mid Utility just baited it out when he could have held his ground a little longer. Sentinels have decided to play A for retake. And I think this is quite readable. Because it's a pretty classic thing a Yoru Waisu comp would want to go for.
G2 just
7-3, it's over.
Rolling up onto the angles. Not a huge amount of util expended.
Rotations both weak hai, Vice color
Smoke's going to be smelling it all out here. John, dart against the backdrop, into the wall, but that's a clone. Set your eyes towards this one here. A lot of util now to try and push back these Heaven players on top of the shot time. Time has been bought. There's only 35 seconds left. And which direction are you going into, G2?
They're going back to Leaf.
It's a mad dash.
Leaf found an enormous gap in garage.
And Sen just following those sound cues. Might be kicking themselves. They're rapid onto the approach once more. There's only 17 seconds left. They want to try and get ahead of most of this here, but a vulnerable is going to push Leaf back. He did this job. He got the space for his team to try and get that plant down, and now it goes into the retake that Sen desperately need.
All missiles away.
Trying to put a squeeze on them. Still a wall to deal with. Just the shoulder peeking out. Shots fired off as well. Calls made for G2. They want to try and take this full focus in towards the back of the site. They're eight. It's a cracking one to try and open it up, and the issue forced. Jordan pressing forwards, but still these players, these bodies, as much as the advantage was found, it suddenly just turned all the way right around. G2, how are you managing this?
What the fuck?
It was all, I mean, it was looking so likely.
Second flank का मालूम नहीं था फिर भी मारा बे.
The double flank from Sentinels didn't clear Leaf. His vice wall got tripped and he tucked in a corner, and then Jonah came back to help. Jonah was just trading out. It's fundamental gameplay from G2. You see it here through his eyes.
Yes.
Other players die in front of him, but he's there to pick up the pieces.
Shit yaar, Sen.
And it's pretty doom for Sentinels. It's not even a large reaction here for Josh RT. At this point, it's the expected outcome for G2. They'll be savoring it, thinking about it. A trophy is within touching distance out there on the floor in front of them.
You just don't have the weaponry to util to hold a candle right now. Sen can pray that they can get the gap in, but listen, rapidly approached. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Sen, maybe if there was mistakes, but G2 aren't offering them. No cracks in the armor that they can wedge open.
Sen is been dominated because they are not dominating.
They've certainly been tested in this match overall, but not here.
ऐसा नहीं कि एक एजेंट लगा तो
fracture
confirm भी नहीं. हर चीज को
It's
counter
been a
कर सकते.
sprint to the finish line by the look of things. Sen are going to be waiting to get rifles online, hoping that they can do something, but this would be one hell of a comeback. Jumping into that just to try to deny Jonah P the kill, because they do not want a Rolling Thunder available for the bonus. They're fine dying to Trent. So Sen have now got to get themselves into a spot where they can deny a bonus round, hopefully deny a Rolling Thunder, somehow turn this around with no practice on Haven. And meanwhile, G2 are sitting pretty. They've eased into this match. It took them longer than we expected.
Sen qualified.
I thought maybe they'd drop one map here today, but Sen have pushed them much further. But these last two have looked comfortable. Back to that easy style of Valorant.
G2 rolling out the red carpet for themselves, man. It's looking like
no need to worry.
Casual jaunt for them as they get ever closer to that 12th round. This is going to be the best chance in a while for Sen. You've got to do it multiple rounds in a row.
High-low setup here from Zelsis and Bang. Trying to deny the ult orb.
Tron clears. Well, he missed his way around. I mean, he just committed the aftershock anyway. It doesn't matter that they missed him. This is C control and a TP deep up onto the side. Bang. Just trying to layer it down as well. A bit of recovery and fire is in order and necessary. But the rate has got to do it all. Quick dismiss, a quick flick of the wrist just to try and dodge these dashes. And the flash is coming his way. 2 versus 3 though. Plant going down. No problems there. And G2 getting ever closer. Going forwards, facing away. John QT. It's a lovely time to make a play, but he's going to need a little bit more. Dart revealing, bit of spam potential, but still they're going to try and take this one together. And the jumping right clicks. They save them for now.
That is what they needed. A John QT miracle. 11-4. It's still a nightmarish road for Sen to walk. But with less than 30 health combined, they get it across the line. Don't exactly understand how. This round ended up going so badly wrong for G2. They were set up pretty for it. They're going to need more of that. They're going to need G2 to take their eyes off the prize. Or get too obsessed with it and forget about the game, I suppose. Distracted by the gleam off the trophy. G2 group up for a fast A. Looking maybe to get Trent the Armageddon, shut the door in their face.
They're waiting for Util, trying to refight after it's expended on Sen's side. Savo's do enough as well to clear it out, so...
Yeah, they just push everyone away from reinforcing bricks. So as long as you hard clear bricks, as Jorg is doing, we cleared up for Sentinels. Yeah. It was working on split, can it work again?
Shield popped. Paints the picture. It's obvious right now for G2, but despite how obvious it is, you have to hit back and you have to fight back. Sentinel's not willing to go down without a fight, not just yet. To escape from this one without giving away too many more kills because they have that player advantage.
Cautious and respectful from G2, just trying to control the aggression from Sen. Didn't want to take too many unnecessary risks, but now they're going to have to do something. Down 3v4, using that to break the trip.
Partially avoided still. It's good. John just playing back now, and the plan is retake over towards A. He's got the kill. He's played his life.
I think just to be safe,
Individually, these initiator players on both teams are playing really well. Trent now, Armageddon online. I don't see how they could get this done.
Yep.
Should be Sentinels getting up to 5, especially because they're going to have 4 info on where these post-ban players are.
Zeka missed the clearance. I'm not too short as a dart. Rebounding round the back and spam into the smoke. They got to know and expect it. Yeah. So, actual drift was.
Lane 5.
Make that one just a walk in the park themselves. Sen still here, still breathing.
Finding value off the reclear. They're going to need many more of those. So many more of those. But Narrate didn't have a chance to use his ISO ultimate here. Still got that available. And in a larger macro sense as well, they haven't really been exploring what else is up to.
One round at a time. Come on now.
Zelsis has been putting a trip garage and then a cam to also watch garage. So when the trip gets broken by Trent Salvos, he still has info. Now this round they've swapped it over and he's defending on A. They're trying to give value from the ISO ult early.
What is this? Decision making for Bang. He's forced to just make the decision right here now. Still, he knows that the players cross past that threshold, and it is returned with a fire and a trade in sight. Bang dropped. Deep drone in. Could have been an incredible play to make.
Oh, Narrate used his shield, so he felt incentivized to use the ultimate, and he just sent it too late.
It's gone.
On an area that G2 had already evacuated. He does look a little uncomfortable on the ISO. Been a while since he played Duelist.
G2 happy to run rings around them. Within the chaos, they might thrive, and they might even be able to get that thrifty win still.
Blue.
There's a dart that Hunter's Fury.
Blue.
It's all going to be used to stem the bleeding here for Sen.
Can be.
Cam as well. Look, you can play for this one to the retake. A bit of spam onto the corner just in case. Trying to time it right.
Double flank. They're not thinking about this, surely. John completely caught unaware.
Yeah. So bullet to the back of the head for Trent. Fala steps forwards. Only earns himself the one, but sight given up. Zekin with the rifle.
Problem
all the way down. Safety in numbers, and Sen had it.
Ulti.
G2, they are 2 rounds away from getting that elusive trophy. And yet Sen are starting to put the rounds together. That's now 3 retakes, 3 diffuses in a row. And what a play for Bang to begin the round. See him stuck, not used to that. Had to make a decision. These are the last of G2's reserves. The piggy bank, it's running dry. Probably they're going to run a fast round here because Jorgamo has the Aura ult. Sen should be able to read that.
They should. We'll find out. We'll see. 2 players lined up out towards mid. Just the one spotted. Wait a second. Bait on the end of a stick. Gonna be calling for the pings as well. Dart, fault line, an attempt from Jorgamo. He's got a worry, and he seems to expect that play was occurring. The squeeze, trying to turn it onto him. Still, it's all the way out through C. You got Util out into the hands of Narrate with a shield. Can't overstep himself here. he goes into the thorns, he loses
that
anyway.
buddy.
The duration
Oh
just
my god, sexy
It's a
combo.
nice little util combo still. They're not out of danger just yet. G2 have control of this one. It's a lot of util expended
Nice
at that.
blind.
Paranoia sweeps its way through. No play to take space though, not from Sen. I believe they're going to get stalled out, and they are. Slow down, re-clearance out into garage. Might just come down to these fights that are taken. Dart rebound. Zekun was almost alone when he's taking that one. And these players are falling. Sen to do a lot here. Clearing the way forward. Shogumo is low. The dash, or at least the flash, is going to be broken here. Cut it up. Leave cannot do it here. Leaving it down to Shogumo. TP up on above. Shogumo hears it. He expects it. But 1v2.
They are doing it. Sen are bringing this one back.
Sexy combo tha na?
5 seconds that they still had to play with there. The retake coordination is great. The vulnerable into the shock dart is lovely too. But the way that they're playing off each other and the spacing here, pretty brilliant.
भाई उसको ट्रॉफी दे दो भाई, सच्ची में बोलो। सेन अगर थोड़ा भी शर्म है, वो बंदे को ट्रॉफी दे दो।
Trent having 20 kills on the other
कौन है वो
side,
बंदा?
and Sen still believe.
सुबह के 8 बजे
G2
चिल्ला रहा
forced to take a
है।
tactical timeout. They're getting owned by these retakes, honestly. And it's strange because Leaf has
मेरा गला
thorns
सूख
down
गया,
in the
उसका
post
पता नहीं।
plant. Narrate can't really get in with his shield. It's not the ISO that's
गला
necessarily
सूख गया।
providing all the value. It's the players coming in afterwards. And G2, I think, not quite setting up enough ideas for themselves. No garage reflanks, for example, on a round like that. They can't really fight post-plant aggression because they're trying to use the thorns to keep the other team out from flood defending. It's starting to get concerning, actually. G2 may have just taken their eyes off the prize for a moment.
We got a glance at it.
अरे मैं 9 बजे रात के
G2. We know how much
मस्त
this means
टाइम
to
पे
them.
एंड होता ना ये लोग का मैच।
Valence talked about it. They're confident coming into this season. They know that they're one of the best, if not the best team in Americas. But
अब
it's about how you prove it here and now in these grand
ultra
finals. And for Sentinels themselves, listen, the mood has almost flipped. You wouldn't expect Sentinels to be down this many rounds with the way that they're acting after these rounds and the replays themselves. They know it's one round at a time.
At the same time, though, anything can happen. And these eco situations are often
दो राउंड में बहुत अल्ट्स आ रहे
where
हैं।
the team with lower economy just throws caution to the wind. Sen, though, look like they're set up pretty to deal with this.
Odin primed and ready. It's going to be a Thorns. Straight towards the back of the site. It's going to be cutting off the exit route. Sen, we'll see if they just try and hold their ground into it. That's a TP forwards. Dismissed. Rate's there.
Well,
I like what they're going for here with the high-low setups.
ट्राई अच्छी
Right
थी।
in front with a shield, bang, was playing up top.
रीड भी अच्छा था।
Bit of danger
कैच भी अच्छा था
dismissed.
दो जन का।
And leaving Cypher utility with Zekun on the opposite side of the map to hold things down. I think G2 do need to be doing a bit more of this slow defaulting to get rid of Zelsys utility.
Through the back, no, they're just looking for a plant at this point. Zelsys, okay, sidestep, Valence there. Still forcing them back in the Thorns. Sound cues are given off to G2, but it's just two players, what can they do? It's accounted for. At least with that angles.
इसका आइडिया ही
Zelsys
नहीं
wraps it all the way
है।
around. Leaf is right there behind them. Player down into mids, he's turned it into a 1v2. Up in the hands of Zekun. Spike, drop down. It's going to be the win com here for Sentinels. Leaf does not expect it, surely not, and yeah.
Oh my god. Maybe आपके लिए बंक्स भाई shout out करूँगा जब आप जाओगे मास्टर्स खेलने में
Ready to take this all the way if necessary.
5 rounds in a row. And the gap down to 3.
8 बजे।
G2 at this point barely in the lead. And certainly if they lose this round in a super precarious position.
Thank you for the 10 pounds.
They know that Zekun has an operator.
जा रहा है।
G2 need to navigate that. They also need to be worried about the info that Zelsys is consistently applying. But they have ults to work with. Does that break the trip? Yeah, it does. So no kill trip over towards A-Long.
Zekun contemplating whether they wanted to step up to this, but you don't know if they've taken up control towards A, and G2 have. Drone's going to be used in a forward position. Everybody grouped up. There is no pivot option here for G2. It's all in. They're sending it, flying forwards now. Steel Garden on top of it. Cut to the corner. Zekun! Zekun!
The blue
bay. Nice. Inside the cage.
The blue.
He's turned himself and his team an opening pick. Bang! Within that chaos, this man, of course he's going to be thriving. The windows of opportunities that are being created by his teammates. And they're ready to run this one all the way. to another round win. 2 left to stand for G2. How often have these players been in this spot? Valorant and Jonah P. The rate's gone. There's a dimensional drift now to set the pace and change the tide of the fight potentially, but Jonah P's in himself. That roll in Buster inside through short, down to the 1v1. Valen, he's low enough. Tiniest of margins is what this lies on. Could it be 12 or could it be Sentinels? In control of once again another round. John QT, there's no tap, there's no hiding it. It's half earned. He wants to stick it. Valen punishes.
It's always these unexpected moments where the team in the lead somehow halts momentum. As a spot where Sen, I think, had a slam dunk retake. Jonah P was flashed up. Zekan's blind hit him full to the face and Narrate was flanking short. I don't know how they whiffed that. I don't know how they weren't able to get the kill on the Professor.
Flank
and
wala
then
jaldi aaya
IGL v IGL, Valen takes it down. They're up to tournament point here in America's Kickoff.
And all it's going to take is one. G2 playing empowered. There's passion behind them. Slow and steady though. Not going to be losing track of the discipline that's led them this far in the best of 5 series. Zekan, he's forwards. He needs to respect that drone. He breaks it. TP's back out. There's danger there if he gets caught with a suppression, but reclear protocols of G2.
not possible. Technically 2 round Sen का था यार. 10-10 होता था.
Needs to be perfection from Sentinels. Somehow they've made me believe. It looked like they were so out of it. It looked like the trophy was already in G2's hands. Senna going for a mid re-clear, caught by the flash.
Not just in time, there's no threat behind it. Zelsis steps forward. He's only got a stinger in hands. Sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, but he's looking for mid-round information. And Sen have got the wrong idea completely on this one.
Entirely the wrong read. The C site is utterly open. Zelsis needs one here, and he might just get timing by Leaf. This is brutal in Garage.
What timing is he even looking for? Cosmic Divide drops it down. Trent going for the plant as well, and it has to be that retake by Sen. None the wiser. They're only just going to realize it. Be late to the party. It's essential that Zelsis locks down this Garage control just to make it a little bit more easy onto the retake. And Leaf has taken it into a completely different direction. Time has already been burnt off the clock here. G2, this is their time to shine. The trophy that they've been hunting for.
Garage hold करने का Cypher को बस.
All lies on this. The retake coming through. Zelsis watching for the flank. Leaf has been down and out, and the feed is filling up with blue. Jorgamo locking it down, crash up to the corner.
Nice.
And this is a rapid approach indeed.
Nice.
Sentinels. Not to be
Tap
pushed
blue.
back.
Tap blue.
The retake attempt was so late, but so well orchestrated. The coordination from Sentinels, the spacing and the timing. It looks like last year.
Good retake.
It looks like when they were at their tippity top and relied so heavily on these retakes.
ये लोग क्यों आ रहे पता है? एक garage control नहीं था.
Because Bang is always alive in these spots.
दूसरा B का trip cam वैसे
Narrate
था.
can't believe how easy that
लोग
was.
बताते B flank नहीं हो सकता, garage flank नहीं हो
G2
सकता.
broken economy. They had a tournament point.
क्या लगता है चैट 39 होके मैं पैसा कमाऊंगा $500?
4 chances down to 3. And honestly,
ज़्यादा
was the
मजा आएगा.
exception. Other than that, it's
कान
been
मारा के मैं
domination
नींद की
from
बूंद मारा है
Sen
ना.
on the defense side of Haven.
होती जाएगा ज़्यादा मजा आएगा.
G2 are going to have to pick themselves back up.
On the backside of this timeout, but that is
क्या
so
crowd है ना
damn
बे.
hard. Money's not there for them, as you mentioned, and they've spoken about it in interviews. Going up against Sen, the 6th man has turned up.
क्या crowd है बे.
Potentially active. It's a lot to overcome when you hear the stage vibrating, the roar of the crowd over every single misstep and mistake that you make on the stage.
Crowd, man.
If G2 allow themselves to dwell on that, then
क्या feel होता रहेगा बे वहाँ
the
पे.
choking question will become a self-fulfilling
11-11
prophecy.
होता, 11-11 नहीं होता.
If they do lose this,
11-10 होता.
with 4 tournament points, all of those same questions are going to come crashing down. The closer Sen get to overtime, the more G2 are going to be mentally out of the game.
एक अच्छा बात
This
है
round,
कि
you don't have to think about it
ये
too
लोग
hard
equal है.
if you're G2.
ठीक है. 12-10
Send it in a
और
little bit,
next
see if
round
you can get some big ults online.
2 heavy ult है.
Learn what you can,
Sorry,
do what you
एक heavy
can.
ult है. ISO का तो
Round
फाइट
23,
जीत
see
गया
if
तो
he can lock
5v4
things up. But for
और उसके बाद
Sentinels,
इको जाएगा.
they've got to be perfect, and that just isn't.
It's a missed opportunity at that. Bit of spam coming through onto either side of this one. The shield is immediately gone. Okay, you're pulled into my world now. Naray wants to take this fight straight to them. Okay, rewarded. Shield online. Waits until the final moment. It's an aftershock as they were trying to predict that location. Naray is the one to salvage the operation. Could have been Diane, could have gone wrong. But ultimately, it's Sentinels here.
Cleaning up a small error from Bang. A big round from Naray.
ISO better है बे.
No ISO ult for rifle rounds. Forced to use it on the eco. And as flashy as that is, it's not necessarily a good thing. 2 more opportunities for G2 to close things out.
W caster.
Storm the stage, hoist the trophy.
W caster.
This could potentially be one of the hardest rounds that Sen have ever
अब
played.
ये round अगर ISO
जीतते थे, the fault line is a salvos. Posture and push them back. Dimensional drift to account for. Joker's been getting constant information from this. John forced to retreat as well, give up most of this side. Now Zepkin, he's still sticking around as an Armageddon. Cuts it up onto the one corner. Up through heaven as well. Jorgamo,
his teleport is in spawn.
What options do they even have? I think they've seen it gliding straight past him. Senna grouping up. They're ready and waiting for this one. Valen with the plant, sticking. They're going to push it back. The Hunter's Fury is delayed.
He's
it's
done
late.
Jorgamo,
he's into backlines. Jorgamo!
My
he's tearing up a new one. And now Sentinels left to do it just 3 left standing. A player disadvantage. Here's the retake coming through. The blinds are good, but the kills need to be better. And G2 will not be denied. It's a death knell tolls. And for Sentinels themselves, it all lands on the shoulders of Bang. One to be fine, but 2 more left standing. G2.
Time नहीं है बे. GG है, need है.
They've been tested, they've been pushed, but a util just makes it almost impossible. TP forwards, 11 HP to his name. Jubilation for G2. The victory that eluded them. A title.
4v2.
Finally.
भाई ट्रेंड के grandpa भी आए हैं.
Grand finals of America's Kickoff.
What a show, what a way to send these America's teams to Masters Bangkok.
अब इतना बुरा नहीं लग रहा है.
And G2 with that Kickoff trophy to boot.
अब इतना बुरा नहीं लग रहा है.
Fair's fair. Sentinels got the one last year. And this year felt like in 2025 it was G2's time, but my God, were they tested!
एक round के वजह से पैसा गया. कोई नहीं, close था,
I thought we were going to
close
see
था,
a cleaner
close
victory.
था,
They hadn't
close
dropped a
था.
map up until the grand finals, but Sen, even when they looked down and out on Haven, when it looked like they hadn't had enough practice with the comp, pushed G2 to their limits.
Attack थोड़ा सा casual हो गया यार वो लोग का. Slow start हो
Did not
गया.
make it easy for them. Not whatsoever. But it's G2 the ones here standing right now.
तुम साइड हटो, ट्रेंड को उठाने दो पहले.
Champions.
They've been waiting, denied this moment multiple times last year. Incredible. Had to show a lot more than they'll have wanted to, I think, though, heading into a Masters event. Some things to tighten up.
ये इतना मैटर नहीं करता ना, ये किक ऑफ है. जो अच्छा ट्रॉफी दिखेगा वो तुम लोग को मास्टर्स का दिखेगा. ये सिर्फ ऐसा थीम बेस्ड रहता है. मास्टर्स का ट्रॉफी दिखेगा और चैंप्स का ट्रॉफी सबसे क्रेजी दिखेगा लेवल के हिसाब से ना. वो लोग ऐसा तो नहीं कर सकते चलो अपने रीजन का सबसे बाप ट्रॉफी बना दिया, फिर चैंप्स का अगर ट्रॉफी बेकार रहेगा फिर तो समझ रहे गालियां पड़ेगी. चलो गाइस, दैट इज इट. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Well played, Gigi. Well played, Dadu OP. Good thing for Trent. मिलते हैं. Bye bye guys. Bye bye. Adios. Chedme adios. Take care. See ya. हम मिलेंगे 1:30 for the grand finals of Pacific. DRX versus T1. जो DRX 3-0 जीतने वाली. सोए नहीं तुम? नहीं, मैं अभी 8 बज गया तो मान के चलो 9:30-10 बजे मैं सोऊंगा. 3 घंटा तो मिल जाएगा मेरे को नींद. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. टेक केयर. सी यू. बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी. लव यू. बाय बाय.
and there's no